1 minute to the deadline. Seconds. Seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's broadcast of Gameday Live. We are coming to you. Excuse me. Let's start over here. I'm coming to you from Florida. I am Brandon Fogel. I am joined now by Brian Pravel, who is still in Chicago. Hey, Brian.
Good morning. Good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you happen to be.
Indeed. So we are covering today the Tempest tournament, which is normally held in Washington, D.C., which is why we had those wonderful DC graphics. Thanks for putting that together. Tempest is one of the older and better attended tournaments. You and I have both been there. We took a road trip from Chicago to DC, 3 years ago, and played in suburban Maryland in Silver Spring. Had a good time. What can you tell us anything about today's tournament?
Yeah, absolutely. So Tempest is absolutely one of my favorite events. If you ever get a chance to go out there, the Pick Kissers, Potomac Tea and Knife Society, also known as the Pick Kissers, put on a great tournament and always features a lot of high level and competitive play. This year they're using Carnage scoring, and David Miller is our tournament director. He's put a lot of effort into making sure that this could happen despite COVID and everything. So got a lot of really good players. I think a lot of the DBN Invitational top 10 are playing today. So I think we'll have some good competition, some quality games. I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, let's have a look at that top 10 list, or the top 10 participants according to the DBNI rankings. Here they are. In the highest rated player is a name that's familiar to people who have watched our broadcasts, John Anderson. He most recently won the Weasel Moot tournament, which was the last tournament on the virtual face-to-face circuit. And he comes in here with a really sparkling record. You can see of the 11 games that he has played on our broadcasts, he has topped or shared tops in 7 of them, which is a really remarkable return on investment.
Yeah, I mean, just compare that number to the closest competitor at 4 for tops or shared tops. That's a pretty dramatic difference right there.
And that's Ed Sullivan, who is a occasional contributor. He was one of the commentators in the last Virtual Diplomacy League set. And yeah, he's topped 4 boards. It's interesting. He topped a couple of those, I think, were in under draw-based systems. So that's one of the, if anyone's wondering how you can top 4 boards and not be higher up. These rankings are determined by place finish within the tournaments. So individual performance in a specific game is only good insofar as it helps you place higher in the tournament. So going down the list here, we've got another tournament winner, Tommy Anderson. He won the Liberty Cup, which was the previous tournament before Weasel Moot, and he's sitting in 4th place in the rankings. And these two are automatic qualifiers, so they are automatically qualified for the DBN Invitational, which will take place in February. The rest of the players on this list are not automatic qualifiers, and so they are going to be hoping to qualify either by winning this tournament, winning one of the few remaining tournaments, or by finishing high enough in these rankings to get an invite to the Invitational. So coming down the list here, we've got Natty Schaefer, Maxim Popov, Hunter Ketcher, who has done well in face-to-face tournaments last year. He won the European DipCon, and I think he won another tournament somewhere too, didn't he? Do you know offhand?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but he's a great player. I totally believe that.
Very good. And we have our first former world champion on this list, Nicolas Ahuguet, coming to us from Montreal, and sitting at 15th in those standings. Eber Condrell, a former Weasel, now has moved out to Denver, Colorado. Sorry to see you go, Eber, but hope to see you do well in the tournament. Below that, we have Jason Massbaum, who is a personal favorite of Siobhan Nolan, who's about to join us on the broadcast. And then Craig Mayer, who is hasn't been able to play a whole lot, but is well known to face-to-face players. He is in Montana, and he last year organized the Big Sky tournament, which was the inaugural tournament in the state of Montana. And then in the 10th highest, according to the DBNI rankings, is Ed Sullivan. All right, Brian.
I'm really excited about today's games as far as it corresponds with the DBNI rankings. We're starting to get towards the back half of the season, so I think every game is more meaningful. And again, it's not about how well you place in any individual games. It's about your place within the event. So I'm hoping to see some people try to make some big moves and try and win this tournament and get their score and their ranking up.
Yeah, so anyone who's not on this list really needs to do well in order to move up and try to get an invite. You know, we think the invites will you'll need to be somewhere in the 20s or above to wrangle an invite. So all of these people might be currently in position to get an invite, but they've got work to do to solidify that position.
Yeah, Jason, Craig, and Ed are all definitely on the bubble.
Yep. All right, we will keep an eye on that, and hopefully by the end of tonight, we'll be able to have updated standings. Brian, we're going to see you in a couple hours. You're going to be calling games 3 and 4 for us, and thanks for joining me on this little preamble.
All right, look forward to it. Good luck today, and good luck to all the competitors.
All right, see you in a bit.
All right.
All right, joining me now are Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome to the stream.
Hey, good morning. Or at least for me, it is.
And you're joining us from San Jose, California, correct?
That's right.
All right. And so you've had a cup of coffee, and you've got the husband on kid duty, and you're ready to go. Yep.
Let's do this.
All right. Joining us from across the pond is Marcus Zelstra. Marcus, welcome to the stream.
Howdy. Well, across the pond at the moment, I appear to be in the Balkans, but yep,
yeah. What's going on in the Balkans? What draws you there?
Yeah, I guess I'm here to meet my friend Tsar Nicholas, who will be staring over my shoulder for the whole of this broadcast, I believe.
Excellent. And all right, well, hopefully for our sake, you are not about to become the some damn thing in the Balkans. You guys do. So I'll put the list of the top 10 according to the DBNI rankings. Any thoughts on this lineup?
I mean, there's some big names here. As you said, personal favorite of mine, Jason Massbaum. He is really close to that bubble that Brian was talking about. So I'll be really interested to see if he has anything to pull out today.
And Marcus, any names stand out to you?
I mean, I've GM'd a game recently for the VDL that had, I think, John Anderson, Tommy Anderson, and Eber Condrell all in it. It was absolutely amazing to watch them play. They're all very strong players. And also Ed Sullivan, of course, runs his own YouTube channel. He's asked me to go easy on him today because apparently in my last commentary, I was a little bit harsh. So we'll see how he does.
All right, or whether you in fact double down. Do you know the name of Ed Sullivan's YouTube channel offhand?
Yeah, it's The Diplomats.
The Diplomats.
They do Nexus commentary.
And Marcus, you are a YouTuber yourself. Can you tell us a bit about the Diplo Strats channel?
Yep. If you fancy even longer form content than this, where you go into depth on phases for like several hours at a time, check out Diplo Strats.
All right, and that's on YouTube. And all right, guys, we have got 5 games overall today. This crew, the 3 of us, are going to be together for the first 2, and then we're going to start mixing things up. Adam Silverman will be joining us later as a commentator, and then we'll be and Brian Prave will be coming back, and we'll be rotating things around. Are you guys ready for some game number 1 action here?
Yep.
Let's do
All right. And with my temporary setup here in the state of Florida, I only have 1 monitor, so everyone's going to get some behind the scenes stuff going on here a little bit that I normally am able to hide. Here is board number 1. In Australia, we have Kartik Konath coming to us from California. In England, we have Dave Roberts from Snohomish, Washington. Hopefully I got
Snohomish.
that right. Snohomish. Thank you. In France, we have Chris McKinney from Massachusetts. In Germany, we have Siobhan's favorite player of all time, Jason Mastbaum, playing from Los Angeles. In Italy, we have the aforementioned Big Gorilla on the board, John Anderson, showing off his high ranking of number 2 on the board. In Russia, we have Rafael Damata from Washington, D.C., a pit kisser playing in his first virtual face-to-face game that we have covered. And in Turkey, we have Ben Kelman coming to us from Philadelphia. So Marcus, we'll start with you. Anything jump out to you on this board that you want to keep an eye out for?
Yeah, I mean, obviously the big one is John Anderson there, ranked 2, quite high above everyone else. We'll see whether that comes back to bite him. That target on his back probably going in, but Italy is probably a good power to draw it with that, because you're not going to get anyone immediately ganging up on you unless Austria decides to suicide.
Which usually doesn't happen. Yeah, if you feel like you have a target on your back, Italy is the best place to be on the board. You can bide your time and wait until somebody needs you, and then hopefully the target will have melted by then. Siobhan, how about you? Does anything jump out to you other than the player in Germany?
John and Jason, big names. I've played with Jason for many years. John's been doing very well this year. Karthik, I've gotten to know fairly well over the last few streams that we've been doing. He's a great player. And some newer names that I'm not as familiar with. So I'm really interested to see. Raphael, I believe, is brand new to me. So, yeah,
Karthik is an accomplished web dip player, isn't he?
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Yeah, Marcus, do you know anything about Karthik from the online world?
I know I've GM'd a game for him. I don't remember which username was his, so I don't really. But I'm fairly sure he's a strong player, yeah. Especially considering rank 49 is pretty good on the overall standings.
Yeah, so we could talk about this some more at some other time, but there's this interesting conflict between the face-to-face world, which is used to using people's first names, and the online world, which is used to using anonymous handles. And so we just caught a little flavor of it with you knowing a player but not knowing a player. All right, let's cut the jibber jabber and get into some diplomacy action. So we have decided to try to shake things up a little bit, and we're going to try a slightly different format just for fun, and that is to have one player call out a phase and have the other player point out what they got wrong. And you guys, I heard before, were working out who was going to do which the first year. And so I believe, Marcus, you are going to be the test taker, and Siobhan will be the grader. All right. Spring of 1901. Here are the moves. And Marcus, you are on tap. Tell us what you say.
Okay. Well, pretty normal openings around the board, aside from Galicia getting actually very unusual openings in some areas. Galicia getting demilitarized, obviously a good sign for that Austria-Russia relationship, could be a very bad sign for Turkey. At the same time, we have this bounce into Rolia, the German unit going down there. Not very standard. It's a move I like quite a lot. It gives a bit of influence in the south. It doesn't look like Italy was expecting it, especially considering Rome went up to Venice, and both of those moves got blocked. That could cause some tension between Austria and Italy, especially if that was meant to be an attack on the Austrian rather than just an arranged bounce. And the move into the English Channel is the other big one. Usually when you see this supported move into Burgundy, it's combined with a move to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean so that you can pick up Spain and Portugal. English Channel, very threatening to England at the same time as being quite threatening to Germany by forcing Burgundy. We'll have to see how that approach pays off for France. Might be too aggressive off the bat.
This sometimes gets called the French hedgehog. Although I think that technically people would want to see Marseille go to Piedmont for a true French hedgehog. All right, Siobhan, what did Marcus miss?
I think the big thing that got missed here was what I'm going to call the Brian Sheldon opening for Russia, which is opening to Finland instead of Gulf of Bothnia, which, whether that was a misclick due to the interface, and Moscow followed up to move north. So I guess England has a lot of problems, but I don't know that anyone's super committed at this point.
we I remember that time we called a couple of games where it was just 2 games in one night. I don't know if it was VDL or the Weasels games, where Sheldon opened to Finland, and then Matt Sundstrom as Russia in the other game also opened to Finland.
Yes.
And one of them was a misclick and one of them wasn't. Okay, let's move forward here. Fall of 1901. Here are the orders, and Marcus, we'll stick with you.
All right, well, I'll focus on the bit I missed last time then, and talk about this Finland opening. Usually you would see that go to Sweden, obviously. I don't particularly like opening to Finland myself, just because it's usually meant as an act of, okay, Germany, I trust you enough that you'll let me into Sweden, that I'll go up here instead of into Bothnia, and, show that trust. But it actually means that if Germany bounces you out of Sweden, you're in a terrible position and you can't follow up on that. So it kind of encourages Germany to bounce you out of Sweden. And I think that's kind of what we see here. We see the German going to Sweden, denying that to the Russian. We clearly see that the Russian either knew that the German was going to Sweden or suspected it and got into position to try and take it back. They're going to need the English player on side. We'll see how well that works out. Germany, I think, going all in on this England-Germany alliance by going for Sweden and annoying Russia, and by going for Burgundy at the same time and actually getting into Burgundy, which is huge, and irritating the French player. So England suddenly in a better diplomatic position. Lots of options here. And in the south, not a ton to talk about, except for that Sevastopol moving into Romania. The fleet going in there, still very pro-Austrian. And this is what we were saying, it's bad for Turkey when Galicia gets demilitarized, it's building trust. And this is just more building trust. There's no way that fleet is going to be used against the Austrian, because it just can't be.
All right, Siobhan, over to you.
The one thing I see that didn't get mentioned was the move from Venice to Piedmont. And combine that with Munich getting into Burgundy, it looks like Jason and John have figured out their issues from the Tyrolia bounce in spring, and are just moving as far west and as fast as they can.
All right, Siobhan, talk to me a bit about France's opening here in the first year. It was pretty high risk, and from a positional standpoint, it looks pretty nice, right? You've got an army in Belgium, and you didn't have to give up English Channel in order to get Belgium here.
I don't love the move myself, and I wouldn't have done it, but I think that he got everything he needed to get. He gets his 2 builds. Portugal will always be there. He can pick that up next year. You've got your issues with Burgundy and Piedmont, but I think they're manageable.
And Marcus, how do you feel about the French opening here?
Yeah, I think maybe it annoyed too many people. You've managed to stay in English Channel, sure, but now England is kind of the only person you've got to potentially work with you. You're going to have to be backtracking on that really fast, and hopefully pulling English Channel back into the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, not building any fleets, trying to get that peace offer. Could have worked out really well if Germany had stuck with France. It would have been nice to pick up Belgium and have that position to potentially convoy into Wales next turn. But hasn't worked out at all.
Yeah, the builds will be particularly interesting here, I think. You've got England, who now could fully commit, right? If England builds Fleet Liverpool, this is the downside for that army actually getting into London from France's perspective. And then you've got Germany, who will pretty much almost certainly build a fleet here. You can probably justify it either way. So, and then the Russian. I'm curious to see assuming there's a build in Sevastopol here, what it is, or if they decide to go in St. Pete. Russia kind of has is opened up on 2 fronts now and is weak on both of them. So that that may not be so great. Okay, let's do the builds, and then I'll ask you guys who you would want to be. For builds, we see England foregoing Fleet Liverpool, seeing the potential danger of letting Germany get too well established, builds fleet, or is worried more about the Russian. That's also a possibility. Builds Fleet Edinburgh. In the south, we have Russia going for Fleet Sevastopol. It says, I want Black Sea no matter what. Which as limiting as this build is in the future, it's still kind of fun to see in 1902. Other than that, we have France putting down 2 armies, probably saying to England, my bad. Let's be friends. And nothing else is surprising here. Italy puts down a fleet in Naples, and Austria puts down 2 armies. Germany, for his sake, Jason puts down the fleet in Berlin to make it perfectly clear to England that he is not going to switch sides here. Okay, who would you want to be here? Siobhan, we'll start with you.
I don't hate the German position. I think he's got a good friend in Italy and doesn't really have an enemy at this point.
And Marcus, who would you want to be?
Austria, for sure, from my perspective. Got a friendly Russian who's just built a 2nd fleet in the south. The Italians heading off towards France. Germany, nothing on Austria's border, and Turkey's about to get squashed. It's fantastic Austrian starting position.
Interesting. Is there, from your perspective, if you were Austria, would you be worried at all about not having enough Italian help to crack open Turkey? Or do you think, given Russia with guaranteed Black Sea here, you've got enough firepower to do it?
I think Black Sea is probably enough. You've got that 1 fleet in Greece that you can potentially use to help crack open from the south. That's probably going to make it, as long as Italy doesn't pull Piedmont back to Tyrolia and try and help them in some way.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting tactics that have to be worked out for Austria in order to make this work, right? Yeah, involving bringing the army headed towards Greece, that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting to see how well Austria and Russia can coordinate here. All right, let's move forward here. Do you guys want to? Why don't we switch sides now for 1902? All right, so Siobhan Nolan, you are up as a primary analyst for spring of 1902. Tell us what you see.
Okay, first things that jump out to me in the west, there's a lot of movement from the English player who covered Wales, even though there was no convoy from the French. Lots of bouncing. Marseille goes to Gascony, that makes sense, but does let the Italians sneak into Marseille. The Italians committing full west, does send 1 fleet to the Ionian to help out, I'm going to guess to help out the Austrian, but we'll see. We get a move into Tyrolia, which is always fun, and Germany loses Sweden, which is expected at this point.
All right, Marcus, what should she have mentioned?
All right, I mean, that English move into Heligoland Bight is huge. Like allying with the Russian here, it's going to cause serious problems for Germany, especially with France now having English help. Not a huge amount else I see that was missed. Not a huge amount I see that was missed. The Aegean Sea bounce. That's always the downside of having just the 1 fleet there, right? It's going to take a while longer to crack open Turkey, especially since Russia went for the non-guaranteed option of trying to support Sevastopol out.
Yeah, that's just a tactical mistake, right? Is it, or is there any other way to read that?
I mean, I suppose if I was going to say maybe Bulgaria would have tried to support Black Sea into Romania, but in that case, you should have had Budapest support Holder Romania, and still, you could have tried to push. You should have had something cut Bulgaria, I guess. But it looks like the Austrian actually suspected the Russian would do different moves than this, given that support from Ukraine to Romania. Lack of coordination there.
Yeah, Serbia to Bulgaria, Greece to the Aegean, you still do that. I think Trieste should be going to Albania here. These are just suboptimal tactics. You actually don't need to support Romania. Budapest should still support Ukraine as long as you're tapping both Black and Bulgaria here. Okay, well, it's interesting, right? So now you have big victory for Turkey in spring of 1902. It may not last, but if you're Turkey, the more you can slow down this cabal of people attacking you, the more you increase your chances of finding a way out of the mess. Yeah. All right. One last thing. What about Italy getting into Marseille here? How big of a deal is this?
Yeah, that's a big deal. It's France saying, I guess I can only defend against one of you. I'm going to defend against Germany for the time being. And I mean, Italy can be kicked out, but it's a guess because of that fleet in Tunis, not in Tunis, moving to Western Mediterranean. I guess they could cut Western Med, but it's still very guessy over there.
Yeah.
And strong Italian position, especially given the army in Tyrolia. That's a very flexible unit.
Yeah, real quick, the army holding in Vienna is interesting. If Austria and Italy were working in perfect concert here, they could have done something more efficient with that. But that suggests that Austria wasn't 100% certain that Italy was gonna hang out. Okay, let's keep moving here. And fall of 1900 moves. Got a lot of black arrows. Tell us all about it, Siobhan.
Ooh, a lot of stuff moving in the west. France takes Marseille back, but loses Belgium in the effort. Oh, Germany has so many problems. I take back liking that position. England takes Denmark with the help of the Russian. The Russian fleet is dropping down. Jason has a lot of issues. Meanwhile, we get a lot of black arrows in the east, too. So Austria has flipped and has decided that the suboptimal moves of last season weren't working with the Turk.
Yeah, that's a big turnabout,
huge.
Isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Marcus, what should Siobhan have spent more time on?
Yeah, I mean, that seems to pretty much cover it. I suppose the Italian moves on the French front ended up being bad guesses, getting knocked out of Marseille here. Particularly interesting retreating into Burgundy instead of retreating into Piedmont. That leaves the Italian able to attack Munich if they want to and completely pivot directions. We'll see whether they take advantage of that. The bounce in Venice is also probably arranged, all things considered.
Yeah, but Ionian holds, right? So, if Austria and Italy were working again in concert with each other here, I get the bounce. That way you don't have to trust each other, but there's just a lot more that Italy could have done here.
Well, I mean, we're seeing Austria now working with Turkey, so I'm not sure what Italy would have done with Ionian. Holding seems to be a decent choice if you're just fine with Austria-Turkey working together.
Siobhan,
I would have loved to have seen an unwanted support, because if Austria and Turkey are working together and they're self-bouncing in the Aegean to keep each other honest, and Italy just says, no, let me just toss a little wrench into this, that would have been my preference.
Siobhan, what do you think about Austria's turnabout here? Do you like it?
I think it makes sense, and I think that there must have been a breakdown in communication between Austria and Russia last turn, and Carthage and Austria has decided that the suboptimal tactics, and they weren't going to get anywhere fast enough, and said, no, I want to move, and the Turk was on board.
Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma, isn't it, for a player? If you feel like that your alliance partner simply isn't strong enough tactically, or won't follow through with things that are good ideas, it's one thing to follow through if you have a good reason for not doing it. It's another thing if you don't. And so a good player will often turn on an ally just because they don't seem like they'll be reliable enough.
Yep.
All right. So builds here. We've got France pulling Picardy. So France, it is worth pointing out that France passed up Portugal here. Guessed right against Italy, but also passed up Portugal here. You'd think Italy and France might have been able to work something out where Italy gets Marseille for 1 year.
Oh, we missed something, by the way. Germany's in the North Sea.
Oh yeah, retreats to the North Sea. Excellent.
Useful.
Excellent. And why? Oh, Germany didn't have to pull because they took Belgium. Got it. And all right, Turkey puts down Fleet Constantinople. Excellent. All right, let's keep going here, and we'll stick with we'll reverse back. So Marcus, this one's going to be on you to call it out. Tell us what you see.
Okay. Very interesting moves in the south. Obviously, Russia, having built those two fleets, is pretty committed against Turkey. Can't really do anything against Austria, so has just continued to attack Turkey and hope the Austrian will work with them. And it's worked perfectly. Austria gets into Romania, gets into Bulgaria. Russia gets into Armenia whilst keeping the Black Sea. I'm not sure what Turkey was thinking, self-bouncing in Aegean and not making any attempt for black. Maybe didn't trust the Austrian, but if you didn't trust the Austrian, support whole Bulgaria at least. Italy going for Munich. This is something we see. The weakened German, Italy's just trying to take advantage of that and take something on the other side of the line. But suddenly we see a really strong French position because Western Med has pulled out. There's nothing in Burgundy anymore. Germany is now working with the French player, and France is in the English Channel. And England forces North Sea. North Sea retreats to Yorkshire, which is an interesting choice. Can't really do much from there, but could potentially work with that French fleet in the English Channel. And yeah, no deviation from this England-Russia alliance in the north.
All right, Siobhan, what's the one thing you want to talk about?
I think that Marcus pretty much covered everything. Jason retreating to Yorkshire is both fun and so Jason. Yeah, the Austrian is in a fantastic position along with the French player, and I think it's a race to see who has the best position in the next few years.
All right, I have one thing you guys missed, that Ukraine now has an unimpeded access to Warsaw.
Oh,
that's true.
So this, I don't think this worked out quite perfectly for the Russian. It may work out okay in the long run, but I mean, Austria will be way too powerful by then.
I know.
Worked out for the Austrian for sure.
It definitely did. Yeah, even better because of that. So this so far is kind of a game of entertaining retreats. Yeah, we've seen a few of them now, and you know, the Marseille to Burgundy last time, north to Yorkshire, which really does nothing other than tie up the North Fleet Army having to cover Edinburgh if they want to. Yeah, now we have Romania to Yorkshire. So all right, let's push ahead, see how this works out. And Marcus, you're on tap. Lots of action here.
We finally see that Ionian Sea Fleet moving. Clearly, Italy and Austria solidifying their relations, starting to move hard towards the Turk. Poor old Turkey, still being attacked by Russia, manages to pick up Warsaw, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save them, especially with 3 fleets in their homeland. That's not really an ideal defense.
And Russia doesn't. I'm sorry. I'll keep it.
No, go ahead.
Russia doesn't get the tap from Bulgaria to Khan that they needed to guarantee the build. I mean, that's just brutal.
Austria just double support holding Romania. I think they saw that maybe it's not in Russia's interest to keep pummeling Turkey while Austria makes all the gains, and didn't trust that Russia would stick with them. But Russia did stick with them. Went for Ankara. Elsewhere, we see Italy finally backing out of Tyrolia over there. Germany seems to have agreed to leave Munich alone, especially considering they were working with the French players. So they could have asked for some kind of support there. Wouldn't have been guaranteed to work, but they could have had a chance at it. France decides to flip on Germany, attacking Belgium here, not getting anywhere with it. That may have been a mistake. Germany just poking at Edinburgh. That's not going to do very much, but pins down English units for a while. And most importantly, perhaps loses Kiel. Tries to defend as best they can, but that Italian unit in Munich seems to be trying to support the English player, which is an interesting decision because England's quite strong up there already.
All right, Siobhan, what do you see?
The only other thing I see is that France does finally take Portugal. I do have a little bit of behind the scenes that we saw earlier. I do believe that John Anderson was replaced in spring this year by Nick Amtangelo.
Oh, indeed.
So as we see the Italian tactics changing a little bit this year, I think that might have something to do with it.
Interesting. And Italy does get a build. All right. So we actually quite a lot of build action here. France is getting a build. Italy is getting a build. Austria is getting 2. Will Austria do what we all want Austria to do? I am going to project onto you guys and put down a little triangle in Trieste. Probably not. It's probably
Fleet Trieste.
Can either of you make an argument for why that's a good idea?
I mean, if you've got the Russian on side, the Turk can't do much against you because they're completely on the defensive, and obviously the Italian is committed in 2 different directions away from Austria. But I think the winter phase is not the right phase to signal that you're going to stab.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? Italy can see it coming too far away. Siobhan, any good argument for Austria?
I mean, aside from the fact that I always love a build Fleet Trieste, I don't think this is the moment. You don't stab in a build phase, and I don't think you could justify it to Italy.
All right, let's see what happens here. We've got We do have two armies. We have a fleet in Rome, which doesn't do much other than tell everyone that it's heading west. Germany pulls the fleet, sees the writing on the wall. Still has three supply centers, but one of them is not contiguous with with their units. So, and Turkey, no surprise. Turkey didn't have to pull a unit here. They must have had one piffed.
Picked up Warsaw.
Yeah, but they lost two, Romania and Bulgaria. They must have had one piffed here.
I think Bulgaria.
Bulgaria got piffed. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, and Russia says sayonara to that fleet in the south that did not actually produce any more units. And the other build of note here is that France puts down an army here rather than another fleet. Could have made an argument for fleet Brest here, couldn't you?
You see, the England always obviously wants the north to be clear of fleets. They're doing really well at that right now. 2 fleets total in the north, English Channel and Baltic, and English Channel really needs to be pulled down south if they're going to hold out against the stallion.
Yeah. All right. So real quick here, so Marcus, we'll start with you. You liked the Austrian position before. Was that still your top choice here?
Yeah, I mean, I still like the Austrian. I like the English player as well. I think England's about to stab Russia potentially, and about to stab Russia hard, because I don't think, given what I've seen in the south from the Russian player, I think they're likely to try and stick with their allies. And if they try and stick with England here, they're going to end up with a knife in the back, most likely. So yeah, English position is good. Austrian position is very good.
All right, and Siobhan, I assume you're ready to let the choice of the German position go?
Yeah, Jason Massbaum is on his own. I will regret supporting you for the rest of my life. No, Marcus is 100% correct. The Austrian is definitely in the strongest position here, but I do love the English position.
All right, let's see if one of them or the other can get the upper hand. Well, it seems to me Austria has the upper hand now. The question is, can they hold on to it? All right, spring of 1904, so we're switching sides again. Siobhan, we're back to you.
Let's start with the English player, which I'm gonna guess was an issue with getting orders in on time.
Let's see, Brian Pravel, can you find out some intel for us on that?
Yeah, that would be great. So in the meantime, the Russian player convoys over to Berlin. Yes, it was an issue with getting orders in on time. That's really unfortunate, because there was a lot of interesting play to be had by the English player. Meanwhile, the French, as Marcus predicted, pull the English Channel back to Mao, lose Marseille, which was inevitable, but the Italian loses Munich in that effort, and the Austrian moves everywhere. Takes Venice, moves to Tyrolia, takes Constantinople. Just Karthik sees that he's got the lead and doesn't want to give anyone else a chance to catch him on it.
This is brutal in the best diplomacy sense of the world, isn't it?
I really like it.
All right, let's so Marcus, before we go take a deeper dive into what Austria has just done, is there anything else that you would want to talk more about first?
Yeah, I mean, not a ton. Germany getting back that French support into Munich might actually help out the Italian, because it's put the Italian unit adjacent to the Austrian centers now. England, I'm actually surprised this was an NMR. Well, mostly an NMR anyway. I would be like, this is actually a move that I could see as reasonable if they were looking to stab Russia in the fall turn and say, oh, I didn't get my orders in on time, I'm suddenly adjacent to St. Petersburg and Sweden, and you've got them both open, but it's definitely not to stab you. I would not be surprised to see both those centers go to the English player on the next turn.
It was an NMR.
Yeah.
All right. No moves revealed rather than received here. Okay, no motives revealed. There we go. That's even better. Okay, let's keep going here. Fall of 1904, and Siobhan will stay with you.
And as predicted, St. Petersburg is wide open for the taking, and the English player takes it, walks into Sweden, takes Berlin back from the Russian. So the German still loses Berlin, but it is English. So that's 3 dots for the English player.
Loses Kiel.
Loses Kiel in the effort. Thank you. Okay.
So.
Meanwhile, a failed attempt to convoy over the North Sea because London simply held.
May have been on purpose, right?
May have been on purpose, absolutely. The Austrian just continues marching, winds up with Venice, Rome, and Constantinople this season. That's just brutal. And the French are just pulling everything down south and against the Italian.
All right, Marcus, what do you see?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to figure out what move Baltic supported there. Was it Kiel into Berlin? Did they try and support
Think
the
so.
their own unit out of Berlin? I mean, obviously they can't force their own unit to retreat.
Supported Kiel to hold.
Okay, right. That makes
That's
a lot more sense.
It's either a misclick or just a really bad read.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand the Italian moves here. I think you needed to cover Rome. I understand it's painful to put a fleet back in there if they did move to like Apulia or something similar. But like, this is just ow. And Eastern Mediterranean to Aegean, you could have used that to cover Ionian. I think the Italian thought they had the Turk on side maybe, and they were getting support up to Aegean, maybe blowing up that unit. Clearly, the Turk has chosen to try and throw in their lot with the Austrian and hope the Austrian will move away from them, which seems like a good plan because it means they haven't got any enemy fleets next to them anymore.
All right, let's look at some builds here, and then we'll do a strategic overview of the situation here. So Austria is putting down 3. I think the odds of us seeing a fleet in Trieste are pretty high now. Let's verify that. Indeed. Interestingly, Kartik opts to put down 2 armies rather than hold the build for another fleet, which you often see players do sometimes. In the England, so this is actually
only had 1 space open.
That was something that that should have gotten some mention. Gets 2 builds, but only has 1 open here, and so maybe I see. So the error here was probably that the convoy was not. Was for Edinburgh to Norway supposed to be rather than for London and Holland. And this is something with the backstabber interface. It doesn't tell you, there's no graphical indication of where the convoy is going, unlike what we have here. It just shows a little squiggly line. So it's actually quite easy to make this sort of mistake. You know, maybe he initially had an attack on Germany going here, but then decided to change it and just forgot that one order. That is a big deal, especially for a player who is now trying to race someone on the opposite side of the board here. France puts down the fleet, now fully committing to the southern strategy. Okay, let's talk about this stab. This has been a dramatic 2 years here for Austria that has seen them fully cement their position at the top of the board. Whether they can keep it there or not is another question. What does Austria need to do to secure the board top at the end of the game? Siobhan, let's start with you.
I mean, I think they're well on their way to doing it already. It's just a matter of making sure that the entire board doesn't unite against you at this point. He's gained, 5 centers in the last 2 years? And the English player, while still in good position, is just enough behind both on center count and units on the board. Austria has the position, and if everybody doesn't decide to pile on him, I think he's good.
Yeah, England had a real problem here, it seems to me, which is that the places they need the dots to come from was Russia, and Russia is their sort of best chance to fight Austria from the north. And even worse now, the armies are not in position to help fight Austria. The units that are forward now are all fleets, so fighting Austria directly is just going to take a long time, maybe too long, especially with carnage scoring. Marcus, do you see anything else, any other possibility here for this board?
Yeah, no, I think Austria's in a really solid position to top the board. I think England has a similarly strong position in that England has a completely vacant North Seas, well, all of the Northern Seas. You've only got that 1 French fleet in Brest. The problem is France is still strong. France is going to be sharing that northern half of the board with you. And on the other side, you've got Austria and Turkey sharing the board. Turkey is very, very weak. And Austria could very easily take out Turkey. Now you've got Smyrna unable to be supported. And I think Austria, maybe to secure the victory, needs to take that opportunity now and kill Turkey before Turkey turns on them.
So if you were Austria here, you would fight Turkey rather than try to hold Italy and France back from the west.
It's a difficult one, but I think Italy and France don't have the units right now to push you back, whereas Turkey will have the units to attack you if you turn around, and Turkey will probably take that shot.
Yeah, it's interesting with and then in Germany has a similar. There's a similar sort of dynamic with Germany in that England needs German armies to fight Austria now, but Germany is probably not going to be too interested in moving units away. Probably more interested in retaking Berlin here. So, all right, let's keep going here and see what we got. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I actually don't even know where this game is because I can't see on my other monitor. Why don't we put a pause in this game? My guess is that they're not much further than this. And move on to get to board number 2. And that means a little behind the scenes look to get the player list up. Here we go. In board number 2. Oh, I missed the chance for our fancy graphics. All right, next time. In Austria, we've got Craig Mayer coming to us from Bozeman, Montana. In England, we've got Andrei Gribikov coming to us from California. In France, Randy Lawrence Hurt from Boston. Randy is a frequent contributor on our broadcasts, and he also runs the Boston Massacre tournament. In Germany, we have Chicago's own Wes Ketchum, nuclear physicist who lives inside Chicago, works just outside of it at Fermilab. In Italy, we have Tommy Anderson from Boston, Massachusetts. Tommy is the winner of the Liberty Cup and has the highest DBNI ranking on this board. In Russia, we have Advait Aronov coming to us from Singapore. It's good to see Advait again. I haven't seen his name up here for a little bit. And in Turkey, we have Mehmet Alpazlan coming to us from New York. Mehmet was the Player's Choice winner from, I believe, Liberty Cup. Liberty Cup or Boston Massacre. Anyway, Mehmet was an interviewee on one of the wrap-up shows. Really nice guy, really good attitude about playing. And also a bit of an alliance player. At least he's fairly new to the game, I think. And that was that's sort of his initial default approach. All right, let me show you guys the board positions, and then I'd love to hear your thoughts on the board. And Marcus, we'll start with you on this one. What does anything jump out to you about this particular board?
It's not got the moves on it.
I just mean that just the
players, right?
Yeah, the players,
yeah, I mean Tommy Anderson, I know. I've GM'd games for him. He is probably the most charismatic diplomacy player I've ever come across. So I would not be surprised to see him do well. You know, it's almost a pleasure losing supply centers to him because he's and I've heard the similar things about Mehmet. So this is good board from that perspective. Randy in France. Hopefully, we see the DBM representation doing quite well.
All right, Siobhan, what about you? You recognize several people on this board, I'm sure.
I do, yeah. Craig, Randy, Wes, and Tommy I've known for years from tournament play. All very strong players. I would expect to see Randy and Craig both try and make a big score here. It's been a while since we've seen their names in the tournaments, and I think they want to remind people that they are very good players. Andre is a new name to me, but apparently he's in California. So I'd love to see more players on the West Coast. That's always awesome. And Advait and Mehmet, both great players. I've gotten to know their play quite well this year.
All right, and Wes, I know pretty well. He's a new player this year. Just started in I think February or January, but has made a big splash and is currently sitting on top of the Windy City Weasels league standings. So Wes is a very shifty player, very smooth, and very much capable of convincing you into doing something that maybe isn't in your best interests, but is rather in his. All right, so this time, let's just stick with odd and even. So odd number years were Marcus being the primary analyst. So Marcus, we'll start with you here. Tell us what jumps out to you about the Spring 01 moves.
Okay, well, painful for Austria. That's my first thoughts. Obviously, the Italian getting into Trieste sometimes represents Aquila Panto, especially combined with the move to Apulia instead of the move to Venice. I have a feeling it's going to result in a painful result for Austria because Russia also gets into Galicia. That indicates they tried to make a demilitarized zone there, didn't work out. So, yep, what can I say? That's very, very painful. This is also part of the reason why if you demilitarize Galicia, have an objective for that. So then if you're covering from the Italian or something, it's okay. But moving to Budapest, I just don't like all that much.
It's nice to see the contrast here between the two games. Both games have Austria, apparently making a deal with Russia, and in one sense getting away with it and doing really well, and in this sense not getting away with it, and it's probably not going to work out too well.
Yeah, I guess Budapest is a high variance move in that respect because it does give you control, like a certain amount of control over the Balkans. But if something like this happens, just ouch. Yeah, elsewhere, pretty standard moves. I can't see anything not standard on this board.
All right, Siobhan, what do you wish he had focused on more?
I completely agree with your analysis here. I think Craig in Austria went high risk and there was potential for a high reward, but I don't think it'll pay off. It does indeed sound like he and Tommy probably tried to arrange a key. Whether or not Tommy sticks with it is yet to be seen.
Yeah, I have to say, it almost feels like, this doesn't make any sense chronologically, but it kind of feels like Craig, saw the broadcast of the first game so far, and then, was like, I'm going to do that. Obviously, that didn't happen. Viewers at home, these games were played simultaneously. All right, let's move on.
He's time traveling. It's fine.
I mean, Craig's got skills. Marcus, tell us what happens in fall 1901.
Okay, that's actually worked out for Austria as well as it could. Italy tries to do it. It's not the exact Kilopanto, obviously. Normal Kilopanto, you goes to Serbia, but is able to cover Budapest for the Austrian and aids them in that respect. Austria only loses one. And in return, Italy moves into the Aegean Sea, accelerating that Austria-Italy alliance. Russia, Turkey have clearly been able to work something out in response. Turkey moves into Constantinople, but the fact they've had to move in Smyrna with the army is going to hurt them. They can't build there. In the West, we see England getting supported into Belgium. Germany's giving that support. France goes for Belgium as well, so maybe France thought they had German support. And we're probably going to see an England-Germany alliance here, especially considering the bounce out of Sweden.
Siobhan, what deserves more attention?
No, I think that's spot on. Again, there's not much else to talk about. There is the bounce in Sweden, but I mean, this is a fairly balanced board after 01. Nobody's jumping out to me huge. I'm not surprised that the Germans supported the English player into Belgium instead of the French, but I don't think Randy can be too surprised by that.
I mean, we got to give a shout out to Wes here for getting away with not covering Munich. First of all, it's a higher skilled move. You often see players, less experienced players cover Munich in this case, and more experienced players not. But even then, that can come back to bite you. And Randy is a very experienced player and easily capable of doing double reverse psychology on Wes and taking Munich anyway. But that might not be strategically wise in the long term, even if it's tactically delicious. All right, let's see some builds here, and we've got England going full anti-France here. Ooh. That is 2 fleets positioned directly at Randy Lawrence Hurt's throat. Wes, for his part, does not put down a fleet, and you could make a real strong argument that he didn't need another army in the assault on France here, but perhaps this is a signal to Russia that you're not going to mess with them. Elsewhere, we've got really nothing surprising. As Marcus mentioned, Turkey had a logistical problem based on those moves. I think you'd rather have seen him go to Black Sea there and then pull the army back to Ankara. But now, guaranteed at Black Sea if they want it. So, all right, let's keep going here. We'll pause after 1902 for a strategy sesh. And Siobhan, you are up for main analyst in 1902. Tell us what you see in spring.
All right. Well, I don't know what Randy said to Andre in England, but he has clearly committed all of his fleets against Randy. Randy, for his part, is doing what he can. But the German, that EG, is solid, and I believe will continue to be so, though some confusion. No, that bounce in North must be planned. The English doesn't want to leave Norway yet, and I'm not sure Denmark wants to leave either. Otherwise, some repositioning by the Italian and the Austrian, which has some odd trades happening here. Romania gets into Serbia, but Serbia gets into Bulgaria, and the Turks supports themselves into Black Sea. So that's a lot of arrows there. I've missed something, but
it's a funny tactical situation we can spend a second on after this. Marcus, what would you like to focus on?
Yeah, I mean, situation in the south is the big one, but it's so complicated. I think I'm going to talk about the north first.
You get one thing, man.
One thing. Oh, okay. Actually, I'm gonna ignore the South then and say Bothnia to Baltic, because clearly the Germany came to some kind of agreement with the Russian. There was no build-up there in St. Petersburg, no attempt to hold that against them. They said, okay, it was probably let me into Sweden and, I won't do anything. I'll just sit there and let you do your thing. And England, Germany agreed to this, and then Russia goes to the Baltic. And Kiel and Berlin are both open right now. We'll see whether Russia chooses to push that. Obviously doesn't have any additional units on that front, but it's an interesting situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, St. Petersburg is wide open now. Pain-free move for England if they want it. Whether it's strategically wise is another question. But Germany can cover all these centers, no problem. It's just a question of whether it's worth the potential sacrifice of having centers open. But now you see clearly one way in which not having another fleet in the north is a problem, just in the immediate sense, let alone the long-term sense of the alliance with the EG. Okay, let's talk about tactics down here. This is hilarious. And, I think you see one problem here of leaving this army in Apulia. They really could have made an argument for bringing it up to Venice, and then you could cover Trieste here without having to sacrifice Albania. But now you have to, you have no choice. You have to cover Trieste because displacing Russia here would leave it open for the retreat. So, and that's if you could displace it. It's not clear that you actually can. Okay, let's keep going here. Fall of 1902. Siobhan, tell us what you see.
Okay, as expected, covering Trieste, and then a whole bunch of red arrows down there in the south. So I'm trying to figure out what they decided to do. They did try to pop Serbia, didn't work. Turkey tried to convoy into Bulgaria, but both supports were cut. Okay, so aside from the Italian moving into the Eastern Med and the Russian in Ukraine, not a ton changes down there.
There are 4 cut supports here, all in the same area. That's really good.
Yeah. And meanwhile, in the west, the English continue to try their assault on Randy in France, but don't get very far this turn. And Russia loses St. Pete, and Sweden remains unowned for another year.
All right, Marcus, what's the one thing you want to focus on?
Yeah, Baltic Sea still doesn't go for Kiel, doesn't go for Berlin. Germany will cover both of those, doesn't even go to Denmark, which would have gotten us.
Yeah.
So the move to Baltic seems completely pointless. They should have just gone to Sweden in that spring phase and hoped that the EG wouldn't kick them out again.
Well, we talked about Germany being able to cover all of these. So the only way they could guarantee to cover all of them would be to leave Sweden open. So it seems to me that Advait went for that option, thought that Germany was going to take the most conservative possible option here. And Wes has now left all 3 of his home supply centers exposed to enemy attack during this game, just in the first 2 years, and has gotten away with every single one of them. So, well, I think Wes gets the award for Iron Stomach so far, if there is such. Okay, let's keep going here. And in the build section, we just get another fleet from from Andre. Andre is saying, "Nah,
Mine."
Yeah, yeah. What's interesting here, right, is that Mid-Atlantic's now guaranteed, assuming that the German taps Brest. And the problem with that is that the Mid-Atlantic could retreat to North Atlantic. The problem for that, from a defensive perspective, if you're England, if you are obsessed with defense in England, you might think, oh, I need a fleet here in order to cover North Atlantic. Is that too conservative from a longer-term tactical standpoint? Siobhan?
I think it is. We often see England's not building the armies that they desperately need early on. But what this actually really smacks of to me in this moment is an EG alliance where they've said, I'm England, I will only build fleets. I'm Germany, I will only build armies. This makes us feel safe. I've played against these kind of alliances. They're really frustrating. But Germany put down only armies last turn, and it just feels like Wes has sold Andre on the, you're England, you need fleets. That's all you need. It's fine. And
Marcus, if that's the case, if this is German armies and English fleets alliance, who does that benefit more?
Germany. 100%. Like, England has a position to stab Germany, but they can't solo if they only build fleets. There's no way you can do that. And if you build all your armies in the late game, everyone's going to realize you're about to solo before you get there. Obviously, face-to-face game, you don't necessarily expect to go for a solo, so maybe they just want a solid board top. And in that case, England's a bit better off because they can't be stabbed. But they're very limited in what centers they can take. They can only go for coastal centers.
And it's worth pointing out that in Carnage scoring, a solo is extremely valuable. If you the best you can do as a board topper, in fact, all board toppers score about a quarter of the available points, and a soloist will get 100% of the available points. So that a solo is worth almost exactly 4 times as much under Carnage scoring as a regular board top. And there are only 2 games in this tournament. So a solo here would almost guarantee the win. Obviously, you would need that would assume that nobody else solos as well.
Yeah.
All right, let's.
Important to note also that in a case where Germany's building only armies and England's building only fleets, I think it's a lot easier for Germany to stab than it is for England. If England stabs and then builds armies, they then have to get those armies over and try and push further. Germany can just put fleets down on the board, go for Scandinavia.
Yeah, it's a nice point, because not only do you have to convoy the armies over if you're England, but you often have to repopulate the sea spaces in between in order to do the convoy. So it's 2, and then you also have to get the fleets out of the way that are forward. So it is logistically very, very difficult. But in Germany's case, you have a similar problem. You have to build the fleets and get them into position. Okay, let's keep going here. And spring of 1903 means that Marcus is up first. Marcus, tell us, lots of black arrows on this board, more than I would have thought.
Okay, yeah. Well, I'll look at the north first because that's less complicated. Once again, the Russian fleet gets outguessed. Germany leaving Berlin open. There's no attempt to move to Sweden, and Russia just gets the 50-50 wrong, goes for one of the 2 that's being covered. England and Germany continuing their push is very slow. It always is against France, but they're just going to keep hammering away and hope that the East stays in chaos. And speaking of the East being in chaos, man, oh man, is it in chaos. Italy and Austria sticking together, trying to kick the Russian out of these centers, but the Russian has the Turk back on side, manages to get into Bulgaria, loses Serbia, retreats to Albania, so still has that position. They don't have a unit in Romania anymore, and they didn't manage to get into Galicia, so I think the Austria-Italy has kind of won out in this situation, but it's still very stalematey. They're still... Neither of them is getting anywhere fast.
Siobhan, what do you want to follow up on?
I think you've just about covered everything, including that chaos in the south, but I just want to give a quick round of applause for Wes for guessing right twice in a row around Denmark, Sweden, Baltic chaos. That is A+.
Wes has the mojo, the guessing mojo going right now. The rock, paper, scissors champion so far. I kind of want to give a shout out to Turkey here. Mehmet is, he has fleets in Aegean and Eastern Med, and so far he's holding firm. He might, and now the threat from Bulgaria is gone for at least the turn. So Mehmet's looking at least like he can survive. Whether he can thrive or not is another question. All right, let's keep on going here. We've got fall of 1903 orders, and Marcus, tell us what you see.
Okay, lots more red arrows, and Russia finally guesses correctly. The problem with continuously leaving centers open. No matter how good a guesser you are, you're eventually going to lose out. Germany does make up for the center. In fact, I think he takes 2 centers because he gets Sweden and Brest and only loses 1. So he does still get the build in Kiel. We see England getting nothing, getting knocked out of Burgundy, still extremely slow progress on the French front, as expected. France guesses not covering Portugal, ended up being, it didn't really matter where he went with that unit there, but doesn't lose anything in Iberia. Over the other side of the board, lots of red arrows. As said, we see Black Sea trying to get into Sevastopol. which is a very interesting situation. Just maybe trying to get that build so they can stick it in Smyrna and get a little bit more security, but is it worth risking their only alliance for?
Yeah, you have to wonder about that. All right, Siobhan, what do you wonder about?
I do wonder if Turkey tried to sell it to Russia, saying, "Oh, you're probably going to get a unit off of Germany. You'll stay even. I need to build in Smyrna." Maybe he thought he'd get it. Maybe it was agreed upon. Maybe the Russian was like, "Yeah, no, no." So I wonder about that negotiation. As expected, the English player is going to just bash his head against Randy in France for a while, and could have walked into Portugal though.
Yeah, it could work out in the long run though for England, couldn't it?
It could. We'll see.
We'll see. Interesting set of interesting choice here by the the sort of the Vulcan mind reader Wes Ketchum of this game so far. He could have guaranteed that Kiel and Berlin were covered here, and would have been able to cover all three of them. This set of moves guaranteed that he had a Kiel or that had one of these open for a fleet build.
Mm-hmm.
And so he might have recognized that he was guaranteed to pick up Brest and Sweden. So at worst would lose, would at worst have one build and wanted to guarantee that he could build a fleet. If he had covered both Kiel and Berlin, he might not have been able to do that. So it'd be interesting to hear from him if that was his intention here, or if he was just guessing again and finally didn't get it right.
Well, and to just sort of piggyback on that for a second, the self-bounce in Kiel tells me that he absolutely wants the fleet in Kiel. Mm. If he had tried to cover both, he wouldn't have had the choice. And in this case, if he had tried to bounce both of them, he would have wound up having to put the fleet in Berlin. Mm. So what that tells me about his future direction of a fleet in Kiel rather than Berlin is interesting.
All right, let's find out. We do have, in fact, a fleet build in Kiel. Russia got what I believe was a rebuild, correct?
Yeah.
Or did they? Is it that because they lost Serbia?
Picked up Bulgaria.
Oh no, so they did get a build here because they had a 1-on-1 exchange with Austria and picked up Berlin. So
right. Okay.
So that is a natural build. Puts down an army in Warsaw. Elsewhere, that's it. Those are the only two builds here. All right, let's keep on going here. And spring of 1904, Siobhan, you are up first. Tell us what you see.
Oh, Kiel goes to the Baltic, not to Helgoland. That's disappointing. No, I'm kidding. A fleet in Kiel is so versatile because it can go either direction and you don't necessarily have to tip your hat. Meanwhile, the English player still gets Burgundy. Randy spends some time trying to reposition his units so that they're more useful to him. Retreats to Picardy, which is fun. And then meanwhile in the south, has the Italian decided that bashing his head against the Turk is just not worth it? It does look like it. Repositions to the Ionian. And then and Russia takes Greece. Okay, so we've got a swap of Greece and Bulgaria.
Yeah, this is the definition of dipsy doodle, what's been going on down here. All right, Marcus, what do you want to focus on? What do you wish?
I'm actually just thinking, is this a good idea for the English player to be doing right now? Like, it's definitely like sticking with an EG can absolutely work, but is this the way you want to be playing the EG? You've already given them Brest, and now you're just doing things like tapping Gascony instead of trying to advance your position, or go for something like Portugal, go for something like Spain, or Western Mediterranean. Sure, you could lose the guess, but it's more likely to get you something immediately.
I see. Interesting. So your suggestion here is that this may be a moment for strategic realignment. If you're England, maybe it's what you want. Maybe France has been able to stall long enough here to change the strategic calculus, or to allow it to change.
Potentially. Like, there's always the thing of, once you have France on the ropes like this, you do kind of want to kill them because you've invested so much in it. Otherwise, France is going to get that strong defensive position back. But I think at least England should be trying to be more aggressive and get centers for themselves if they're going to keep attacking France.
And they've got the weakness now in Belgium, right? And you've got lots of enemy units. There's certainly an opportunity here for Germany if Germany wants to be tricky. And my experience of Wes Ketchum is that he has the capacity to be tricky. He's a very skillful and nimble player. That's the way to put it. All right, let's talk about some builds and fall of 1904. We have a whole set of moves to go through. Siobhan, tell us what you see.
Something I noticed at the very end of that last season when we were talking is that Tunis has been unowned up until this point. And so Randy picks that up, but loses Portugal for the effort. Thank you. I appreciate, Andre, that you were moving some of those fleets. You took some risks, but I think they were all worth it. You wind up with a unit. You protect Belgium. Germany goes down one, so if there was thought of stab, Germany now has to rethink. Well, takes Berlin back, so even.
And with a rebuild now, yeah.
And with a rebuild. I think this is a great moment for the EG. I think that they can decide how to reassess and move forward in a more efficient way. And Craig takes Greece, while the Austrian takes Romania, and the Russian loses Bulgaria to the Turks. So this is a bad turn for the Russian.
Yeah, Tommy takes Greece here, yeah, in Italy. All right, Marcus, what should have gotten more attention here?
All right, I mean, the German disband in Brest had the option to retreat to Gascony. Got to wonder why they didn't do that if they're trying to crack the French player as fast as possible. Where are they going to rebuild? It's got to be in Munich. Munich's not as helpful as being in Gascony here if you're trying to push that advantage. So I think Germany's going to stick with England still, but I feel like the retreat to Gascony would have just been better.
But combined with the move to Bothnia, that is a interesting move.
It's a choice.
Yeah. Okay. So Russia is probably the big loser here. Although it says Austria is going to get a rebuild here, not a build, while Italy gets a full build, and France gets a build here as well. I mean, look, let's give some props to Randy Lawrence Hurt here for. This is one of those moments where you pull a piece further away from where you need it in order to generate a piece back in your home centers. This is one case where that may actually have been a good idea. I often don't like that sort of thing, but here it's going to take him one turn to get that unit back into Western Mediterranean. It didn't actually cost him anything. There was nothing else he could have done with it here. And now he's going to get a unit in Marseille, presumably an army.
Yeah, and I just want to take a moment and talk about that bounce in Marseille, leaving it open for a build. There was definitely a 50-50 there of, is England going to go to Marseille? Am I going to wind up in the center where I want to put my build? And so that moment where you guess right on that is always really satisfying.
Yeah, I think from Andre's perspective, he figured that Spain was going to have to choose between Portugal and Marseille. And so just kind of wanted to guarantee. Obviously, I think if you're Andre, you'd rather this fleet still be in the English Channel. But given that Germany didn't retreat to Gascony and is now in Bothnia, yeah, maybe you're not so unhappy having this unit pull a little further back. All right, let's see some builds here. We've got a bunch of armies all across the board. Everyone builds an army who can build, except for Italy, who puts down Fleet Naples. Of these, I think the English is probably the most interesting. He's probably going to try to get it into Spain. That's kind of the only place it could go directly, but who knows? I mean, he kind of had to build an army, right? It's just, what is he going to do with it now? How can he employ it?
I think the move into Spain is actually guaranteed because he can cut, say, it's a convoy coming up.
Yeah. Well done. You could make an argument here, though, that you could really use a unit on North, but this case, your units are all poised to hit France, and so any thought of a turn against Germany from England's perspective would be at least a year premature. Yeah. All right, guys, I think that what we're going to do now is we're going to put this game on ice for a little bit, and we are going to shift over to the next game, which is game number 3, which also prompts us to shift to the next set of commentators. Marcus, we're going to take a break for you and me, so I'm going to let you go. We'll see you. You're just taking one game off, and then you're coming back for game 4, so don't go too far. And we'll see you in a little bit.
See ya.
All right, Siobhan, you're going to stay on. I'm going to bring on Brian Pravel, who is then going to kick me off. Welcome back to the stream, Brian Pravel.
Hey, how are you doing?
Pretty good. How are you, man?
Good. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can reorder myself here.
I just did it for you.
There we
Oh,
go. Thank you. So, yeah, this has been a really interesting, couple of interesting games so far. My favorite so far is the mess that is game one. Can't wait to get back to that.
Yeah.
But both games showing some really high level decisions that I've been impressed with. So good play so far.
Yeah, I like to see the strategic flexibility has been really nice. It's something that doesn't always happen with Carnage scoring, which doesn't necessarily promote that, but it's clearly happening here. So it's nice to see.
Absolutely. So, all right, Brandon, well, thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and bring Adam on, and we'll bring you back in shortly.
All right. Thanks, man. See you in a bit.
Adam, how are you doing? Oh, you're on mute, Adam.
All right, we'll try that again. Hey there, how's it going?
Good, welcome. So, Siobhan, you've been holding down the fort. Thank you very much. How about we get into another round of games?
Let's do it.
All right,
Let's
I'm going to bring up our fancy circle graphic here. All right, and I actually just lost my screen, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and talk about the players on round one, board 3. In Austria, we have Aber Kondrel coming to us newly from Denver. Aber's been a frequent player within the Windy City Weasels Club for the past couple of years. So we're glad to see him playing virtually. Sad to see him move to Denver. England, JJ Raymond, who we've seen several times on this stream from Santa Monica, California. In France, we have a player that is new to me, Farron Jane from my former home city, Austin, Texas, Hook 'em Horns. Happy to see that. We've actually seen several players from Austin. I'm wondering if they were all to meet up, if they have the makings of a local club in that area. That would be fun to find out if that could happen. In Germany, we have Jackson Roberts from Orange County, California. Italy is Go Horns Go, Ed Sullivan from Houston. Russia is Saren Kwok, very frequent on our streams, coming to us from London. And in Turkey, we have Hunter Catcher. This particular game, we've had 2 replacements. So it began with Brad Blitzstein in the spring of 01, and then Ivan Teknisov replaced Brad in fall of 01, and then Hunter came in spring of 02. So just keep that in mind when we're watching the moves. The 1901 moves were not Hunter, and he filled in after that. So yeah, this looks like a really good bunch of players on this board. Adam, why don't you start us off? Anybody stand out to you? Anything you're interested in?
Well, the Eastern Triangle looks really interesting. I mean, there's a number of players on this board that are not familiar to me, but seeing Eber and Saren and Hunter, and then Ed in Italy, all really experienced players who have played on a number of these tournaments, and really should be an interesting dynamic to see how it goes between that group. Also always exciting to see some new faces, Farron and Jackson, who I've not come across before. Really excited to see how they can do on this board. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, absolutely. Siobhan, anything stand out to you?
I agree with everything that was just said. The only player I know really well is Hunter Catcher, who's a longtime face-to-face player. Again, just going to say happy to see more West Coast players in California. So when we get back to face-to-face, we will all be in touch and get you into our tournaments and our clubs.
All right, well, let's bring up the map and we'll get right into it. Excellent. All right, so Siobhan, you have been taking the even years. You want to go ahead and start with the odd years this time?
Sure, let's change it up.
All right, let's do it. So spring of 1901, take it away, Siobhan.
First thing that jumps out to me is yet again we have an Austria who does not cover Galicia and has Russian in Galicia for that effort. The opening to Bohemia is really interesting to me and not something I see, well, just about ever. This Italian does manage to march Rome to Venice and Venice to Tyrolia, loses Piedmont to France in the effort, but France loses Burgundy to Germany for that, and also the English Channel to the English player. There's a lot happening.
There is a lot. Adam, what stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, this looks like classic coordination between EG to set up this position. Probably not a traditional sea lion type of opening, but definitely super aggressive. Sorry, not sea lion. Sorry, it is more of a traditional attack against France opening. You know, you might almost expect to have seen the Italian go to Piedmont in this kind of situation. And, you know, France straining that army in Piedmont with the position is not great. You know, the Bohemia thing is really unusual, as Siobhan pointed out. You've kind of got to wonder where this leaves Austria in the fall, especially losing Galicia, right? I mean, these are some tough choices. You've got to assume that maybe there was some thinking that with Italy and Tyrolia and Austria and Bohemia, maybe they would make an early play on Munich, but you've got to wonder if that's really going to happen now, especially with Italy following up to Venice. Austria's got all kinds of things to be thinking about in the fall.
Yeah, so a couple things stand out to me. One, if you've watched the most recent Deadline News, David Hood did a segment on openings. And if I recall correctly, Austria opening Vienna to Bohemia is like third or fourth most common opening that we've seen in these online games. So that it's surprising to me. This is not a move that I personally use, but it seems to be more common. I wonder if this is just a difference between a face-to-face and online meta. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that move more than a handful of times in you know, 20 plus years of face-to-face play. You know, there's a lot of obviously theory about opening play, and I think, you know, maybe one of the general maxims that most people would agree with is do no harm. And that's a move that can really end up doing some harm. And, you know, we'll see what happens, but it definitely, you know, in this position is not going to be opening up options for Austria.
Yeah, Austria's in a tough spot. Let's go ahead and see what happens and how they respond. Come on.
Oh, that hurts a lot. Loses both Vienna and Trieste to the Italian because the Russian helps the Italian. France walks into Venice, though. Just gave up Paris, but no one gets Belgium. Let's see, the Turk. Yeah, that's fairly standard. The Russian is let into Sweden. Oh, the Austrian. I mean, doesn't have to disband anything, but... Eesh.
Yeah, facing a very strong wintergreen alliance between Italy and Germany, stays even on the units, but man, this is horrible position.
Yeah.
So, Adam, what
in Germany? I mean, how great an opening is that? Belgium bounces between the French and the English. You've picked up 3 builds. France just covered Mao abreast, so they're in no position to do anything next year. Out of position in Venice. Italy takes some centers, loses Venice. I mean, I really, you know, Germany, Russia as well, also looking really good from this position. And I think, you know, good decision by Jackson not to bounce Sweden. That definitely the right thing to do here. You're really setting yourself up for a nice GR alliance, at least in the early years of this game. Yeah, and I think Turkey's probably going to be in a good position too to get out of the box quickly. So we'll see.
Yeah, I got to say, I love this board. It is already very messy, which is a lot of fun and entertaining to watch. I can't wait to see how it plays out. One thing that you covered, Adam, that I thought was interesting is the Germany-Russia alliance. That has been a topic that's come up in some conversations recently about why don't we see that alliance open. It is a pretty strong alliance at times, particularly when when England makes it into the Channel. I really feel like that's a strong alliance that we don't get to see very often. So I'm curious to see if Jackson and Saren are able to stick with it and make it work.
Definitely. I mean, it's super unstable, and I think that's why it doesn't usually last for a very long period of time. But there are ways to make it happen if Russia, minimizes their fleet presence in the north, and is really focusing mostly on dots elsewhere, and and there's some strategic support between the two countries. But it can be very unstable. But at least in the early years, it will be really beneficial if they can keep it going for a little while.
All right. Well, in winter of 01, looks like England continues with pressure on France with the fleet build in Liverpool. Saren opens or builds with the army in St. Pete, which is one of the more versatile units up there. It can go against either party. I personally love this build, this decision. We've got Jackson with 3 builds. Thankfully, he built Fleet Kiel and then builds Army Munich, Army in Berlin, looking extremely strong. Curious to see if he gets any early lead there. Saren builds in Warsaw. We've got an army in Rome from Ed Sullivan, which makes sense for going against Venice. And then Hunter builds Fleet Smyrna, which absolutely makes sense. Siobhan or Adam, either of you, anything stand out to you about these builds?
I don't really like the Italian build. I would still put a Fleet Naples down and just chase that Venice army with one of the armies in Austria. I actually think it's going to be problematic in the long run, but we'll see how it works out. The problem is you kick him out of Venice and he goes to Apulia, and now you're guessing in the fall. You don't kick him out, you're still guessing whether he might walk to Apulia anyway. Better to just take one unit, chase him around, and have that fleet that you can really grab Tunis with. You can do other things without having to worry about Turkey coming in your back door really quickly.
Siobhan?
What jumps out to me is we're talking a lot about this Germany-Russia alliance, which I think is stronger than ever at this moment. And I think that England was probably sold the idea of the Northern Triple, which is a thing that people talk about a lot, where Germany, Russia, and England just move down. But I think that England is going to have some real problems soon. That fleet build in Liverpool committed him to that. And Saren built north, and we've got a fleet in Kiel. And if they want, the RG can get a jump on him.
Yeah, unless we're misreading the diplomatic situation, I would be shocked if we don't see Denmark to North Kiel to Helgoland right now, right?
Oh, 100%.
Well, let's find out. Adam, why don't you lead us off with the analysis here?
Okay, and there it goes. So clearly, I mean, this does look like maybe some degree of coordination between the Germans and the Russians. The fact that Kiel went to Denmark meant that they really felt like there was a good chance they were going to get into Sweden. So this may be continued coordination and just buying some time, or it may be this Northern Alliance, who knows? And there's some agreement about swapping St. Pete and Norway. Doesn't make a lot of sense, though. I think that actually it's a good move for Russia, because now Russia can kick the English out of St. Petersburg in the fall while making sure that they also have Norway. So a nice move on Russia's part to set that up. Russia also makes gains in the south. I mean, this is a good position for the Russians. Looks fairly indecisive for the Germans. Munich doesn't go anywhere. Paris doesn't go anywhere. Munich to Burgundy would have had a free walk on to Marseille. Would have liked to see that, maybe. You want to cover Munich, you can do it from Berlin. Putting the army in Kiel probably isn't doing a lot of good for you.
Siobhan, what'd we miss?
I love this board so much. It's so much fun. I think Saren is in an absolutely fantastic position in Russia. And the Turk is making some gains and getting out of that box really fast. Portugal, Spain, and Tunis all being unowned here just is entertaining to me. And we'll see how long that lasts. But for my own entertainment, I want to see them go neutral for a while.
What do you make of, either of you, what do you make of the Italian and French moves around Venice and Tyrolia?
I mean, I gather that there was some kind of negotiation where, for the Italians to move up to Tyrolia and maybe, put them somewhere in the fall in exchange for that. And obviously the French didn't do that. I mean, I agree. Like I said earlier, I think dislodging Venice in the spring to go to Apulia is probably not what you want to do. So I think that was the right decision by the Italians this turn. I would assume they'll just try to kick them out in the fall and take it from there.
Yeah, but it will be interesting to see. Austria's going to have a choice on whether they're going to try and force Trieste or defend against Turkey. So I'm curious what they end up doing there.
Well, and I'll say on that note that probably try and force Trieste because they walked out of Greece.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they had to retreat, and that's where they wound up.
Well, let's find out. Adam, take us away.
Yep. It's hard to understand. I mean, I understand the Turkey's move. I mean, Austria going to Adriatic rather than even taking a shot at Trieste is a little bit surprising. I mean, it's sort of a positional game, but it's a fall turn, and you're basically eliminated now if you don't get a center. So I probably would have gone for something, whether that was taking a shot at Greece or taking a shot at Trieste. But now, we bid a very, very early goodbye to the Austrian player. Italy continues to make progress, though, it's a pretty disjointed position sitting in Vienna and Serbia. They do take Venice back. We do see Spain. Spain finally is taken. Portugal still unowned. I think maybe what's interesting is seeing the French support the Germans into Belgium, and the Germans finally do go into the North Sea. So, England is advanced their position one step forward and many steps back here. Germany's in the catbird seat. Russia's in the catbird seat. France could actually stay in this game as well.
Yeah, from a really rough start, be curious to see if they're able to make something out of this. So, Siobhan, would we miss?
I don't think we missed too much, though I don't think we talked about Albania moving to the Adriatic, which is an interesting choice here. I'm curious to see what he's planning to do with it. And all around, just another banner year for Germany and Russia.
Austria's done. Austria's removing the Adriatic.
They have to, yeah. That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Because they wind up on 1 dot at the end of this, correct?
0, I think.
Greece. No, they keep Greece.
They keep Greece because Italy. I didn't notice that Italy bounced Turkey. I'm sorry. You're correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe they keep Adriatic. Well, they obviously keep it. Well, they could keep Bohemia.
There's some options here.
Well, the fun option is to keep Adriatic. So let's see what they do here. They do not. They keep Bohemia, which is also fun. I see the argument for that. And if you're going to have a chance at trying to stay in the game, maybe somebody will make a deal with you from Bohemia. Probably a little easier than Adriatic, but a little less fun. From England, we've got a fleet build in Edinburgh. So that could signal that's probably just defense against Germany. Mm-hmm. We've got an army build in Brest, so probably going for Paris. Jackson, 2 builds again. We've got fleet in Kiel, army in Berlin. I love a 3rd German build. We've got fleet in Naples for Ed. Army in Warsaw for Saren. So overall, anything stand out to either of you?
No, I think this is what you'd expect to see. I mean, I guess France could have put a fleet in Brest, but I would sort of understand the reason for putting an army down. It gives you probably a little bit more flexibility to negotiate with England.
Yeah, that I'm curious to see if anything comes out of England and France, if they are going to unite here and try and make something happen. So, Siobhan, why don't you lead off in 1903?
Alrighty, and England does his best to defend against the German, disrupts the convoy. So Germany does not get that army into Yorkshire. France does not go for Paris at this point, which I suppose is fine in the spring. The Germans just going to march all of those units west, and that fight continues as it does. However, Saren pulls up into Silesia and Prussia. So this might be the end of that RG that we've been seeing all game. And a lot of shifting around the Balkans, Trieste to Albania, Albania to Greece, and the Italian takes Bulgaria. Is that everything?
There's a lot going on in this turn. This is a really, really big turn.
Yeah.
Well, the Russians stabbed the Turks, right? They supported Italy into Bulgaria.
Yeah.
So they sort of made their decision down there, and that's going to shape the upcoming next parts of this game. I think it's an interesting choice that Russia made to go against Germany rather than staying more focused in the south. We'll see if it pans out. I mean, ultimately, Italy is going to have a pretty big army presence down there that I think will be problematic for Russia in the long run. To me, the stab on Germany seems premature. Germany's not really that much out of position. Yes, they just sent a whole bunch of stuff west, and yes, they're going to have to pull it back. But you could have waited until they had an army in England, right? And if they had another fleet out, and that second fleet out of the way, right? I think it could have been more effective later, but I could be wrong. We'll see.
Well, and as to that, waiting until they have an army in England, it's Russia's fault that Germany didn't get the army into England because Norway supported the move into North Sea.
That's right. And I guess the other thing is that maybe if with this stab, St. Petersburg to Finland might have been a stronger move also.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you supporting Norway if you believe that unless you really think Germany might be stabbing you for Norway, which just seems so unlikely in that position.
I think I don't hate the choice. It is definitely a strong choice pretty early in the game. But I mean, England's still viable enough that if you feel like you can keep JJ on side and work together against Germany, like who's going to stop you? Like you don't have anybody. Italy is going to work with you. They're going to be your best bud. And France and England are all it's very messy. And Germany's your only real competition. They are moving in the other direction. If you know what they're going to do, why not take a shot at it? I don't hate it. So let's see who's right.
Alrighty, so we have the English now flipping after getting the Russian support into the North Sea and working with Germany to take Norway. So Saren bet wrong there. But Saren does take Berlin. And wow, this Italian position gets more interesting by the moment. Taking Trieste and Greece, but losing Serbia to a retreat because you took Greece. I am okay. And then moving to put yourself in position to get into the fight for the French mainland. Germany holds on to everything and picks up Marseille. Great position. Loses Berlin though, so even. All right. Adam, what do you make of all these arrows?
All right. Say it with me here, Siobhan. Tyrrhenian Sea should go to
Western Med. No, Tunis. Yeah.
Take the darn center already. Why is it still empty? Why is Gulf of Lyon better than getting the dot and getting, to the Western Med next year and having the extra fleet to go in that direction if that's what you want to do?
Because it's entertaining to me, and Ed Sullivan wanted to give me some more entertainment. Thank you.
He's playing for position here, which I get it, but it seems like it was time to take it right now. And you can keep doing this all game and just never take it. But, and now the position is, I don't know if Turkey is actually, if Italy is actually, I guess they are building now, right?
They build one. They picked up two, but lost Serbia.
They build one anyway. I guess if you were confident you were building anyway, maybe, the position is worth it. I don't know. I think it's an interesting choice by Saren to disband the fleet in Norway rather than retreating it to Norwegian or, I guess, or even Barents. And I say that because it's going to be a long time before she has the opportunity to build a Northern fleet again. Um, and it gives you the opportunity to rebuild in Moscow or something like that, and maybe that's what she has in mind, and that's certainly a more defensible position, but I think it's still problematic in the long run. I look at this position and I really think it confirms that this was not a benefit. This stab was not something that's really enhanced the position of Russia very much. It really just, you basically just traded having a strong German ally for now an English ally who may be more reliable. I'm sorry, you lost an English ally, right? Sorry, I misspoke. So now you've got Germany and England against you instead of having Germany with you. So we'll see if she can negotiate it and improve the situation, but it may be difficult.
For our builds, we've got a fleet in Eddie from JJ, so it looks like England is continuing on against Russia. We've got Russia building an army in Warsaw, so probably playing towards the pretty empty middle of the board there. So I kind of understand that build. In Naples absolutely has to make that build for Italy, and then Hunter builds a fleet in Smyrna, which again, that's you have to make that. So anything stand out here? I feel like these are pretty much, other than the army in Warsaw, that's pretty much the only choice on the board from my perspective.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So Adam, why don't you lead us off here?
Yep. Sorry. So I don't know if this was a coordination. It looks like a coordination between England and Germany in the north. I think probably the move for Germany moving to Norway was probably arranged. It looks like it was just an opportunity to get units in position to attack St. Petersburg. Seren wisely moves up to Livonia to protect St. Petersburg. And continues to work with the Italians in the south and make progress against Turkey. That's a tough turn for Turkey. They are losing Serbia, Bulgaria. They do retreat into Greece, but I'm not sure whether that's something they're going to be able to hold or not. In the west, France finally retakes Paris. Italy takes Marseille, but the English continue coming. Which I think is probably makes sense for England to not put too much, let Russia and Germany fight and maybe keep that slow plate up there while you can try to make gains elsewhere. So I like what England's doing.
Siobhan?
I'm just going to point out that we have a continued little dipsy doodle in the Balkans where every time they try and kick the Turk out of any center, he retreats into someone else's center. Last year, it went from Greece to Serbia on a retreat. This time it goes from Serbia back to Greece. And the only other thing that I think is really A+ play here is Seren bouncing Norway so that she can protect it in the fall. Or protect St. Pete.
Yeah, definitely does not want to be out of St. Pete if she's trying to build that line there. And they do have the units that they could force it, but it would take a lot of effort. Yeah. All right. Well, continuing on. Adam, why don't you lead us off?
Yeah, I mean, this is repositioning. Germany goes to Sweden, England goes to Norway. They've got 3 on St. Petersburg now, so they'll be able to take it next year. Meanwhile, I think Germany's making some interesting choices. I don't know whether they're good or bad, but the decision to retake Marseille rather than put 2 against Munich to hold Munich is an interesting one. I think usually you probably want to protect your home centers, especially in the middle of the board as Germany. This is going to be really problematic going down 2 home centers, even though overall you still got a number of centers, a number of units. In the east, the Turks do manage to hold Greece. So again, 1 step forward, 1 step back for the Italians there. And once again, they do not take Tunis. So we are going into 1905 with unowned Tunis. Very, very exciting and not a super common occurrence.
Yeah, and I think Hunter deserves a shout out here for just fighting and hanging on. This has been really, it's got to be frustrating for Italy and Russia to have this person that just won't give up and won't die. So shout out to Hunter for, I don't know if it can last, but it's been incredibly entertaining to watch.
I mean, I think, yeah, and I think the point is every turn Hunter is probably going to Russia and saying, you ready to move on Italy? You ready to move on Italy? And he's going to Italy and saying, you ready to move on Russia? You ready to move on Russia? You know, and it hasn't happened so far, but the longer he can hold out, obviously it's going to happen at some point. And if he's still remotely viable at that stage, he could get back into this game, and that's what I think he's playing for right now. It's a frustrating position to be in. He's going to have a disband this year. You know, if they keep grinding on him, he will get taken out. But he's putting in a great fight.
Yeah. And if I were Hunter, I would be really pushing on Saren more than Ed. I think it's better from a position standpoint. And then Ed has also stated publicly he's trying to have a alliance player mentality and reputation. So if that stab happens, that would go against that reputation he's been working on building. So I'd be curious.
There's a super case here to say to Russia, like, you make the play into Trieste, towards Trieste and Vienna. You let me take Bulgaria, and we roll from there. You know, that's all I want. You give me that. I have my 5 centers in the south. I've got something that's holdable. We don't even need to escalate units. You can stay fighting against Germany, and you stay on top. I'll be the second person as long as I'm a couple units, only a couple centers behind you. You know, we can roll this, and I think it's a compelling argument. I think it's a really compelling argument.
Mm-hmm. Siobhan, did we miss anything?
I think the big thing that y'all missed is that the 3 Western powers have finally sorted out all of their differences and are supporting each other. I think they've seen the very real threat of the wintergreen and have said, you know what? Let's just help each other, because England supports France and Spain. France supports Germany back into Marseille. We've got some repositioning. I don't think we're going to see too much fighting between the 3 of them. Yeah, and they've got the unit mix between them. Even though they lost Munich, they should be able to take it back if they stick together. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I question the long-term stability of this, especially with France building now and so forth. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a long-term stable alliance, but it definitely gives France in particular some life.
It's probably stable to the end of 1904.
All right, well, let's get some builds, and then after this, we'll play a game of which power do you like. So for our builds, okay, that was not what I was expecting from France. Build of the fleet in Brest. We've got a build of an army in Moscow and Warsaw for Saren in Russia. We've got a disband of Holland and Denmark from Jackson in Germany. Hunter disbands the army in Greece. Anything stand out on this build?
I mean, Jackson's got a bunch of bad choices. I think an argument could have been made that maybe Bothnia would have been a good, a stronger disband, and keep maybe, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess Bothnia, you're still fighting Russia. Holland's probably better. No, I mean, I guess this is probably right. If you're sticking with England and you have to, those are probably the right disbands.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what this screams is I've made a choice.
Yeah.
I am sticking with England, and maybe France knew that, and that's why they built the fleet in Brest. I don't hate, like, if the army, if France had built an army instead of the fleet, then I don't like the disband. But the way that they did it, that's signaling, hey, I'm with JJ. We're doing this.
I mean, the fleet in some ways is more Tripoli than an army would have been, right? Because you can go Mao down to North Africa or something like that, and Brest can go into Mao. So actually, to me, this looks like it actually may continue playing this sort of Tripoli thing. But we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll find out. All right, so we'll go ahead and pause here. I think, Siobhan, I'll let you go first. Who do you like on this board? Who do you want to be?
I mean, I still like the Russian position the best. you know, the Italian, while strong, is scattered all over the place and with no real path to growth. We'll see how long this triple holds together and if they're able to make any real progress against Russia, but I think Saren just needs to not lose this.
Adam?
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think the Russian position is pretty solid here. You know, a 9-center Russia is not impossible to take down. We've seen it happen so many times. But you know, without Italy being in any position to do that, and Italy's actually in a potential position to get hammered if Saren chooses to do that, you know, in lieu of protecting everything in Germany. It's hard to see somebody else coming out on top unless there's a major change in this board.
So let's say hypothetically Russia does move against Italy, which I think would be very juicy here. Who do you like in the West there? Who benefits from that?
It's hard to say. I mean, you know, I don't know the dynamic between the three powers. You know, I think to some extent England's might be in the driver's seat more than anybody else to make that decision. Though the gains for England aren't immediately obvious. I mean, I could see if Russia makes the decision to go after Italy, you know, maybe as an exchange for England and France trying to make an attack on Germany, so that, you know, Russia feels more comfortable and not having to deal with that in the long term. You know, I could see that being a good play, certainly for her. You know, and then maybe England can become the bigger power in the West. I don't know.
All right, well, we will pause here in 1904, and we're going to go ahead and move on to round 1, board 4. So go ahead and bring that up. Okay, so round 1, board 4. In we have Jonathan Frank, who we have seen a couple times on the stream, coming to us out of Baltimore, Maryland. England, we have Christian Brown, who is a newer member of the Windy City Weasels, coming to us from Peoria. France, we have Morgante Pell, who's played several games with us, but we've not seen in a few sessions now. So good to see Morgante back. In Germany, Jonathan Dingus from Bridgeport, West Virginia. This looks like Jonathan's first game with us, and Jonathan may be our first player from West Virginia. So welcome, Jonathan. In Italy, we have Chris Allenbaugh from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I discovered recently that we used to live close to each other, so that was fun. I lived a couple of years in Baton Rouge. Russia, Tim Richardson out of the D.C. area, Virginia, D.C. Turkey, we've got Bill Hackenbrack, well known to the hobby, organized, I believe, Liberty Cup, and coming to us out of Fayetteville, North Carolina. Siobhan, anybody stand out? Any matchups that you like? Talk to us about these players.
I would love to talk to you about these players, but I am actually going to leave you guys and give Marcus back to you.
All right. Well, we will do that. Marcus, welcome. So, Marcus, I'll give you a moment to look over this. And Adam, why don't you take a look here? Who do you like?
This is awesome. This is a board of several players who, you know, haven't played with this group before. So it's really great to have them here, Jonathan and Chris. Welcome, and really excited to see how you can do. You know, I know Tim Richardson very, very well. He's a longtime pit kisser, you know, really solid player. And Bill, of course, has been playing all the time, organizes the Liberty Cup, well-known player. Really, you know, two very strong players sitting in Russia and Turkey. It will be interesting, obviously, to see how they come out of the gate. There's other names here that I'm familiar with, but I don't really know the players personally. So, yeah.
All right, Marcus, if you played with any of these players, any intel on anyone?
Yeah, I played with Bill in Weaselmoot, and I think he got incredibly annoyed at me because I was Germany and just hammered this France for the entire game. but extremely strong player didn't let me take anything for most of the game. So yeah, and I don't think I know anyone else on this list, so I'm interested to see what their playstyles are and like get to know how they play a little.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm really curious with the Tim-Bill relationship in Russia-Turkey. I think it'll be interesting to watch how Chris in Italy responds to two players that are well-known in the hobby, and we've got someone who's new to this group. And then Jonathan's played a few games, so the East is what I'm really looking forward to see what that alliance structure breaks down to be. So, all right, well, we will go ahead and bring up the game and get right into it. Marcus, why don't you go ahead and lead us off in 1901?
Sure.
If I reveal the moves. Here we go.
Okay, so, I mean, I've skipped around here, but again, we see that Vienna to Budapest move. This time it works out. Galicia left demilitarized, and Italy moving from Venice to Tuscany, an even more pro-Austrian move than just holding there, obviously. Interesting moves from the French, getting into the English Channel, positioning to take Spain, also getting into Burgundy. Very strong, probably not what England was hoping for. And we see an anti-English Russia opening, that strong move against the north. England's going to have to decide whether they cover London or whether they force Norway, because they move to Edinburgh instead of Yorkshire. This is always the risk when you do that. That's about all I see, apart from actually Sevastopol moves to Romania, pro-Austrian move, but it lets Turkey into the Black Sea.
Marcus, what'd we miss?
So, yeah.
Sorry, Adam.
No, I think we got the high points. I think the French-German opening could certainly be a sea lion type of agreement. Sometimes for sea lions you'll see Kiel go to Holland, but they're certainly set up to dislodge the North Sea if that's what they're thinking. I give credit for Tim. Didn't go to Galicia, didn't go to Black Sea, and I think he'll get away with it. So kudos there. Bill did take the Black Sea, but didn't go to Armenia. So it's a manageable position. Gets the army up in Moscow. This could get dire very quickly for England.
Yeah, I normally don't like allowing Turkey into the Black Sea when I'm Russia, but if there is ever a situation where I would allow it, it's when there's a player that I trust and have played frequently with. I know Tim and Bill have been in the face-to-face community for a very long time. I don't know if this is actually a juggernaut, but I could see this becoming a juggernaut where the two of them just say, you know what, we're not fighting over this. We're just going to figure out in 1901 who gets a Black Sea. I'm going to go play in the north, and we're going to slow play in the east and watch what happens. So
yeah, then you have that problem in Romania. Sorry, you have that problem with the fleet in Romania. It's really hard to push a juggernaut through when you've got that center taken up by a fleet. It will be interesting to see how they try to solve it if that is their intention. I wouldn't be surprised to see Turkey trying to attack Russia here, assuming that the Galicia DMZ is like too pro-Austrian for the Russians to be working with them.
Yeah, it'll be something to keep an eye on. The other thing of note for me was Moscow moving north. So I think poor Christian is just in a world of hurt with this. So, all right, moving on. I believe, Marcus, you are leading us off.
Yep, all right. The interesting moves from the Turk, attempting to tap Romania, but not actually going for it, entering a support hold. I wonder whether that was a misorder or whether it was the Turk maybe anticipating a move of Serbia to Bulgaria. I mean, they were covering that anyway, so I assume it was a misorder and they intended to support themselves in.
A misorder.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly, we see the Italian moving their fleet to Tunis instead of convoying the army across, means they're out of position for attacking the Turk as quickly. And in a strong alliance with the Austrian, like you expect this to be, you would expect that convoy to happen. Over the other side of the board, we see the support of Bothnia into Sweden. We see England securing Norway for themselves, but losing London at the same time. Looks like England is going to be in a really painful position here because all of their neighbors are against them.
I guess the Italian orders are a little unusual. Not the move to Tunis. I mean, taking Tunis with a fleet is certainly not that unusual. But moving Apulia to Naples, therefore, basically forcing you to build Fleet Rome instead of Fleet Naples, which is a fine build, but certainly much less flexible. It certainly he's certainly sending a clear message to Turkey. But also a clear message to France about what's coming next with that fleet in Tunis and a fleet, what I can only assume will be a Fleet Rome build, and onward from there. But, maybe you do want to send this message to Turkey, and maybe you've talked to Turkey and said, hey, I will show you that I can't build fleet in Naples. You put an army down instead of building a fleet in Smyrna. That could be the beginnings of an IT. So that's what I'm watching for in the winter.
That'll be interesting. Yes, I saw that Aber Fleet Venice. That would be hilarious. All right, so let's find out if that does actually happen. Nope, we have Fleet Rome. As predicted, Lugante in France builds Fleet Brest and Army Paris. Those are fairly flexible. I could see that fleet in Brest going a couple directions. Looks like we've got 2 armies from Tim, which he has to build, obviously. So Warsaw and Moscow. Bill builds Fleet Smyrna. And we've got the 2 builds in Austria. Jonathan builds Trieste and Vienna. And Germany builds the Fleet Kiel and Army Berlin. Marcus, anything stand out to you?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit curious about what the Turkish intention was with attacking Romania last phase. Was it just an attempt to blow up that southern fleet? Given that Russia got 2 builds here, it could have been an agreement that, they get Turkey gets given the build in Romania, and therefore they have a better situation where Turkey isn't in the Black Sea and Russia doesn't have that southern fleet. But it seems like they've made up if they were against each other. And I think Russia is in a really strong position with the double build and 6 centers to start out. That's really nice.
Yeah, I'm loving the Austrian position here for sure. Adam, anything stand out to you for these builds?
Seeing what Italy just did, if I'm England, I might be thinking, you know what? I'm going to let Russia take Norway. I'm going to convoy back and try to force London in the fall because France pretty much has to go into the mid-Atlantic and isn't going to be able to back up London, and then see what I can do from there. So, basically this has helped Russia a lot.
All right. Well, I believe, Adam, you'll lead us off for this round.
Yeah, so, right. Clearly, I didn't make the right call there. And actually, Norwegian supports North. Norway convoying back would have been an interesting move. But Italy instead doesn't even go after France. They really just kind of rotate around. I mean, what a wasted set of orders. They could have been a lot more productive. You could have been in Venice before and been, I don't know, moving somewhere. And I guess you got Austria going into Tyrolia. So I just don't know where Italy goes from here. You're going to have to attack somebody, and there's been no indication of what that's going to be. But we'll see. Austria is going towards Germany, which is again a strange choice. This looks like, in some ways, sort of like a rat, except a rat where Turkey's attacking Russia. So I'm not sure what that means. But this could be a rat where this was just agreed to for Turkey to take the fleet in Romania out. And actually, seeing that Sev held and didn't support Romania makes me believe that that's almost assuredly the case. So I think this is a rat. It's a strange way to play it. Serbia probably could have gone to Trieste if that's what they were doing. It's going to probably have to do that now to cover against the Italians. So, but we'll see.
Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, that was what I was thinking with the South. Sevastopol hold, Budapest hold, neither of them support hold. Romania seems to indicate this is a Russia-Austria-Turkey alliance. The question I would want to ask here is, like, this really doesn't seem like a good moveset to Russia unless you really trust that Turkish player, because Sevastopol has nothing to support hold it now. And Turkey has Romania, they have Black Sea. They've got all their armies out. They're in a beautiful position. They can just keep pushing. What if they got to game from bid sticking with this RAT? I think the Sevastopol not support holding Romania may have been a huge blunder on the Russian part.
Yeah, if I'm Russia, I don't mind this if Black is moving to Romania, but I do not like Bulgaria moving, and I'd be furious, but what am I going to do? I have no way of stopping Turkey if they decide to move against me. So I'd be real curious to watch what happens there.
I mean, I don't see this being a great set of moves for Austria either, to be perfectly honest. I mean, Austria is just like abandoning their position in the middle of the war. They're putting themselves, in the front lines and leaving their backside really poorly protected. So to me, this works great for Turkey, and I'm not sure it works great for Russia or Austria.
And Germany making it into North Sea, that's always a beautiful thing when you're Germany. That's a good sign of good German position in most cases. So moving on, Adam, let's
I guess what I would point out is, if you go back for 1 second, is the English move of North Sea to London was guaranteed to be a futile move, and so I'm really actually surprised. Go to the English Channel or go to Yorkshire or something like that if you have nothing else to do, or go to Helgoland or something. That was a guarantee to not do anything.
Oh boy, no way back. Surely, you're
what I wanted. I wanted Norwegian supports North and Norway convoys back, but yeah.
I mean, he could have been thinking London was going to move to North, London being the mover, but
it still doesn't achieve anything, right? I mean, the only way it achieves something is if he's thinking, I'm going to go Brest to Mao and London to English Channel, but not super likely.
Yeah, not a great result for the English player for sure. So, Adam.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Austria obviously decides that, okay, maybe this wasn't the greatest idea for me to stick three ways, and makes the move on to Romania while Turkey attacks the Russian. Austria also manages to take Munich while Russia fails to take Berlin. So actually a pretty decent turn for the Austrians. They've clearly got Italy on side against the Turks. Russia is, stuck defending themselves now that they've got a Turkish army in Sev. So pretty good set of moves for the Austrian, given that the Italians are on side. Maybe the attack on Munich could have been from Tyrolia to let the Italians follow up there and have a little bit more backing there, but not a bad set. The French convoy into England, further adding to the English woes here. It is interesting, though, that the North Sea supported Norway in order to make sure the Russians didn't take it. That's sort of an interesting development.
Marcus.
Yep. I mean, two things I wanted to mention here that talk about Romania. It's interesting that Bulgaria didn't go up to Romania. It indicates that Turkey and Austria agreed to this, which, I mean, given that Italy's in the Eastern Mediterranean, it looks bad for the Turk all around. It looks like Austria could just very easily turn this against the Turk. And the other thing, Germany turning around completely in the north, not going back to Denmark, going back to Ruhr, just letting France do their thing. I think France is going to get an amazing deal out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely like the French position here, and the Austrian. Jonathan, I was curious to see who would be able to take Chris and get Chris on side, because early on it didn't look like there was a strong choice from Chris. And right now it looks like Jonathan may have gotten Chris on side. If he is able to maintain that relationship, I think that's going to be bad for Bill, and definitely give Austria a chance to move against Turkey if they want to. So. All right, moving on to our builds. We've got a double fleet build from Morgante in France. We've got a disband of the Northern Fleet by Tim in Russia. Always sad to see as someone who loves Russia. But in this case, I don't know if there was much of a choice. Then in Turkey builds fleet in Smyrna. Jonathan continues to roll with the double army build. And that looks like that's it. Anything stand out to you, Adam or Marcus?
I understand the double fleet build for France. I might have been thinking a fleet and an army, especially since you've only got 2 armies on the mainland and, one in England that's not going to be very helpful. I mean, I guess my concern is if Austria, Italy, somebody goes to Piedmont, maybe you got to put something into Belgium to cover against the Germans. It's not, kind of optimal being stuck out in Portugal and then, just one other army there. So, I might have been thinking Army Marseille or Army Paris.
Yep, absolutely agree. I think the Fleet Smyrna build from Bill is quite interesting. It means I suppose he is kind of looking to defend Bulgaria maybe with Black Sea and Aegean, but he's very, very reliant on the Austrian not stabbing here. So I guess he didn't really have much of a choice. All
right. Well, Marcus, why don't you lead us off in 03?
Yeah, we see the Austrian stab on the Turk. Well, I assume it was a stab and that the Turk intended to move to the intended to work with the Austrian, but actually we also see the Turk moving on the Austrian, getting out of Sevastopol and into Romania, butting back up to the Russian again. Very good choice on his part. Elsewhere, loses Smyrna, loses that guess on whether Italy would be convoying into Syria or attacking Smyrna, and that could be very painful. He does have the units to deal with it. Got Fleet Smyrna and Army Constantinople, but Army Constantinople and Fleet Aegean can both be tapped, so it's difficult. The French move to the Mid-Atlantic Ocean, very interesting. It's a very flexible position, could be moved against Italy very, very quickly, and I guess that was what this double fleet build was perfect for. It's a very greedy build, hoping to get a huge advantage immediately if nothing is happening in the middle of the board. And England walks straight into Sevastopol. Russia backing off. Germany's backing off of England as well. Looks like the Eastern powers interfering in the West has kind of, it's not united the West because France is still taking supply centers, but certainly benefiting France a lot.
And continue to hurt Russia at the cost of Russia. So.
Yep.
Marcus, what did we miss?
That's Adam, but Adam.
We're just switching names today.
I don't want to take anything again away from France because I think the position is great. To me, France is playing flexibility and losing some momentum by trying to be more flexible here. Sending a fleet to the Irish Sea at this stage isn't necessary for securing Liverpool. I think a strong case could be made for forcing the North Sea and just telling Germany you're doing that, and hey, you can retreat to Skag and make a play on Sweden or something like that if you end up getting kicked out, and if you don't, then that's okay. And then Brest up to the Channel. Marseille to Spain, what that's really doing is it's limiting your options for getting that army from Portugal back to a place where it's useful. Now you've got to either convoy it over the mid-Atlantic to Gascony or Brest or something, which is not great, or you've got to wait another turn before it starts marching back. You really want that army to be into play. You're taking a risk by leaving Belgium open. You're probably going to have to cover it in the fall, I think. I would have liked to see a little bit more steady play here, and I get the point of leaving yourself the option of swinging south, but I don't think that's to your advantage right now. There's so many dots in the north, and it's such a mess between England, Germany, and Russia up there. It may not get you a solo at this stage, but you can get a huge result taking a lot of dots up there and figure out the right time to pivot a few units south later on.
Well, we could take the John Jameson strategy and convoy the army into North Africa. So
we may see that. I mean, it's certainly possible.
I'd actually call that reasonable at this point, because it leaves Mid-Atlantic Ocean able to go north if necessary.
I don't like it. I think having an army down there is just really problematic, and it's really hard to manage. But we'll see.
All right, let's check out what happens in the fall.
Okay.
Well, so we don't see that convoy over to North Africa. We do see Portugal starting to move out, and we see big swing of France against Italy. France still really has no enemies. Like, Germany is on side, England's on side. They're all moving away from France. I love this French position. We get the Russian going back into Sevastopol. Makes sense. Turkey does manage to take Smyrna back, retreating Aegean into Constantinople. Not ideal having Italian fleets in Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean, obviously, but at least they've managed to secure their homeland. Very reliant on the Russian propping them up still, though, and the move out of Galicia doesn't speak well for that. Only other interesting thing I think that I can see, obviously Munich backing out, but I think he knew that was lost. Venice trying to move to Trieste. That I doubt that was agreed. I mean, maybe if they thought that Austria was getting too strong in comparison to them and negotiated that, but interesting to see whether that raises tensions between them.
Yeah, so it looks like Apulia supported Venice to hold and then moved Venice. So interesting.
I would argue that could be agreed, because the only way that works under this set of moves is if Austria, holds Romania, in which case they're getting the build from Bulgaria, in which case you're basically just transferring the build to from Austria to Italy. And since Austria can't really use the build anyway, I guess they could if they hold in Trieste instead of moving to Budapest. But I wouldn't be so sure that it wasn't arranged.
That's fair.
Moving on to our builds for winter of 1903, we have another Southern Fleet from Morgante in France, builds Fleet Marseille, Army Berlin for Jonathan in Russia. We've got Bill disbanding the fleet in Syria. That is definitely going to hurt. And then we've got Jonathan disbanding the army in Vienna. Interesting situation on the board right now. I think there's some shifts. I mean, obviously Morgante is in the catbird seat, but for everybody else, it'll be curious to see what they do with these. Adam, anything stand out to you for these builds?
If I'm Germany, I'm really strongly thinking about dropping into the English Channel and Belgium and shifting the armies that way, because that's looking really tasty right now. And this is exactly my point about having no armies in France.
Yeah.
That's looking real tasty.
Yep, that would be my thoughts as well. I think Fleet Marseille is a big mistake. You could pivot Mid-Atlantic Ocean down south. You've got no reason to build a new fleet there.
If you're making a play against Italy, you need the army to go to Piedmont, right?
Yeah, and specifically, like, the reason you have this amazing position in the north is that everyone in the north is kind of weak and willing to work with you. Germany is now getting a strong position, and you've got no ability to counter that. You've got no armies.
It's very vulnerable. Adam, anything else jump out to you? Or Marcus? I did it again.
I mean, Fleet Syria disband makes sense. Turkey relying on the Italian turning around to counter this French push. And, I mean, Army Vienna off the board makes sense as well.
I think it's super interesting that, you have Tim and Bill, two very strong players who know each other. And, got into a scuffle early, and where has it gotten them? They're at about 4 centers apiece in 1904. So clearly that hasn't worked out so well, or the way that either of them had hoped.
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens. You get two experienced players that go head to head, and they kind of cancel each other out, and it's good for the rest of the board. I feel like Jonathan had an opportunity to kind of take advantage of that, and he's in the back seat, but I still think he's got some good position here if he makes some good choices. So be curious to see what happens there. All right. I believe, Adam, is this one yours?
Yeah, I mean, look, if you've got mind control the way France apparently does, who needs armies, right? So, hey, if Morgante's got a good diplomatic read of what Germany is aiming for, then more power to him, and great job, I guess is what I would say. Tactically, there's definitely questions about the army position, but strategically and negotiation wise, everything is falling into pieces the way he wants them to. So darn well done. I love the move to Tyrrhenian Sea. This is all great, great for France. And man, you got Austria supporting themselves into Venice while Italy's trying to defend from this stuff. I mean, how could it go more perfect for you? Because now Italy's going to probably say, well, you know what? Maybe I'm more mad at Austria than I am at France, and maybe I'm going to just let France kind of plow in here. Opportunities for Turkey will probably present themselves now, so we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I actually think Venice might be in a range swap with the Italian as Italy gets to Greece. Okay, a very interesting and weird swap. You don't usually want to give up Venice, and there doesn't seem to be a huge reason for doing so. But it might be. And yeah, absolutely. The comments about Marseille being a bad build apply only if Germany is going to use that strong position against you. And evidently, France had the diplomatic capacity and the diplomatic ability to keep this situation being fantastic for them and take advantage of it. Looks like the board might start to stall out here, though, especially if Turkey sticks with the AIR. That's the one question mark, whether Turkey decides to stab them or not, given that Turkey seems to have been expected to move to Galicia and didn't.
Yeah, Eber just pointed out the East definitely looking like they united. I completely agree with that. If they are able to stick together, Marcus, you're absolutely right. This is a potential to lock up.
I completely expect Turkey to, at the appropriate point, take 2 or 3 dots off of Austria, because there's no reason for them not to do that from this upcoming position.
Yeah. Yep. This kind of situation is always beautiful for a Turk looking to board top.
Yep.
Yeah, and I'd say good job to Chris and the Eastern allies for the Italian fleets into Ionian. I believe at Weaselmoot in round 1, we had Ali Adib, who had a really monster France, who was able to slip into the Ionian and then into the Adriatic. Once that happens, it's really difficult for the East to defend that. And from this position, they do have the right unit mix to slow down the French player. So I'm curious to see if France gets frustrated, realizes, hey, I can't move forward, and moves north. So I don't know if they can with all the fleets. All right, continuing on, 1904 fall.
I think, Marcus, you're up.
Is it me? I think it was you.
Sure.
It's me? Okay. Regardless of whether that Venice-Greece was arranged or not, if I'm understanding this, the Tyrolia is supporting Piedmont. Okay, so that was cut by the Germans, and the French take Piedmont as a result of that. Okay, that certainly makes sense. There was some guesses here. Well, I don't know if this is really a guess. The French went to Tuscany and were bounced by the Austrians. They really didn't have a play on Rome or Naples. This is really about the East trying to set up some kind of a line here. Finally, the Turks do go to Galicia, but maybe this is going to be harder for them now that the Germany's in Bohemia Silesia play. Also really interesting that England is continuing to play ball, sitting at 3 centers. Seemed pretty obvious that Germany was going to take Edinburgh. Maybe England has a little bit more leverage here to try to, get a build by telling the West that, hey, I'm gonna flip sides if you don't give me a build here. But apparently they're pretty well locked up together.
Well, and we've seen this from Christian Brown before. I think at Moot, he was playing Germany and ended up with all of his dots down in Austria and Romania. So he does seem to be comfortable playing away from his home centers, which can be a lot of fun. So fun to watch that.
Yeah.
Marcus, anything?
Yeah, England has a nice position on the stalemate line here. Might not be permanent. I love the French move into North Sea. Just France being in that position, fantastic. Germany doesn't have anything they can really do. I guess they have a build here, but that army in London is ready to convoy across to Holland. The army in Burgundy, despite France not having many armies, is still ready to stab if necessary, and North is just a fantastic unit to have if you ever want to stab anyone in the West. Aside from that, I would need to revise my stalemate lines as to whether the East can get this in time, but I think they're in a pretty strong spot. Maybe not to hold Warsaw and Moscow ultimately, but at least to hold the line behind that.
I think that this can probably be held, because I think that if Turkey gets up into Ukraine, well, and they lose Galicia, but even losing Galicia, yeah, not entirely clear right now.
Yeah, the danger for the entire board is that if Germany moves too much more forward, then Morgante can just it's a vacuum sucking the French units across the board into the middle. So it'll be curious to see.
I would love to see Piedmont support Munich to Tyrolia, Burgundy into Munich. That would be beautiful, combined with a convoy into Holland. I doubt it will happen, but we'll see.
All right. Well, let's get through our builds, and then we'll take a break. So we've got an army in Marseille, which a much-needed French army. Army in Berlin, and that looks like it's it. So anything jump out about these builds?
I mean, beautiful opportunity for the French to stab if they can pull that German army from Munich into Tyrolia and move in Burgundy behind it and convoy across to Holland. I'm really rooting for that to happen. I think that would be amazing.
I would imagine, though, that you're going to see Venice supporting Tyrolia here, aren't you? Which would
that will probably ruin it. I guess we'll see.
You've got a decent shot, though, if you've got another support from Bohemia, so it may go.
Well, let's play Who Do You Like? Marcus, we'll start with you. I think we would all agree that France's position is the position to beat. So rather than spend time on that, is there anyone that has even an outside shot at topping this board besides France?
Turkey. I mean, it doesn't look like a strong position, but you're ready to take Sevastopol, you're ready to take Bulgaria, you can take Greece from there. As long as, if the Western powers keep this pressure, then I think Turkey is guaranteed a good result. If France stabs, depends how fast the others can turn around. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with Marcus. I mean, I think a Turkish board top is probably unlikely, but I think a strong second place is probably fairly likely under most situations here. The only potential caveat there is if France does really sort of accelerate or make a stab and it becomes a major solo threat on the board. It may be harder for Turkey to be taking dots in the back without really risking somebody tossing an 18th dot to France.
And I think it's worth pointing out we're playing with Carnage scoring today. So Carnage, a strong second if you got enough dots to win a tie with any of your other second place people, combined with a really good score, obviously a solo, but another good board top in the next round could give you a shot at competing for definitely the top 7, possibly even the win, depending on how it goes. We don't have boards. Yeah, a strong second might be something worth playing for.
Yeah, I do want to very quickly say, of all the boards so far, I think this French position is the most likely to lead to a solo. Having Tunis across the line like this, beautiful. Having Germany and England pointed the other way and holding the stalemate position, it's very possible that France pushes in and manages to take everything without anyone being able to take back Tunis.
All right, well, we are going to pause here, so we will come back to that game and find out what that turns into. At this point, I believe I am bringing Brandon back on, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Brandon,
Hey guys.
back.
What's up, everybody?
All right, I think that I say goodbye for...
Yeah, Brian, you get a break here, and then you'll come back and finish off games 3 and 4 on the next pass.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you very much, Brandon. And Marcus and Adam, thank you very much. I'll talk to you guys shortly.
All right, Brian, we'll see you in a bit. All right. I wasn't able to follow all of those games. I checked in periodically, and I looked up to see a French army in Trieste in one game, and just now a French fleet in North Sea as well as Tunis. So France has have had a lot of activity. It looks like more success in the second than the first, but looks like it's been fun to watch. All right, you guys ready for another for board number 5 here?
Let's do it.
All right, let's see if I can get the tech working properly. Step 1 done. Step 2 success, I believe. But I didn't show it. Damn, almost. There we go. All right, board number 5 in Austria finds Matt Lynch playing from Dublin. I believe our first Irish player, at least playing from Ireland. So far this year. In England, we've got Brad Biltstein from Vermont. In France, we've got Melinda Holly from properly spelled Phoenix City in Alabama. Germany, we have Evan Sweetheart from Cincinnati. In Italy, former world champion Nicolas Sahoguet coming to us from Montreal. In Russia, we have Maxim Popov, who's been a regular on these broadcasts and has won several Best Country Awards. I believe 2 Best Russias at least, which always felt ironic given his apparent Russian last name. Turkey, we have Natty Schaefer coming to us from Salt Lake City, and Natty has had some success so far in these tournaments. Hasn't won one yet, but has placed well enough to find himself in 9th place in the DBNI rankings. And I'm being told that it is Brad Blitzstein, not Brad Biltstein. So apologies, Mr. Blitzstein. We will get that one corrected. Brad is actually a longtime face-to-face player. And this is his first appearance on these virtual face-to-face. But Adam, you know Brad, am I correct?
Oh, he's a great player. He's a tough as nails. He's a great, fun guy to work with and tough guy to be an enemy.
And we also have Melinda Holly, who is a longtime hobby veteran. She was featured on an episode of Deadline News a couple months ago. And we also obviously have a deep threat in Italy, Nicolas Sahoguet. It seems like the top players on each board keep getting put in Italy. All right. Marcus, are there any online players that you can tell us a bit about here?
Not that I'm aware of, or not that I know the real name of. Nicolas Sahoguet, I think he plays online as well. Very strong player all around. And yeah, I was going to mention, it seems like a lot of the big threats are in Italy here. Got to see how well Italy does overall.
Just the theme of the night. All right, shall we take a gander on over and check out the board? Let's see if I can make this switch properly. It seems I did it. All right. So how did you guys work out last time between odd and even? Who was doing analysis in the odd years?
I think I was doing odd years, so I'll do even this time.
All right, Adam, then you're going to get Spring of 1901 main analysis. Tell us what you see.
All right, some really unusual stuff in the middle of the board where we have Austria opening to Tyrolia. I haven't seen too much of that. Bouncing with the Germans. While the Italians walk into Trieste. This is, I think, the 3rd or 4th game where we've seen everybody stay out of Galicia, which is kind of a nice maybe a welcome trend. Maybe not for England, who keeps seeing Russian armies in St. Petersburg, but for those of us watching the games, I think it's kind of nice to see something a little bit different.
I missed the openings in 3 and 4. Did Austria go to Galicia in either one?
Not in 4.
I don't think so. It's not in 4. I'd have to go back and look at 3, but we've been seeing it quite a bit, I believe.
Yeah, or at least 4 of them. Okay, sorry. Continue, please.
Yeah. Well, we do see the Sunstrom opening in Turkey, the going to the Black Sea and Armenia, popularized in the Weasels, which, you know, in conjunction with Russia going north, is always challenging for the Russian. Otherwise, the West. Oh, we got a French fleet in the English Channel as well. So a lot of action. It's really
yeah. Second France making
dynamic opening.
All right, and Marcus, what's one thing that you wish had got more attention?
Well, I mean, first I'd say I think that's 3 fleets in the 3 French fleets in the English Channel now. But yeah, that Tyrolia bounce is what I'd talk about. I mean, it's interesting. I wish we could see the negotiations behind it. I would expect that usually when something like this happens, it's Germany trying to force Italy not to attack Austria by saying bounce with me in Tyrolia. But we see them bounce with Austria instead, and Italy just walks into Trieste. It could be painful for Austria here.
It's hard to imagine this wasn't somehow agreed upon. I mean, Austria going to Tyrolia without going to the Adriatic and following up to Trieste is just peculiar, right? Like, why? There's just no reason for Austria to go to Tyrolia if not to attack Italy. All right, let's push ahead here into fall of 1901, and we'll go back to you, Adam.
Yeah, we see the Sea Lion. So we see the Germans support France into the North Sea, and that's going to be retreating into Skagerrak, which I think is beautiful. For, you know, great place for England to be in this situation. It's also interesting to see. Okay, they bounced in Belgium, so France is only picking up 1 build. But they do take the North Sea. The Italian in Trieste, you know, that may have been arranged, or that may have been, you know, a sneak in, but it certainly doesn't look like it's terribly to Austria's disadvantage, at least in this opening. And if they've managed to negotiate their way into something better, that may work out okay for everybody. I think maybe what's most notable is the Russian moves and the Turkish moves. Very, very strange choices here, I would say. I mean, Russia deciding to go to black maybe isn't super strange if they're expecting Turkey to cover it and looking for a bounce. But Turkey going to Syria is kind of odd, and I'd be curious what led to that.
Marcus, what stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 things I want to talk about again. The move from St. Petersburg to Moscow is interesting, not blocking the English player out of Norway. It helps prop the English player up against this FG, which is good for the Russian, I think. But then England retreats into Skagerrak, which seems very bad for the Russian. And the other thing, Munich to Silesia. Interesting move, very flexible, and like allows Germany to get that bit of extra leverage over the other side of the board, especially if he was expecting a very strong attack against the English player immediately and England to be wiped out. Getting that foothold across the board early is important.
All right, let's push forward into winter here. We find build some interesting choices here. France had built a fleet, sticking with the FG, not surprising. Yeah, England's response to this. There's lots of different ways to respond to the Sea Lion. We could have talked about that a bit more, but the choice to bounce France. So usually when you're faced with a Sea Lion, you choose one of the 2 partners, try to imbalance the alliance, and force a switch here. And England is kind of, Brad has kind of done a 2-pronged approach here: hurt France, but then positioned in a way that that's more problematic for Germany. And here it shows the to cover north here and try to boot France out. So we'll see how that goes. Italy puts down 2 fleets. Turkey puts down the fleet in Ankara, which suggests that the move from Sevastopol to Black Sea was not anticipated and also not very welcome. Maxim, for his part, who knows something a little bit about playing Russia, puts down a fleet south coast St. Petersburg. This is probably the most interesting build on the board here. What do you guys think that this signifies for the Russian strategic approach? And Marcus, let's start with you.
I mean, it probably signifies that move from St. Petersburg to Moscow absolutely was to try and prop up the English player. There's nothing that you can really use Fleet South Coast St. Petersburg for except against the German, unless you take a very long approach of pushing it out through Norway. And I think that's what they're going to continue to do, try and counter this FG and keep the north balanced. Might not work out for them because they don't have the strongest southern position. They might just be keeping the north balanced while they get demolished.
Do you think do you think Russia saw the retreat to Skagerrak as possibly a bone for Russia against Germany, something to give them a chance to collaborate against Germany?
Yeah, seems like that was a possibility. I thought Skagerrak wasn't a great retreat because it seems quite anti-Russian on the face of it, but this build here shows a trust in England, I think, and a want to work with England going forward.
And Adam, let's shift gears a little bit here. How about Italy and putting down 2 fleets here? So obviously could have gone to Aegean in order to speed up the AI. Instead takes Tunis with the convoy and then puts down 2 fleets. What do you see as Italy's sort of anticipated direction here?
He's got options, right? He can go against France or against Turkey in this situation. I think it's a little slower against France because of the army in Tunis, but it's not that much slower. You can go up to Tuscany, Tyrrhenian Sea, convoy the army back in the spring. So it's options. Certainly, if I'm Russia, I'm lobbying Italy pretty hard to come after Turkey, and there's a pretty solid case to be made for that, right? Greece can go to Aegean, Ionian can go to Eastern Med right now, and if Turkey's preoccupied with kicking Russia out of the Black Sea, they could both go. So there's a case to be made for going against Turkey, and I think that's what he's going to do. But I wouldn't rule out a move west.
All right, let's find out. And I believe Marcus, you're up first here. So Marcus, tell us what you see on first glance.
Yeah, okay, well, Ankara moving to Constantinople down to Smyrna, Turkey trying to reposition to be anti-Austria/Italy and pro-Russian. Don't know whether it's in time here because you just lost Aegean and Eastern Mediterranean. Elsewhere we see Italy moving out of Trieste, very pro-Austrian, Austria-Italy working very well together all over, and Russia about to feel the pain as well as the Austrian unit moves into Galicia. German units in Cilicia holding, not doing anything at all, not using its influence. I guess it's just waiting to see what it would need to influence. But that move to Tyrolia could be irritating for the German player. In the north, Russia actually supports whole Denmark and moves that army up to St. Petersburg. So maybe this was all deception and Russia is trying to rotate their fleet into Norway and get the other fleet out as well, join this France-Germany alliance. Seems like a weird build to do if you're doing that, but seems like it could work out for them, except that they're going to face losses in the south.
All right, and Adam, what's one thing you want to point out?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% convinced that that Russia is going to be in a lot of trouble in the south. I mean, Turkey's shifting things around. They do go to Armenia. I'm kind of surprised to see Austria go to Galicia in this situation where they're clearly making. Maybe it's not clear. I mean, what looks to be like a fairly aggressive move against Turkey. I mean, surprising that they don't either shift the armies south or just do an agreed upon bounce with Russia, because really you want to have that AIR going on to make quick work of Turkey here. So that is a little surprising. So this maybe it isn't a real attack on Turkey. Maybe it isn't a real attack on Russia, or maybe it's just jumping the gun a little bit. And but I don't see Austria fighting both of them. I don't think there's a way to do it.
All right, time to find out. And the answer is Marcus. Tell us about it.
Okay, I mean, Austria goes for both of them, loses Greece in return, with Tunis being convoyed across, which is awful for Austria and they lose Vienna at the same time. They're down to just 3, do manage to pick up Romania, but that just makes them another enemy. Turkey doing well to turn the Italian around here, and Italy doing really well out of changing gears there as well. What else? Russia doesn't make as many losses. Well, they do make a loss here, and they retreat into Sevastopol, but they seem to be in an okay spot because of this stab. In the north, they do manage to take Norway, but they take it with the army, so they're leaving their fleet in Bothnia, ready to move against the German. And England seems to be throwing everything against the German. Yeah, they do block North Sea, but they're just going for Denmark here. Germany's feeling the pain, and France manages to pick up Belgium and Spain, and they're still in English Channel, and they're still in Norwegian. Beautiful position for France.
This is a surprisingly an unusually active fall of 1902. What's one thing you want to draw more attention to, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I think that Marcus touched on this. I think the decision by Russia to take Norway in the way that they did is probably, maybe suboptimal. Maybe what you really want to do is move the fleet in and get the fleet into Sweden, or drop into Baltic or something like that. Or but probably not drop into Baltic in this situation, but at least get those fleets out into a position where they can do something. I guess I would also say just nice play by Nicola down in the south, really just taking advantage of a mistake on Austria's part, and making them pay for it.
Yeah, it's a brutal stab already in fall of 1902 by Nicola. So, all right, let's run through some builds here. In England gets what I assume is a rebuild here. Must have been, yes, because the Norway fleet was taken off the board rather than retreated to Barents. Puts down fleet in London. France uses their surplus to build another fleet in Brest, but it puts an army in Paris here, which is an interesting potential signal to Italy, who for his part puts down 2 armies, which also may be a potential signal toward France here. Elsewhere, we have Germany pulling the Army Silesia that I believe just held a couple times. Didn't really do a whole lot. Otherwise, the rest of the board is static. All right, guys, here we are, spring of 1903. This board is surprisingly dynamic already, and make a case for me. Who's got the best? Who would you want to be? And Adam, we'll start with you.
Italy. I mean, maybe with France in a close second, but you're in a great position here. You've actually set yourself up to work with the Turks potentially. You just put 2 armies down, and Turkey helped you into the Aegean last turn. You're in a position to work with the Russians while still making gains against Austria. You've got neutral line with France that doesn't look like there's much risk of it being violated anytime soon. I think it's very strong, and there's a lot of opportunities for gains.
And Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree. Italy is really strong. The other player I would point out, France. I think something I forgot to mention last phase, Norwegians supported the Russian unit through from St. Petersburg to Norway, so I assume France had something to do with the decision of what unit takes that. And taking it with an army means that Russia is only positioned to attack Germany here. That's beautiful for France. The only potential downside I see to the French position is just how strong Italy is and how quickly they could move on France.
So no votes for Russia. That's interesting. You guys both think they're a little bit too locked up tactically, but with France and Italy being next to each other, more prone to fight each other than to fight Russia, that could potentially work to Russia's benefit later on.
I do like the Russian position. I just don't see where the builds come anytime soon, especially with the army standing around in Armenia.
Got it. Would certainly be a slower burn option. All right, let's push ahead here in spring 1903. So we're back to the odds, which means Marcus is up first. That's right, isn't it?
I did last year. So
all right, then Adam's up first. All right, good. Then don't listen to me. Let's go back here.
So Italy convoys to Albania. I think that was probably to be expected. And interestingly, in some ways, it looks like everybody's working together here, which, we'll see how long that can last for. We have the Italians supporting the Turks into Serbia while the Russians forced Romania. But, easy come, easy go in the north. After supporting the Russians into Norway, the French now support the English back into Norway. And certainly some suggestion that there might be some kind of a EF here. Strange choice by France to move Brest to Gascony and walk out of the English Channel rather than just moving Brest to the mid-Atlantic. I don't particularly understand the rationale for that, and I don't think it's a particularly strong move. I think it locks up your options substantially. On the other hand, France and Germany seem to have some pretty strong agreement over the Low Countries, where they're both basically just march out of Belgium and Holland. And there's not a lot for France to do with that army in Picardy right now, but on the other hand, the ability to actually demilitarize themselves and get those armies elsewhere into play is pretty nice.
This is a very late breaking and unconventional Western triple all of a sudden. Marcus, what's one thing you want to focus more attention on?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing would just be that the same thing Adam talked about, that move from English Channel to Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I feel like it's really weak. France had a really, really good position here to run this Western triple. They didn't have to give up English Channel. Admittedly, they do still have a good spot, given that they have the fleet in Norwegian that can kind of stab at any time if they want to. But I would have really preferred Brest to Mid-Atlantic and maybe trying to talk the English player into putting their fleet into North instead of moving into English Channel here.
All right. And then just one other thing to point out here is that Constantinople went to the east coast of Bulgaria rather than the south coast. And this is something that should have continuing effects on the strategic and tactical situation in the east.
Well, clearly tells you what the alliance structure is likely to be down there.
Yeah, it's a nice big boon to Nicolas, obviously. But, now Nicolas might have more to worry about than he might have thought. Okay, fall of 1903. And Adam, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, this was setting up to take out the Black Sea, which is exactly what Turkey does here. And Turkey repays the support into Serbia by supporting the Italian into Budapest. So both of them are going to build this year. Great position for Italy. Fairly solid position for Turkey. If they can maintain it. I mean, they've now got Italian armies all over Serbia and the Balkans and Austria. And so it's a question of how that will go. I would imagine that there would be a strong incentive for Italy to just push Turkey up against Russia and get them some dots up there in the short term because of the French moves south right now. Of course, Italy prepared for it by going to the Western Med, which will slow things down a little bit. Okay,
Marcus, point us out one thing.
I'd like to point out that Germany gets a double build here. Warsaw, they walked into for free. They also walk into Denmark, and I think they don't burn any bridges by doing that because they did try and tap Bothnia to allow the English player to get into Sweden. Obviously, England's probably not going to be happy about losing Denmark, but it might work out really well for the German. And I think France might have lost their strong position here it turns out the move out of English Channel I don't think mattered a lot because they had to rotate south anyway. And they've managed to convince England to get back into the North Sea now. but Germany being that strong is certainly going to have an impact on the power dynamic in this Western triple.
It's kind of a nice job by Brad. We should give Brad some credit here for doing a survival dance and succeeding with it. I mean, things looked pretty bleak for him in the early years, and he doesn't, it's not great here, but it also, he doesn't look on threat of being eliminated, at least not anytime soon. All right, let's check out some winter builds here, and we find Germany plopping down 2 armies, probably not a surprise. And there's a lot of fleets up here, isn't there? What is that? We got 7 fleets, all next to Norway or Sweden. That is
8, I think.
A lot of fleets. Did I miscount here? 2, 4, 6. Yes, you're right. 8, indeed. Yeah. Well done. And all right, so elsewhere we have another Italian army. This one in Rome, curiously. Is there a logic for that?
I think so. I mean, he's working with the Turks. Trieste can cover Venice. Rome can cover Tuscany. It makes sense to me.
Okay, that works for me. And then we get an army in Smyrna, which also makes sense given the Turk is clearly committed to the IT alliance.
But why Smyrna, not Khan? I get the fleet out. You're going to go Ankara convoys to Bulgaria while Bulgaria goes out to Khan and do that whole thing. That makes sense.
Well, Smyrna to Armenia, Ankara to either. Yeah, I can see Ankara going directly to Romania here. Yeah, I don't know if you have to move Bulgaria out.
No, maybe you don't.
But let's thank Matt Lynch for playing. That was it's one of the few. We haven't seen a whole lot of eliminations as far as I can remember.
Eber was eliminated as Austria in 1902, so Matt did last a little bit longer.
All right, and good luck in round 2.
Eber was down to 1 in 1902. He actually lived to 1903.
Okay. Well, Matt, we hope to see you in round 2 and wish you better luck then. And we will move on to spring of 1904. It's an even-numbered year, which puts us back down on Marcus, giving us lots of black arrows here. Lots of movement to talk about.
Lots of black arrows. Russia moving all out against the German here, trying to take Warsaw back, and Turkey just walks into Romania and Sevastopol as a result. Sevastopol, obviously, they would have preferred to have the army in, and I'm surprised they didn't try and convoy anything, but I guess they didn't trust that the Russian was actually doing this. And works out really well for the Italian as well, because he just walks into Serbia, going to pick up that for free. France's moves don't work out. Guess is wrong on trying to take Western Mediterranean, but even if they had gone to Tunis, they'd just be knocked out again in the in the full turn. So yeah, not a lot that's good about that. They do manage to put the German army into Tyrolia. I don't think that's going to lead to any gains. Italy just has too strong of a position for defense here. And Russia does actually manage to prevent the convoy to Livonia happening by dislodging that Baltic fleet, putting themselves in a fantastic position for taking Warsaw back. But of course, they're going to lose everything else as a result, it looks like.
Yeah, it's a real scorched earth response. Adam, what's something you'd like to draw more attention to?
I wonder how much this game looks differently if France, stays focused on the north, on England, instead of swinging down. Does Nicholas still actually go in that direction, or does he keep his fleets poised in the east for a while? But what's done is done. Again, great for Nicola. Okay, Turkey, you take Romania, and I'm going to follow right up into Serbia, and there's nothing you can do about it in the name of the alliance. So, too darn bad.
So you guys are both expecting the Italian army to remain in Serbia at the end of this year?
Oh, yeah.
Probably.
Right. That's whether on purpose or not, that's kind of the interesting question here. Let's find out. And the answer is it does, and it's on purpose.
Yeah. I think
Turkey still gets a build, right? So Turkey's picking up too, and so they both get a build, and it's not a hard sell, even though, hey, I'm at 9 and you're at 6, but what are you going to do about it, Turkey?
All right, Marcus, tell us about the rest of the action on the board.
Right, I think the big story of this phase is the French turnaround, going into Irish Sea, going into Mid-Atlantic, and taking Norway. Pretty beautiful stab, but it comes with the caveat that Italy is in the Gulf of Leon and the Western Mediterranean now. Yeah. You're going to have a really hard time pushing that advantage without losing something in Iberia, and this is just saying, Italy have the board top right now, I think, because Italy just has that fantastically strong position unless someone can convince Turkey to stab, and even there, I think they don't really have the support to do it. Germany, as expected, gets kicked out of Warsaw. Russia holds on to 3 in the north. Maybe they can get a survival out of this, especially with the Western Triple now falling apart. And Germany rotates around and blocks an English stab. It looks like everyone in the Western Triple was trying to fight each other here. And it worked out. It maybe worked out well for France, but probably not, because it just speaks well for the Italian position.
All right, Adam, what's one thing you want to draw attention to?
Brad, who started in a bad position and is really fighting hard to get himself into a solid, potentially try to get himself into a solid second place here. So a lot of credit there. I really don't like what France is doing here. This is a common problem that we see. First was attacking England, decided that wasn't working, and then decided to shift south against Italy, and maybe that's not working. So now I'm going to go back up north. And, you just get yourself into a position where it's hard to have anybody next to you trust you. So it's hard to work with anyone. And you've lost a lot of momentum, and you've lost your position. You've sacrificed the what was an okay position in the south in order to get into the Irish Sea, which really isn't going to accomplish anything. And now you've got Italy basically dominating you down there.
So Brad actually picks up a build here. It's worth pointing out. Picks up Denmark, loses Norway, but picks up Denmark and Sweden. So that merits a fleet in Liverpool, which makes the French back and forth even a little bit harder to accept. Russia drops a bunch of units. Germany drops a bunch of units. The fighting in this area has not worked out well for them. And Italy puts down another fleet, seems to consolidate his position, and Turkey obliges by putting down another army. So let's push ahead here. Spring 1905. We're back on the odds, which means Adam, talk us through all the black arrows here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a nice job by the IT Alliance to, sort of put themselves in this kind of trust but verify position where they don't need to leave too many units back. They're able to advance things. Turkey's moving the armies forward, gets out of Sev. Just pretty nicely done. I think if they wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, Romania obviously could have gone to Ukraine, but they're really just doing their thing. And the French position continues to get worse, right? You've now got Western Med, North Africa, Lyon, Tuscany, Piedmont, not making things easy for France here. In the north, it looks like Brad in England supported the Russians into Norway. Again, stabbing too many people at once.
I wonder how many different people have been supported into Norway by foreign countries in this game. It feels like lots of combinations.
Pretty far out, and he's also supporting the Russians against Germany, and it looks like that actually worked. If I'm understanding the arrows correctly, that the Russians actually take Kiel.
Yep. Russia is into Kiel here.
What was Helgoland doing? Oh, it was supporting Kiel up into Denmark. I see.
All right, Marcus, tell us, point out one thing for us that strikes your fancy.
I mean, I would talk about this Turkish-Italian dynamic and what's going on down there, but I think we're going to see more revealed about that later on. What I would want to say is I really love what the Russian is doing here. I think they had a very good reason to just disband their Baltic fleet last turn and keep the 3 armies and just turtle up and say, okay, I'm going to try and stick with what I have until the end of the game. Instead, they're like, no, I'm not accepting that. I'm going to push into Kiel. I'm going to push into Norway. I'm going to try and get what I can and get myself back into contention. That's actually working out for them.
Can Russia get a build? That's what I want to know. If they're lucky, they'll get 2. Yeah. Can they at least get 1? That's what I'm excited to see. All right, let's push forward here. Fall 1905. And Adam, tell us about it.
Well, Russia goes for the self-bounce in Warsaw between That's pretty funny. But it turns out he didn't have to guess because nobody went for either of them. So Russia will get one build or two. With Kiel's destroyed.
So they'll get a rebuild then.
They get right, and they took Norway, so they're going to get two builds.
A build and a rebuild. Yep.
In a rebuild. Great job by Russia. I mean, this is a good fight in the good fight here. Turkey and Italy continue doing their thing, and France loses Spain. Why did France lose Spain here?
France guessed incorrectly. So Gascony could support Marseille or Spain.
Well, can't Gascony support Marseille and Mid-Atlantic support Spain?
Well, Mid-Atlantic was going to get tapped by
the North Africa. Okay.
Right, which is what happened. All right, Marcus, point out one thing for us that you want to draw more attention to.
All right, I guess it's now this Italian-Turkish relationship here. I think the Italian has the upper edge of it because the Turkish player is now pushing all their armies forward, and the Italian has very good reason to keep their units back. Especially giving them that excuse is that German army in Tyrolia, which I don't think we've mentioned very much, but it gives the Italian reason to keep a line of armies quite close to the Turk.
It does feel like if Turkey were going to stab and take a shot at the board top, this was the turn to do it, wasn't it? Yep. If you know that if you're Turkey and you've talked to Germany and you know that Tyrolia is going to Trieste here, then Serbia is the attack point. Am I right about that?
Yeah, you don't actually gain that much though because you only get the one center off of them. But I think attacking after this point is going to be really, really hard. So you kind of committed yourself by not attacking here to sticking with Italy and hoping they don't stab you.
All right, let's keep going here. And winter 1905 sees another army roam, sees a couple French fleets come off the board, and Maxim goes for the. I was really hoping to see a fleet in St. Petersburg, just for the fun of it. But of course, that would not have made a whole lot of sense tactically, and especially given Turkey's misorder, which we sort of skipped over, which is fine. Instead of convoying to Sev, he's Black supported Khan to Sev, so that didn't work out. All right, spring of 1906, and we are down to Marcus. Tell us what you see.
Okay, well, Turkey actually does take the attack this turn, and an Italian misorder that's really painful with this backstabber interface. You have to click on the right coast of Bulgaria to get that support through, and the Italian clicked on the wrong coast. So they don't even manage to hold. Well, they don't even manage to keep the Turkish army out of Bulgaria. We do have to wonder, with this in mind, whether that failed convoy last turn was purposeful.
On purpose or not? Yeah.
Turkey could well have been. Elsewhere, I mean, we see England rotating around. It could be to defend the French against the Italians. It could also be to set up for a stab on Brest and to push into Mid-Atlantic Ocean. I guess we'll see. I think with the Italian weakening, there's more of a potential for England to try and make a run for the top of the board. Probably won't work, but it's there. Elsewhere, because of the Turkish pullback, we've got Russia actually making progress and maybe being able. I don't think they've got anything they can take right now, but it's a good start. And Germany just holding their position, which actually sees their position getting better because of England moving back.
All right, Adam, tell us, point out one thing for us that you want to draw more attention to.
Well, the dynamic between Turkey, Russia, and Italy is going to be key right now. I think Italy has more to offer Russia than Turkey does, which is going to play towards a continued success of Italy.
All right, and fall of 1906 is actually where the game ends. So, yes, a very early draw here, especially with potential IT conflict. What do you think that this is the right endpoint for this game? And Adam, we'll start with you. So I will just call out the ending here. We see shows Italy, Nicola Sahuge in Italy finishes with a 10 center board top, 4 centers more than the next closest, which was Turkey and Natty Schaefer. And in Carnage scoring, that difference doesn't matter a whole lot. And even the size of the board top doesn't matter a whole lot, except as a very distant tiebreaker in the future. So Natty finishes in second place alone. Brad and Melinda finished tied for third, and Evan and Maxim finished tied for fifth. Matt Lynch in seventh still scores 1,000 points under the Carnage scoring system. So, all right, let's hear it. Should the game have kept going, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's obviously still play in the game. I think the question is who stands to benefit by continuing the game. And I think Nicola's position is not necessarily going to get much better. And I think he can probably maintain his board top, but it's not going to get easier for him. He's probably going to lose Spain at some point. He may be able to hold Spain depending on guesses over there, but he's got to retake Budapest. He's going to be fighting people on that side of the board. Turkey can't be that happy with their opportunities here. Russia should probably be happy that they're even viable at this stage of the game. So I can understand why all the players would agree to end the game here. Maybe England has some play to try to, make some progress against Germany, but I don't think they really can do much right now.
Marcus, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was going to say Nicola in Italy definitely has good reason to draw here. About to lose centers, probably set on that board top and can't get much higher of a score without actually soloing the game. Turkey doesn't stand to gain very much, given they probably don't catch Italy up doing this. And could lose a lot if Italy makes progress against them. France, happy to draw here. They're still going to lose more. The only potential people who stand to gain, Russia, Germany, England, they all kind of counter each other's chances out because they all stand to gain from each other. So I could see all of them being happy with the draw here. The one I think probably should have stopped the draw was Russia. If anyone did, because Russia only gets 2,000 points, 2,500 even, and they actually stand to gain a fair amount out of this Turkey-Italy war if they just pick and choose sides at the right time. But I can't blame them for calling it a draw here. It's probably not like the nicest position to play from, being this vulnerable.
It's pretty interesting in Carnage scoring here because all these because rank is what matters, and you've got a whole bunch of smaller powers bunched together in terms of size. 1 or 2 centers actually makes quite a big difference in score. If Russia were able to pick up 2 centers and jump into a tie for second, they would go from 2,500 points all the way up to 5,000 points or 5,500, I think. Yep.
The problem is obviously then you're taking the rank off of England and Germany, who are the people who will gang up on you for doing that and try and get you back down to it. So it would be a mess in the north if this continued. Yeah,
and then that raises the question of whether Italy could solo, if things go on too long. But I don't know. To me, I'm a little bit disappointed, honestly. This board feels to me like it's got more play in it, and if I were kind of any one of these powers, I would just want to keep it going a bit longer and see what happens. I think France is probably France, I think, has the most difficult position here. But I should be able to retake Spain. The question is whether they can hold on to Marseille at the same time, and then got England working down the backside. But I don't know. It still seems like we've seen a lot of dynamic play here today, and this one looks like it could have had more going on. But with that, let's congratulate Nicola Sahuge on securing the first board top that we have seen of the day. And that will definitely put him in contention to win this tournament with another board top later this evening. So, all right. And for the two of you guys, I think, Marcus, you're going to stick with us. We're going to head back to board 1 and then make another pass through all 4 of the remaining games. and I think we should be able to get them all in just one more pass. So Adam, you're going to take a break and then come back for board 3. So thanks for your commentary, and we'll see you in a little bit. All right, and coming back to the stream is Siobhan Nolan. Siobhan, welcome back. Little volume.
I should unmute myself before I talk. That would be really helpful.
Yeah, we'd like that. Welcome back. It seems like it's gotten even sunnier out there in California.
Yeah, this is the one awkward moment of the day where the sun is directly right there, and in about 10 minutes it'll go away and everything will be fine.
That's fine. It's actually quite pleasant, and it lightens the mood. Okay, let's go back to board number 1, shall we? Which, if I can operate things correctly, looked like this when we left it. Lots of disbands. This is the one where Austria, where Kartik Konat in Austria had made some spectacular moves and gone from 5 to 10 centers between the end of 1902 and the end of 1904. And if we want to remember any of this, there was an AI that Austria had decided was no longer needed, and we also had some Russia, Turkey. This is the one where this is the game of the retreats, right? The entertaining retreats. Okay, great. And I believe in this one, Siobhan, you were calling out the odd years. Was that right?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Why not? It all evens out in the end, anyway. Do you guys want to try to shift a little gears here? I think I thought maybe we could try to do a little bit of sort of reorganize things a little bit. If Siobhan, maybe so whoever goes first can sort of focus more on the tactical aspects of the turn, and then the second person can try to focus on the strategic changes. Should we try that?
Sure.
All right, Siobhan, then tell us about the tactical situation in the spring of 1905. Once again, see a lot of black, which is nice.
A lot of black arrows. I'm going to start with the Austrians since they are arguably in the strongest position on this board. You get yourself bouncing Tuscany to keep the Italian out. That worked out in their favor. Shifting some fleets around to get them into play, and moving up into Russia with Turkey's help. So the Turk is helping the Austrian. Meanwhile, in the West, the English player finally managed to convoy something over, moving the fleets out. I mean, it's all just moving the units where they need to be. I think everyone but Turkey is going to try and stop the Austrian, but we'll see how long that lasts.
All right, Marcus, how does the strategic situation look?
Yeah, I mean, on the negotiation front, it looks like Austria's done a very good job keeping Turkey on side, and more importantly, making Turkey move out of Ankara, move out of Smyrna, while they still have that unit in Constantinople. And that looks like a very deliberate misorder to me, Constantinople.
Whoops.
It would be interesting to see if that causes the Turk to pull both those units back. It would definitely cause me to do that. But yeah, very strong negotiation turn from the Austrian, especially Tyrrhenian Sea to Tunis covering against the French player instead of attempting to protect Naples or, attempting to protect Ionian. Mm-hmm. It looks like the Italian is a little bit dead in the water here. But it looks like the Austrians managed to convince them to at least stop the Frenchmen from growing. The other interesting thing on the negotiation front looks like the German has kicked the English player out of Berlin, kind of to be expected. But I assume England will try to continue attacking the German. France not making a move against them, though.
Yeah, this is a nice set of tactics by Kartik. I think he's obviously played the game well diplomatically, but this is a nice set of moves here. The self bounce, we often don't like these. We see them as wastes of unit efficiency, but he really wanted to make sure that this army didn't advance into Tuscany and didn't have anything else particularly pressing to do with these two units. And getting into Ionian has to be an unexpected bonus. But now, I mean, it's hard to see anybody challenging Kartik for this board top. All right, let's push ahead here then and check out some fall 1905 moves. And we did. Sorry, my eye was just immediately drawn to this.
I'm going to start with Kartik again. Some confusion as to the movement of the fleets in a fall turn, why we're not taking Naples. I guess you have to keep France out of the Tyrrhenian Sea, but it just seems a lot of unnecessary red arrows. We do see the Turk pull back to Ankh and Smyrna, as Marcus was predicting, and the Austrian just pulls away, says, "Hey, my bad, I don't want any of those." Meanwhile, the German kicks France out of Burgundy while England takes Kiel from him, which is an interesting choice that I would like explained to me at some point. I get it on the part of the English player, but the German,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Marcus, what does this signify about the strategic situation?
I mean, the fleet-wise, it looks like Austria is trying to puppet the Italian. Obviously, Carnage scoring system. The Italian is just trying to stay alive as long as possible. Maybe hope that someone else gets eliminated, probably Germany, before they do. I don't think it's going to work because there's nothing more the Italian can help the Austrian with here. Sure, Austria can support hold them in Tunis, but now it's a guessing game between whether they defend Tyrrhenian Sea or Tunisia. It's not one they can win, I think. Elsewhere, yeah, I think England actually has the potential to beat Austria on this board top, considering Austria doesn't have a huge amount more centers they can take, and England is advancing in Germany now.
Mm-hmm.
And France, it doesn't really have a line against England. England has a nice position for stabbing if they want to.
All right, so my curiosity here is whether Austria builds a fleet or not, another fleet. Yeah, so Austria got a build supported by Turkey into Moscow here, and yeah, what's going on between the English and the Germans is interesting to say the least. All right, so builds finds Germany giving up on that Burgundian army, which at least knocked France. Maybe part of that was to give France a rebuild, to convert an army to a fleet. If that was the goal, it helped England a whole lot more than it did Germany. So thanks for that. So France does put down that fleet Marseille. England puts down a fleet and an army, and this is now just kind of the race on. And we do get an Austrian fleet here. Just kind of the race is on between England and Austria. Can England find enough dots before Austria takes the Turkish dots? And all right, spring of 1906. Tell us about the tactics, Marcus.
Okay, so we see the Austrian moving up to Romania and into Bulgaria and rotating that fleet down. I don't know if they're going to get the position to attack Turkey here. It seems doubtful. Elsewhere, we've got this kind of, it's starting to, well, they do actually guess correctly, the Austrian and the Italian, on which place to block. But now that Marseille is in Gulf of Lyon, not a lot they can do to hold. They're going to lose one of the two. And they moved Adriatic to Ionian, which they should have probably moved it to Apulia and tried to just push it forward without going through Ionian here. Elsewhere, England advancing, not managing to get backfill into Kiel or get that army convoyed across. That's going to delay them a bit, but they do take Berlin. France moving forward with everything, and England getting into the English Channel, Mid-Atlantic Ocean. They're already in North Sea next to Belgium. This looks like it could be a very easy English board top if they just take the French centers.
You agree, Siobhan?
I 100% agree. This is exactly the race for the board top that we were talking about last year. And this is such a fun place to be as England. And I mean, the Austrian is keeping the Italian alive because they're helping them, I guess. But I can't see that lasting too much longer. The Austrian's going to need Naples if they're going to hold on to this board top. And we'll see what he does with the Turkish centers in the long run.
I just want to point out that Zach Moore, DBN's own Zach Moore, has pointed out that Siobhan, the bingo card space where Siobhan doesn't like Jason Massbaum's play, has been called. All right. let's keep going ahead here, and that is it. That is actually how the game ends, right here. And so I assume there's going to be some comments about whether England should have taken this draw. Before we get to those, let's call out the final score here. Austria, Kartik Konat in Austria takes 11, the board top. In second place is Dave Roberts in England with 9. And after that, we have Chris McKinney in France, Ben Kelman in Turkey. And then in the distant 5th place tie, we have Jason Masbaum and John Anderson, who was replaced by Nick Amantangelo, I believe. Although I'm not sure if any of them, either of them will get the score for that. And then Rafael Damata in Russia still gets 1,000 points for playing. Thanks, Rafael. All right. So congratulations to Kartik Konat. It's hard to say he didn't deserve this. The question, I think, is whether Dave Roberts in England should have been okay with second place. And Siobhan, let's start with you.
I mean, if I'm England in this situation, I don't think I'm taking this draw. I'm going to point out that Kartik in the comments is pointing out that he kind of forgot how Carnage scoring works, and he forgot that dot count can be a tiebreaker for board tops, which is why he didn't take the Italian dots, apparently, as he forgot that those, couple of extra dots could be a tiebreaker later. But no, if I'm England, I'm playing for the board top. It feels like he didn't want to stab France for whatever reason, and that's a little disappointing to me, but
it's worth pointing out to Kartik, by the way, taking Naples, as soon as the Italian army in Piedmont became unnecessary, you should take Naples. Even if he's working with you, you can replace that army. You can get another build and put all of the units in your possession. Marcus, what should have happened here if you were England?
Yeah, I think actually something important that I missed on the last phase was the Austrian taking Munich. It does change things up a bit, because if France gets stabbed by England here, Austria has a lot more to gain. And also, I think I underestimated the Austrians' ability to stab the Turk. Obviously, they can't take the Turkish home centers, but Sevastopol seems likely to be theirs, and Warsaw seems likely to be theirs if they try for it. The fact that those two English units in Russia are both fleets would work out in the Austrians' favor. So I think as England, I still play on, because you don't have a lot to lose. You're not going to lose the second position. Maybe the only bad thing would be a solo, and I think the Turkish holding their homeland is reason enough to continue, but I don't think it's I don't think it's the worst thing that England drew, because I don't think they'd get it. The only other person I think who has reason to hold out is Italy here, because they held out one more phase. They get 500 more points because Germany gets eliminated. But at the same time, I can understand that it's been a long time of playing, and the two center powers saying, no, I want 500 more points. I'm going to keep you all playing this game for another year, can be seen as a bit of a nasty move.
I mean, but it's at the benefit of limiting Jason Masbaum, which I think everyone on the board could agree is a good thing.
It would be interesting if there were a top board, whether a consideration like that would feel more attractive, more appealing. So 500 points is let's see, worth about like 1.5%. So on a 100-point scale, that'd be about 1.5 points. You do see, in 100-point based systems, you do see people sometimes making decisions based on that small number of points, but not typically. All right. Well, so, we've talked about England here. Well, let's talk a little bit about Kartik. Played a pretty solid game. Really hard to argue with much of what he did. How do you guys feel about his play here? And Marcus, we'll start with you this time.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful stab, I think, on the Italian. That was what resulted in this. It was great from the gate, honestly. I think I can't remember, but I think he demilitarized Galicia with the Russian in 01. He managed to get the Italian solidly onside, went against the Turk, then stabbed the Russian and the Turk, took a bunch of centers, and managed to get the Turk back onside. Diplomatic victory, tactical victory, just beautiful play.
Ron?
I mean, start to finish, I love the Austrian play in this game. It was superb. There are small moments where I was just like, okay, why aren't we taking Naples at this point? But You know, if that's my only complaint, well done, well-deserved board top. Love it.
Yeah, for me, this is the strongest play we've seen so far tonight. And there's been some this morning rather. There's been Nicolas' play in the previous game was also strong, and I think this is a little bit higher, not much, but a little bit higher, and deservedly so. Congratulations to Kartik, and that'll do it for board number 1. Let's head on back over to board number 2, which is the same crew, I believe, and let's refresh ourselves with this game. This is where Wes in Germany was doing some fairly tricky stuff, if memory serves, and Andre in England was had committed hard to an anti-French position and had stuck with it, and Randy Lawrence Hurt was holding on, but was. Oh, right. This is the game where Wes actually disbanded here rather than right. This was an interesting point of the game. Wes disbanded rather than retreat to Gascony. Had some tete-a-tetes with Russia, but had moved to Bothnia here in what struck us as an interesting thing to keep an eye on. And we had some questions about Austria's play in the south, I believe. And right, this is where it looks like Italy may have actually stabbed Austria here, correct?
Yes.
But didn't take Vienna. Could have taken a swing at Vienna.
I think Italy stabbed Austria. Didn't they have Austrian support into Greece here? Or
the let's see here. Yes.
Support to Gene to Greece. Okay.
Indeed. Okay. So that's definitely not a stab. And I believe Austria will get a rebuild. Took Romania, lost Greece, and had the army piffed. So Austria will be getting a rebuild here. Okay, and then Tunis finally is finally taken as a neutral in fall of 1904. Not by Italy, not by Turkey, not even by Austria, but by France.
I do remember a comment from Randy in the comment section earlier saying that it was an affront to everything he stands for to let Tunis still be neutral in 1905.
Yeah. I remember this now. This is where we actually gave some props to or I did anyway, to Randy for taking the time to take this dot here, even though it was moving a unit away from his front against England, but that this was a net gain because it put a unit in his home center and didn't actually really cost him much tempo in the south. Okay, that's enough refresher course. And let's spring of 1905. Let's stick with our rubric that we were on, and Marcus, let's stay with you calling out the tactics and tell us about spring of 1905.
Okay, so there's that guaranteed convoy into Spain. I think we ended the last session by talking about. Randy obviously realizing this just abandons it. And actually Randy just pushes everything against not really against the German front, against Belgium more than anything. I wonder if that's a tactic to try and say, okay, I can just move past you, England. I'm going to let you have Spain. Just like try and rotate round and don't attack me, and maybe I can weaken Germany for you. Might be something I'd be willing to take in this scenario as England, just because France only has armies apart from that North Africa fleet. So we also see Italy moving into Tyrrhenian Sea, into Tunis successfully. So that's potentially a successful move to the west. Germany moving full out against the east, moving into Finland, Livonia, Silesia, and Munich. And in the south, we still have this mess of attacks. The Russian fleet moves into Armenia, which is an interesting decision, and supports the Turkish units into Sevastopol. I guess I'll leave that for strategic discussion. Austria moves into Trieste and into Tyrolia potentially to attack the Italian.
All right, Siobhan, tell us what you help us understand what the hell is going on here.
Not sure I do understand it myself. I've been staring at that Austrian, Russian, Turkish convoy around the Black Sea and have been attempting to come up with an explanation where it makes sense to me. And it.
So Craig, let's talk about Craig here for a second, right? So, supports that convoy into Sevastopol and then also sends units. He looks like he's going to pick up two 2 Italian dots here. Craig, we tend to think of Craig as a bit of an alliance player, correct?
He generally is, absolutely.
Yeah.
And so for him to so quickly shift, I mean, there has to be some conversation between the Austrian and the Turk saying, you know what, we've been trying this isn't working, we've got to change it up. And Craig is willing to change the alliance structure because, at this point it's 1905. As Austria, he's been at 4 the entire game. I'm going to be a little tired of that too. So if he can pick up 2 here, that's fantastic.
Yeah, and plus potentially also helping Russia and Turkey reconfigure their tactical situation. It wouldn't surprise me if this agreement Turkey can't displace
right? Like,
if the agreement was from Advait was, yeah, now dislodge me in Armenia and I will disband. Then well done. Well done.
Oh my
Advait.
God. Yeah, I think this is just Advait sort of pulling one over. Craig saying, oh, I'll get you into Sevastopol. You'll get a dot Turkey. That'll be fine. And then meanwhile, now Turkey has to use Khan to cover Ankara if Turkey also wants to hold Sevastopol, but that leaves Bulgaria open to the Austrian if he wants to get really greedy.
And then there's the Italian on the other side with Greece and the Aegean, and then I mean, let's also we got to move on here. We're luxuriating in this turn a little bit much, but Livonia retreats to Prussia.
I think this actually may be an arranged swap of centers where Russia is going to take Ankara and the Turkish army is going to advance forward. I think that's the most likely reason for this move set. But I guess
I mean, if that's the case, then, also well done by Turkey. Just bounce them in Ankara. All right, let's find out how this alphabet soup ends up getting devoured, and tell us about it, Siobhan.
Is the Russian just done with the game?
I'm sorry. It looks like it.
Yeah.
Marcus, you're the one calling out the move for us. Yeah, Marcus, tell us about it.
Russia just actually lets all his sensors go here. Which I guess is another reason why you might make those moves. Supporting the Turk into Sevastopol, supporting the Turk into Moscow, and attempting to bounce Warsaw, but it doesn't really do anything at all. Elsewhere, we have clearly the English player agreed with the German that, okay, you can take 1 center since I'm taking 2. Although their 2 were not guaranteed. They weren't necessarily going to get Brest, so they could have just given Germany a build for no reason. I think we've seen that quite a lot from the English player this game, though, prioritizing their allies, their alliance over their own expansion. Elsewhere, France tries to make that move against the German, I think. It could potentially be against Belgium, and say, okay, England, please just work with me. I'm going to put you into Western Med. We can put you into Tunis. But England's having none of it. And the
Belgium was there for the taking with an open retreat to Holland. That seems like a missed opportunity. All right, Siobhan, talk to us about the strategic situation here.
I mean, the strategic situation here is, I think that the players in the West have made up their minds about the directions they're going. To Randy's frustration, he can't get the English player to change direction. I feel for Advait in Russia because this just looks like a moment of sheer frustration with the game and just saying, you know what, I'm throwing my dots to someone. Turkey, have them, please go attack someone who was mean to me in the end. Craig is, to his benefit with this stab, has picked up his 2 dots. And it's a great position to be in, but, it's mid-game and the East is still sorting out what it wants to do, and I think the West has the drop on them.
Yeah, it's interesting with Germany, looking so strong at the moment, and, England not really having anyone threatening, even Germany. Yeah, right, sorry, so that we agreed that was an arranged taking of St. Petersburg here. Mm-hmm. You can make the argument that Austria just needs more units, but they also don't really need an enemy on the other side. So
it's Austria needs more dots, but at the expense of irritating the Italian and a Turk who just picked up 2 Russian home centers who will be sitting behind him with new units.
Yeah, I feel for Advait here. In the Carnage system, you could make an argument that he probably figured he was going to be in last place no matter what. No one else was going to get eliminated before him, so why not let his dots be useful for someone else and pick up some goodwill or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's keep going here. In winter of 1905, the builds, we see Randy Lawrence Hurt seeing the writing on the wall, picking up all three of his northern armies, leaving an army in Piedmont and a fleet in North Africa. Actually, I love the holding of the fleet in North Africa. I think it's one last hope that maybe he can give England a reason to let him live. Elsewhere, the Russian units go away, and Austria puts down 2 armies. And the Turk puts down 1 army. So we didn't focus a whole lot on Turkey losing Smyrna, but that looks to be a pretty temporary situation. All right, spring of 1906 now. Siobhan, tell us about the tactical situation.
As stated, the Italian in Smyrna was very temporary. The Turk is going to take that right back. Still working with the Austrian, though, supporting them into Greece. So I guess we have an AT that doesn't like the Italian. England does take French help, tries to get into the Western Med. Won't happen this season, but next season it will with the shifting of units in Iberia. Convoy the army onto the continent. Well done, England. And the EG continues on and is stronger than ever.
And Marcus, tell us about the strategic how this affects the strategic situation.
Yeah, we still see this England-Germany sticking together. France obviously trying to say, okay, I'll work with you, just leave me alive longer than someone on this board, maybe Italy, so I get a few more points. England looks to be not buying that, and they'll also take the French centers, although they could leave Paris open, we'll see. Elsewhere, we've got, on the eastern side of the board, they kind of need to be uniting right about now because they've got this big threat coming across their border, and they're not. They're still going, I'll knock you out of Smyrna, I'll knock you out of Greece. Maybe we'll try and eliminate you. I wonder if they're just going to leave Italy on those 3 centers, given they're not making a move over there. But I really think they should have cut a deal rather than continuing to attack.
Yeah, especially in Carnage, it's the question of where the gains, the risks meet the rewards meet the risks. I have to say, but the calculations in Carnage can be a little bit harder to make. It has the advantage, it has the virtue of conceptual simplicity, but figuring out exactly where you might land in the pecking order is pretty complicated when you've got a bunch of players bunched together here. And those players in the East we have Austria at 6, we've got Turkey at 5. And Italy at 5. So yeah, it does seem like they are fighting over a small pie while England and Germany are getting pretty big on a large cake, if I can stretch the analogy. All right, let's keep pushing ahead here. Fall of 1906, and Siobhan, you are on the tactics.
Fall of 06, England finally makes it into Western Med and Lyon and Marseille. Well done, Randy. He stays on Paris. So Paris remains up for the grabs for England whenever he wants it. The Italian moves east because he's annoyed at the AT picking him off instead of helping him hold the line against the inevitable EG coming around the corner. Germany passes up the chance to take Moscow now for some positioning around Galicia. Germany and Turkey have struck a deal to knock Austria down a few pegs. Craig's got a little too big for his britches.
Yeah, Marcus, you like this? What's going on in the East here?
Obviously Italy really unhappy about that, right? And justifiably so. They should have united last turn, and I think it's going to cost them all. At this point, it's like, how much do England and Germany want to push before they end this game? Turkey's going to lose Moscow. They saw that and they went, okay, Germany, leave me Moscow and I'll cause some chaos here. But actually, that might be in Turkey's interest, because if Germany and England push across the board, then Turkey's the natural person who benefits, but it could lead to a solo. And that would be a painful loss.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that Turkey did not pull Bulgaria into the Aegean, which would have been the natural thing to do. And that means that even though they're picking up 2 centers, they'll only be able to put 1 unit down.
Do you think that they meant to put Bulgaria to the Aegean? Because Khan moved to Bull.
I think that was the intention.
Okay.
I would assume so.
Misorder. Yeah.
Yep. So that's the sort of thing that actually could ripple through the rest of the game and really be a problem for Turkey, especially if they end up needing to just try to edge one of the Western powers out. Seems like it's going to be hard though, just given the position that each of them have. The question's going to be, and I'll pose this to you guys, is if you are England or Germany, when do you look to make a move on the other, or do you not? And first, we can have a look at the builds. It sees England put down a fleet in Edinburgh, which is interesting. Turkey puts down an army, and Germany did not have a build here, or did they pass one up? Let's see.
They did not take any dots.
Got it. Their big move was last time.
Mm-hmm.
There's this interesting, actually, a little fun times around Norway. Both Sweden and St. Petersburg went to Norway, and Baltic could have covered Sweden. So Norway would have been guaranteed here, and it would still be guaranteed this turn, but it would not after this if they decide not to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you're England, so we'll split them up. You be England, Siobhan, and you be Germany, Marcus. And Siobhan, if you're England, what are you looking to do?
I don't know if I see stabbing as being super worthwhile at this moment. It's going to be a year or two before I really see it, and then I would want to really feel like I'm going for a solo. Right now, I'm only on 9. There's still work to do in the med. As much chaos as there is, I'd want a stronger position elsewhere. It's hard because I think I ride the alliance to the end and just hope to edge out by a dot or two and get the board top.
So it feels like status quo means you top the board alone.
Yeah.
Okay. And Marcus, what about you as Germany?
As Germany, I don't see a great potential to take the board top by stabbing England here. England just has too good of a position to fight back. I do also think there is potential for England to stab and take a bunch of centers off of Germany. So as Germany, I'm making the pitch that, we've stuck together all game. We've been this great alliance. It's carnage. It's you're not going to get a bigger score by stabbing me unless you take the solo, and you're not going solo. So you should just show that you're a great alliance partner and stick with me here. And then as Germany, you try and push forward and get some more builds and hopefully get a stab off of that. But because it's carnage, I don't think there's much potential for England and Germany to keep rolling, because neither of them can really make the excuse that it's not for anything other than a solo.
Do you agree with Siobhan that status quo advantages England?
It's a difficult one. I think it actually, it depends who makes progress. I think Germany could make really significant progress very fast in the East. And if they put the builds down in the right places, like if they take Moscow and Sevastopol in a year and get 2 fleet builds, they could potentially, they could really strengthen their northern position. But
Sevastopol seems a stretch here with Turkey so strong, but Moscow, obviously, it's now or never.
Yeah, but Turkey is working with Germany, right? So maybe you can convince them to do something suboptimal.
I see.
But England's not going to get anything more. They get Tunis, right?
And Paris.
And Paris behind the lines. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I completely missed that. So yeah, actually, I think England is pretty much guaranteed the board top here.
So then that's an argument for Germany looking to make a move, actually.
No, because if they do make a move, England will just get that board top anyway, and maybe has a reason to knock Germany down a few.
Oh, wow. So maybe Germany doesn't have a path to the board top here. That's a little surprising. You agree with that, Siobhan?
I do agree with it. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but I could see why England might stab. And then I definitely wouldn't do it, and you could not convince me that Germany should stab. Okay.
All right. I feel like there's an argument here for Germany to stab. There's an argument for both of them, but there's always an argument. But if one of them can get the upper hand on the other, then they're guaranteed the board top.
But how do you stab Germany here?
Well, you take Norway, and the key, I think, would be, if you're Germany, is to ensure that Turkey and Austria, or that Austria is occupied in the south in some way. So whether it's fighting Turkey or fighting Italy, and then it's just move. You take Norway here, you move to Denmark from Baltic, and hope that you can. And then you have to shift armies back. But I think you also have to take Moscow. I mean, that's the trick, is that you need builds really quickly, and you need Turkey to be okay with that. But taking Moscow, even if it's only temporary, it gets you another fleet in the water, and maybe slows Turkey down a little bit. That would be the argument. I kind of agree with Siobhan that the status quo advantages England, just because of Paris and Tunis. But if England gets Holland, it's kind of over. England guarantees a board top. So, all right, enough of that. Let's keep going ahead here. Spring of 1907. That means, Siobhan, you're on tactics here? I've already forgotten.
I believe so. And wow, okay. Germany's pulling back. Takes Moscow. England is chugging along in the EG as he always was, but loses Norway for the effort. Doesn't have a unit in Belgium because they self-bounced. So okay. And the Germans just going to help the Turk down in the south. So we'll see where that goes. And then a whole lot of nothing around Tunis for now.
Boy, that self-bounce is costly, isn't it?
That was where my eyes went immediately. And as we see Livonia convoy back to Kiel, love those long convoys over the Baltic.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, yeah, go ahead.
Marcus, how does the strategic situation look to you now?
Yeah, I mean, well, this was what you were hoping for, right? The German making that move against the English player. And I think through the rest of the game, we have seen that England is the loyal alliance player in this, and Germany has been willing to make a few moves that are suboptimal to the alliance in order to benefit themselves. And like, this is where you see that play out. They say, okay, I really need to take the stab if I'm going to have a shot at the board top. I think if England plays this well, it's still very unlikely that Germany takes the board top, and they could suffer from this, because if the East gets their act together, Germany is going to be the one who suffers on that front. But can't fault him for trying to go for the win, and we'll see whether England can hold it.
The convoy here is interesting. I think he had a couple choices with how to shift armies back. The one that seemed more likely to me was Munich to Ruhr and Bohemia back to Munich. I would have thought that working out some diplomatic arrangement with Austria so that you and Austria didn't have to fight would be wise. But in this case, you now have the good fences make good neighbors arrangement with Austria. The question is whether these armies will be needed against England or not. And but he did need another army back to cover Holland, so now he can cover Holland and Denmark from the army in north, or the fleet in north. But all right, let's keep going. This at least gets interesting, right? This is the battle between England and France was the only thing that could keep this board could hold our attention on this board, and it's happening. So let's go forward with it and look at fall 1907. And Siobhan, what happens?
Oh, okay. The first thing that jumps out at me is the German is getting two builds no matter what here, picking up Moscow, picking up Norway. England spends time supporting an attack into Norway that he knows is not going to work, when what he should have done is pull North Sea to Holland so it bounces Kiel back so that Kiel is not available for that extra build.
Yes.
That's what I was looking at before you even put the moves up. So, small thing, it took me years to learn that kind of move, but if you know you're not going to get Norway anyway, don't waste the time. England is making up for losing that unit by taking Paris while also putting France into Tunis to keep France alive. I think actually very smart. That fleet is very useful for him, especially since he has to pull a bunch back up into the north to fight Germany.
But how much was Randy Lawrence hurt hoping for a build here? I just in his heart of hearts, deep in his heart of hearts, how much was he hoping?
He's being the good pirate for the English player right now, but he wanted to put Army Paris down. Meanwhile, in the east, it's not as interesting, though the Austrian pulls up into Tyrolia, which is interesting, and Italy loses a dot to the Turks with the Austrian help.
Yeah. So Marcus, talk to us about the strategic situation. It seems like some of your concerns about Germany's move here might be coming to fruition.
Yeah, it's important thing to note that it looked really good for the German last turn because Italy just supported the Austrian into Bulgaria, which was, I think, was something we glossed over a little bit. But immediately, because if that had continued, if that state of affairs had persisted and the Austrian had pushed against the Turkey, it's really good for the German. But no, Austria immediately turns around, kicks the Italian back out again, and gives the dot to the Turk. In the hope that the Turk will work with them against the German, which worked out well. And in doing this, I mean, I think they're forcing the Germans to call the draw. They're like forcing everyone to call the draw, right? Because the only person who will benefit from this is England. The downside, I think England's tactics have been really off this phase. As Siobhan said, that move to Norway accomplished nothing, especially the move to Piedmont is really bad, doesn't do anything at all. It should have gone up to Burgundy if you're taking Paris. There's no reason not to do that. And the alternative is just ask Randy to put you in Tunis instead and move Burgundy to Rur. Would have been so much better.
Yeah, and the other risk of the Marseille de Piedmont here is that it risks irritating Austria, actually. Yep. And Austria, you need, if you're England, Austria is the number one player that you need on this board right now. But, you know, England could make the argument that it's headed for Tuscany. Maybe it's going to take Rome, clean up the Italian centers. But Austria may think those are centers that should go to him. All right, let's have a look at where the units go down. We get a fleet and an army with Germany, who really kind of, you know, the hands are a little bit tied here with all the firepower coming back. Just needs both fleets and armies, right? You can only build one of each, but at least can build one of each. Elsewhere, we have an Austrian army in Budapest, which is actually pretty interesting in terms of tactical flexibility. That could go a couple different ways. And we have so Turkey didn't get a build, and Italy pulls the fleet in Albania. What Italy does from here is definitely an interesting question, right? Like, who are they most mad at? What can they do to help? Siobhan?
I mean, that's a great question, who they're most mad at. It's a hard choice. I think it would have to be the Austrian, but then again, Tommy might just decide that, you know, whatever, I'll do whatever the Austrian asks me if he keeps me on my last two dots.
Yeah, it's tough to be in that screw all y'all position, but also like, I got nothing else to do.
I've got two units in not great places, but screw all y'all anyway.
All right, let's keep on going here. Spring 1908, Marcus, you are on the tactics.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised the draw wasn't called here, because I think, like, Germany really needs the draw called right now if they're going to top this board because of that Austria-Turkey moving towards them. But yeah, Austria moving everything up against the German except the unit in Tyrolia, which was used to kick the English player back out of Piedmont, shows that was a mistake again last phase, because if that had stayed in Tyrolia, it would have benefited the English player a lot. Turkey getting given Bulgaria as well, it actually sets the Turk up for a really strong finish here. They stab the Austrian for a punch. And on the northern front, we've got England backing out into Burgundy with Belgium, which is just painful. Why don't you support hold that unit with the English Channel and push Paris forward? I think what we're seeing here is that England and Germany allied very early on. England did a great job on the diplomatic front to establish that alliance, but maybe they weren't as strong on the tactics and were getting their tactics from Germany. And now that that alliance is broken down, they're beginning to see that come back to bite them, the fact that they haven't got that backup anymore.
All right, Siobhan, strategic situation is fluid, isn't it?
There's so much in flux here, and I 100% agree with what Marcus just said about the EG. You know, Andre's tactics all around this turn and last turn have been suboptimal. Nothing moves around the North Sea. The move from Belgium, just no. Meanwhile, in the East, we've got, you know, the Austrian and the Turk moving up against the German. I'd like to see that continue because it's really, really interesting. I'm Khan did move into Bull while Bull vacated, but I have to believe that that was agreed upon. It's a spring turn.
But why would you agree on that if you're Austria? That I don't get.
Well, then why leave Bulgaria? I guess, you don't think Romania is moving at this point, do you?
I just don't know why. I don't know how that's a good deal for Austria if they're.
Maybe he thought Greece was going to Serbia.
Oh,
Thought
so
it would be a
just
bounce.
defensive. But now Serbia is probably if Turkey wants to, Serbia is lost as well.
That's
It's complicated. Is this a fascinating and complicated strategic calculus for Turkey here? Because Turkey needs Austria to fight, because Germany's topping the board. So Turkey needs Austria to fight Germany, but also doesn't want Germany to fall too quickly, because then England is just going to be secured the board top. So for Turkey to get the board top, there's like a set of needles that need to be threaded, not just one.
Yeah.
So all right. So this is fall of 1908. Let's just keep going here. And Marcus, talk to us about tactics.
Okay, well, we see Turkey convoying that unit back out of Bulgaria again. It looks like this Austria-Turkey alliance is solidifying, and that's actually still just as good for Turkey. They can take those dots when they want to, especially considering Serbia moves away. We see the Germans suffering, losing Warsaw on that front. They do also get knocked out of Belgium. Of course, that was guaranteed. But again, England's moves to do that. I mean, I guess this was the only way they could do that and guarantee it this turn. So, but having North Sea vacant is painful again. They're not going to be making any progress anytime soon. England does actually take France out of the game now. Maybe just looking for that extra center in case the game draws here, and then they get the joint board top. I think it makes sense.
Wouldn't it be just a straight board top? Germany goes down 1, England would go up 1.
Oh yeah, that's true. It is a straight.
No, Germany went down
10
yes,
to 9.
yeah, exactly right. Yes.
They just flip-flop.
Straight doesn't mean shared. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
All right, Siobhan, what do you make of how the strategic situation shifted?
I think that everything makes sense. For whatever reason, the board has decided that Wes is the one who does not deserve the board top. Wes was a weasel and he stabbed England for 1, and whether or not that's why Craig and Mehmet are deciding to do that instead of attack each other, I don't know. I think England is doing the right things now, but the tactical errors in the last few turns are hurting him a little bit. Marcus pointed out the empty North Sea, that's going to slow him down. But, at this point, I think that England can hold on to the board top if they don't make any mistakes.
I'm a little disappointed in Mehmet, although we know he's told us that he's an alliance player and that just forming those relationships is actually one of the things he really enjoys about the game. But there was an opportunity here. There was a real opportunity.
Oh, yeah.
If he keeps Bulgaria, takes Serbia, then he goes up 2. He goes to 8 at that point, which is just 2 behind England. The trick is, right, how does he get he wants to make sure that England and Germany stay locked up enough while he consumes the Austrian centers and gets past. So it's a trick, but the opportunity was there, and I don't think it's there now. I think this was a time indexed opportunity that won't come again. England should get the upper hand on Germany eventually, even with some suboptimal tactics here and there. But okay, let's push ahead here. Builds, find another fleet for England, which at this point it kind of doesn't matter with England, right? Like England, they don't need more armies to secure the board top. They just need a couple more dots, and then it's over. We get an Austrian fleet.
Craig, yes.
I mean, apart from being fun, like another army wasn't that necessary, right? Fleet.
I mean, I don't hate it.
I think it's to make sure England can't take the solo, right? Just in case. But I think I'd have preferred an army there, because I kind of disagree that this was time limited on the Turkish pass. I think if Austria dedicates enough to the defense, Turkey can just walk into Serbia and Bulgaria. And there's no reason for him not to before the game ends.
I mean, he can convoy unopposed back into Bulgaria right now, make the same walk into Serbia, could make a push for Galicia right now so that he has play on Budapest. I mean, there's there's opportunity.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. There's a good argument for Army Trieste. All right, well, but playing the player in this case, you probably just don't need it. All right, let's see if what happens here. Spring 1909. Siobhan, I think you're up for tactics.
Yeah, I'm going to start in the West. Most of it is England supporting Munich to hold, which I agree with. You don't want Austria to break into the center of the board at this point, as much as you want German dots maybe for yourself. I don't know. Maybe England won't take any more off Germany, and they've said, you know what? No, we're not going to let Turkey and Austria advance any further against us, though they do in Moscow, and there was nothing to be done about that. So,
yeah, this looks like the game is settling.
mm-hmm.
Marcus, do you agree with that, or do you think do you think there's another twist in store for us?
I don't see where much more of a twist could happen. I guess England could just go for the solo. They do have Tunis secured across the line, but it's going to be a hard push there, and they probably get denied Munich or Berlin or something at the end.
Mm-hmm.
I think this draws here. I think there's no reason why Turkey shouldn't try and improve their score a little bit first, but I guess they're going to get joint with Austria, and maybe that's just what they want at this point.
So this is even worse for Austria than letting Turkey tie them. Actually, they're actually losing. They're losing points by giving a dot away to their ally.
I think they do still tie, right? Because they're going to go 7 here, but they lose 5 points from it.
Yeah, that lowers their score. Okay, then let's. That is in fact how the game ends right here. So the players saw the writing on the wall, and it's hard not to be disappointed that Mehmet didn't go for it here. It's probably still a low probability option, but taking the draw here also, this also lowers the score like we were just talking about. But look, he's not a score focused player, and there's definitely a lot of players out there who are like that. So. All right, England tops this board. Andrei Gribakov, despite taking some guff from us periodically throughout this game for what we were calling suboptimal tactics, comes out on top. Congratulations, Andrei, with 10. Wes Ketchum in Germany gave it a shot and gave also a mea culpa and was able to secure second place with that, which under Carnage is still quite good. This is only about 3.5% of the points below first place, and that sets him up with a board top in round 2 to possibly take the tournament title. So well done, Wes, on that. And also congratulations on going for it, I have to say. Congratulations on going for it and also recovering the same position you had when it didn't work out. So well done there. Craig Mayer in Austria, a little bit of rabbit out of the hat here, honestly. Craig, I think, had some difficult moments during this game, but ended up having a nice comeback for third place. And in Mehmet in Turkey takes fourth place. And elsewhere, we go all the way down to 2. And Tommy Anderson manages to hold on to 5th place, and 6th and 7th were shared by Randy and Advait. Although, because order of elimination matters here, Randy actually takes 6th place alone, and Advait takes 7th place alone. All right, guys, is this the right result for this game? And Marcus, let's start with you.
Yes, but also no. So Turkey should absolutely have at least let this game go to the winter phase so that they get Moscow, they get the tied position with Austria, and they, get those 500 extra points. You have the position to stab Austria if you want to. You need to at least go for it. But we've discussed that Turkey isn't that kind of player. I think it's almost in Austria and Turkey's interest to let England roll a bit and to try and get England a few more centres, weirdly enough, because of the way that Carnage works. If you let England take centres off the player in second place, you have the chance to get into that second place. And you are only 1 centre behind if Germany loses Moscow. So, yeah, there was good reason to do that potentially. But I don't blame them for calling it here. It looks like it's quite close to the end. And I think Germany suffered the result of exactly what we said would happen if they stabbed England. It just didn't hit them as hard as we thought it would because England didn't push quite as quickly as we thought they would.
I'll give a little shout there. I think that Wes, who knows what was going on in negotiations, but Wes's path included a requirement that he manage this situation with Austria more successfully than he apparently did. So, who knows whether he gave that a shot, whether he understood that or not. But yeah, obviously that part didn't work out. But again, kudos to West for hanging on. Siobhan, final thoughts on this game?
I mean, I think it's more or less the right result for this moment. I agree, at least go through the winter phase and get Moscow. But, you know, if you're the kind of alliance player where he said to Craig, no, you'll get to finish third ahead of me, maybe that's why that happened. I'm still disappointed we didn't see a Turkish stab. But someday it will happen.
Yeah, so I mean, it's where Mehmet is as a player, and he was true to that. So, all right, congratulations to everyone on this board, especially to Andrei Grubikov for topping, and look forward to seeing how things work out for all of you guys in round 2. With that, let us take a little pause here, and we're going to go back to board number 3, which let's see, Siobhan, were you on that? Yes, and although Marcus, let's do this. Let's go back to board 4, which has finished. Board 3 is still going on. So why don't we do this? Siobhan, we'll let you go. We'll let Marcus finish off here because he's a little bit late at night right now. All right, so Siobhan, we'll see you back here in a little bit.
Yep.
And we'll bring back to the stream Brian Pravel. Hey, Brian. Welcome
Hey,
back.
how are you doing?
Doing all right. Ready to see how boards 3 and 4 finish up?
I am. I'm really excited. Got some good games there. Congrats to both the board toppers for the last couple of games while I was out. And let's get on to round 4 and then 3. Or board.
All right.
Board 3.
So you got to kick me off and bring Adam back on. So I'll see you guys. Actually, this is it for me. Brian, you're going to conclude the broadcast. We've changed the start time for round 2 tonight to 7 p.m. So 7 p.m. Eastern, I should say. So Brian, I'll remind you to in the back channel to pop on with that. But I will see everyone later tonight.
Awesome. Look forward to it. Thanks.
See you.
All right. Let's go ahead and add Adam back in. Adam, welcome back.
Again.
All right. Let's do this. So round 1, board 4, where we last left off, we had a couple of things. Like, first of all, Morgante is in a fantastic position here. I think he's managing the diplomatic pillar of this game extremely well. There were a couple points where he was lacking in some armies in the middle of the board, but was able to use his diplomatic prowess to put himself in position to where one of the questions we had at the end when we left off with this game last was whether he would be able to solo. And the other question we were asking is whether we were going to see support into Tyrolia and Burgundy slip into Munich. So lots of fun stuff going on here, primarily to see how far Morgante goes with this game. Anything else that either of you remember or want to cover before we get started?
I don't think so.
All right, well, let's get to it. Adam, I don't remember who had what. Do we want to go ahead and split up strategy and tactics like the other group was doing? Does that sound fun?
Sure.
Sure.
All right, so Adam, why don't you start on tactics for 1905, and then Marcus, you can talk about the strategic situation. All right, so tactics for 1905.
Okay, so I think the key in the middle of the board is that they choose to try to put France into Tyrolia, which was not going to be successful in this situation because of the support from Venice was not cuttable. They made an interesting decision here to put Fleet Tyrrhenian Sea into Tuscany rather than convoying Marseille over. I think perhaps they were expecting to get into Tyrolia in this situation, but I think advancing the position with the army into Tuscany would have been.
Oh, looks like you may have lost Adam there for a minute. Marcus, you want to keep going?
All right. Yeah, I mean, here we kind of just seeing the Western Triple stick together. It may well be just France waiting for a more open position. I'd be really disappointed if it's just Western Triple to the end, because I think France has such a good position to counter that. But on the other side of the board, we're seeing everyone unite, everyone move forward to prevent this. And yeah, I mean, even Bill, who was in a potential position to stab, is now moving those units forward and might not be able. Well, he's still able to stab, but seems to want to prevent this Western triple moving forward.
Yeah, it's definitely looks like a little bit of East versus West here, and we'll be curious to see if anybody comes out and makes a move.
I'm really curious from the negotiation standpoint. Is this being driven, entirely by Morgante? And if so, I mean, it's pretty nice what he's doing here, and we'll just have to see when the axe falls.
Yeah, no, I like the Austrian moves here too. I think it's worth pointing out. I think it was some good play, moving units in the right places.
Yeah, I guess what I would say is I can only have to believe that Morgante is driving what's happening here, just because if he felt like he wasn't, I think he probably would have stabbed right about by this time.
Yeah. All right. Well, moving on to 1905.
Yep.
It was not what I was expecting.
No. So we see a single dot move where France takes Holland, and this even could have been agreed, knowing that Germany was guaranteed Warsaw, and it was just sort of like, okay, I keep working with you, but you got to keep feeding the beast. That's not beyond the realm of possibility. Certainly, the move to Ruhr doesn't make it look that way, but I mean, who knows? Elsewhere, they do finally put the army into Tuscany, wisely deciding to go that way instead of trying for Tyrolia again, which was going to be futile. It's also pretty exciting that Germany is now taking Galicia. So this is really well pushed through the line. The question is it maintained with the perhaps stabbed by France, perhaps somewhat agreed by France, somewhat agreed moves? I don't know.
Marcus, what do you make of this?
Yeah, if France can convince Germany that this was agreed, I think that's an amazing move by them, because the move to Ruhr in combination with the move to Holland is just so evident of a stab. And I think what makes it brilliant is the Turkish stab at the same time. Turkey goes +3, they take out that. I mean, they go for the best SC position they could. Otherwise, I kind of recommend it usually, and maybe it's a good thing here, but given that France is about to stab and kind of has, it could well lead to a French solo, especially given that now all of the German units have just moved much further away from their homeland.
Yeah, I love to see the play. I think it's going to make it a much more exciting rest of this game. So let's keep pressing forward into our builds. Some interesting questions here on these builds. I think the army in Paris absolutely makes sense, particularly if Morgante is trying to continue pushing into Germany. Bill, I think, had some interesting choices. 3 builds, got to be loving that. Builds 2 armies, fleet in Smyrna. Portem down to the lone army in Moscow. Might be able to hold on to that for this game. It'll be interesting to see. And then Jonathan has to disband the fleet, which is only helping Morgante, and then the army in Vienna. Marcus, we'll start with you. Anything stand out on these builds?
I mean, it's not from the builds themselves, but just, I mean, Ionian coming off kind of maybe indicates that Austria said, okay, screw you, Turkey. How dare you do this? I'm just going to make sure you get nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and France could well get a very quick solo here.
Adam?
I think Austria had no choice but to disband Ionian there. I mean, what is he going to pull out, Budapest or Trieste or something? I mean, he could have pulled Tyrolia, but I think it makes perfect sense as punishment to the Turks. This is a very high probability French solo position right here. I think if France had one more fleet in the north, I think it would be almost a sure thing.
It's gonna be fun. So moving on, tactics for 06. Marcus, why don't you take these?
Yeah, sure. So we do see some effort to prevent this French solo. We see England moving back to try and counter it. We see England supporting the German unit into North Sea, but France is still advancing. They've taken Denmark here. They have position to potentially take Kiel. That will be a bit more guessy. But I think we see the Austrians supporting France into Rome, which goes to indicate that Austria has gone, Turkey, how dare you do this? And Germany doing whatever they can to try and stop that, I think. Say, okay, if I murder Austria quickly, maybe it will stop him from throwing the solo. Tries to support the Turk into Budapest. Also gets Austrian support back into Munich, which is an interesting one. But it looks better than the rest of the board, and Austria potentially throwing.
And Adam, what's your take?
I don't see a lot of rationale for Germany to be helping Turkey at this point. Galicia should be going back to Bohemia to back up Munich. You're trying to stop a solo here. You're trying to stop somebody from taking your home centers. What do you want to get involved in that for? I think that there's definitely a pullback that we're not seeing that I would like to see. I think actually what's really interesting to me is seeing the English moves, clearly showing that England is not entirely in France's pocket and is actually does want to have a hand in this game and does want to have some influence in this game. And I think that's pretty cool that he's jumping in and demonstrating that here.
Yeah, either that or just sees an opportunity to get one of his home centers back.
Well, I mean, honestly, if he goes from Norwegian and takes Edinburgh, that would be absolutely disastrous, actually, to the effort to stopping France. So that will be really interesting if that's the way he's going.
Yeah. And this is the kind of game where it's just the emotions have to be making a big part of the decisions that are going on here. And it'd be a lot of fun to be a spectator listening in on these negotiations. So much going on here. Is
a language we can't broadcast, right?
Exactly. And I think the move of Jonathan supporting Bill into the Austrian centers, is that a response to obvious Austrian dot throwing? Are they trying to keep that from happening, or is there something else going on? I don't know what to make of that one, but this is fun. All right, moving on, Marcus.
Okay, France manages to take Sweden, which is an interesting one. Doesn't manage to get into Naples. The Italian does manage to cut Rome and prevent that. What else is going on? Turkey tries to put Germany into Vienna. There's still a lot of fighting going on that front, and Germany gets put into Moscow to try and kill the Russian unit that's preventing the Turk from advancing. So I think there's some effort from England, Germany here to say, okay, we need to push this Turk forward into being in the power position in the east so that they can take control and fight back against France. But I don't know that it's going to be in time.
Adam?
I would have liked Denmark going to Baltic. I mean, obviously, we see that would have put them in Kiel. I mean, Baltic had a lot of options here in terms of what it might have done. I guess the risk of Denmark to Baltic is if there's no way Baltic can end up getting into Kiel, so I don't think that's really a risk. So that would have probably guaranteed Kiel. If they kick you out of Denmark, you're probably going to be able to retreat to Sweden anyway. So, Austria is still doing what you would expect Austria to be doing here, and it's hard to think that he should be doing anything else. I mean, if with Turkey making that stab there, at this point, it's like, well, If that's going to end up with a French solo because you did that, then too bad for you. You know, you ruined my game, I'm going to ruin yours, and this is just the nature of these kinds of things. I'm sure there's no love lost between them right now.
I think the interesting thing there is actually, I mean, in Carnage, there's a very good reason for Austria to just say, okay, yeah, you stabbed me, but I still want some points out of this game. I shouldn't let a solo happen. If you're going to make a stab like this, you have to be able to do damage control. And Turkey seems to have completely failed on that front in convincing the Austrians to not throw the game.
Well, they are picking up the build in Budapest, so Austria will go down, and I don't know that Austria is going to be able to hold the position once he drops another unit. So I guess that's the counter argument.
No, I mean, I'm sure that they can't, and I think that's the entire rationale for Austria just saying, I'm going to spend all my effort helping France at this stage and just, you know, stymieing you.
Yeah. Well, they did a decent job keeping France from progressing through in the Med, so it'll be curious to see if any more growth happens. I think there's no way to stop Naples at least, but I don't know if they go any further than that. All right, so on to builds. Austria disbands in Tyrolia. Italy disbands in Apulia. Bill builds an army in Caen, and we've got Morgante building a fleet in Brest, army in Paris. Christian disbands in St. Pete, and then Jonathan builds in Kiel. So anything stand out to either of you here?
These all look like exactly what I would expect to see.
Yep. All right. So I think, Adam, it's your turn on tactics. Why don't you lead us off?
Sure. Okay, so England is taking 2 of his home centers back. So kudos to Christian on that. And it looks like he'll be able to hold both of them if he chooses to do so. So that's kind of exciting. Interesting that France holds an NAO. I don't see a lot of rationale for that. I don't know why you wouldn't at least go to the Norwegians, you know, send that into the Norwegian. So that's a little strange to me. I mean, actually, these are fairly passive moves by France in general this turn. So I just wonder if this is sort of going to a conclusion here rather than making an effort. I don't agree with that decision if that's the decision that's been made, but you know, that may be the case. In the East, you know, similarly, Austria is really just doing some supporting moves, and Turkey is positioning around to try to take some more Austrian dots. Recognizes that maybe I don't really need Italy. That's debatable, but that seems to be part of the decision process here. So.
Yeah, it looks to me like they're starting to head for a draw. Marcus, would you agree with that?
I think this could be a strategy from France where they appear to be doing nothing and they say, okay, I'm not the one holding out on the draw, right? And then put in the no draw vote and go for the solo anyway. But I really feel like it would be more effective just to push for the solo. They do have a good enough position. Yes, they're losing London. That's a problem. But I mean, they are getting into position to try and take it back, putting the unit in Belgium to convoy over. The one thing I'm most surprised about, I think, is Turkey taking Greece. That seems like a bad idea, considering, you know, you kind of needed this line. Well, I guess France had Naples guaranteed anyway, so maybe they just thought, okay, we'll take what we can and try and push France back later. But now Italy's guaranteed out, and France can just kill them this year.
Yeah, if nothing else, it makes me less likely to accept a draw if I'm France because of that.
Yeah.
All right, continuing on to fall of 1907, Adam.
Right. So Italy supports France into the Ionian Sea. Maybe not a unsurprising result of Turkey stabbing for Greece. I mean, I think the issue here for stopping the solo and why, you know, there's a lot of incentive for Morgante to play is that Bill has pretty much burned his bridges with almost everybody on this board, with the exception of maybe Germany, maybe. But I sort of wonder if, I mean, Sev to Moscow is sort of a cheap shot, right? And there's no reason to be ordering that if you're trying to work with the guy to stop to stop the solo. A lot of red arrows in the north. I don't know that there's a lot to say there.
Marcus?
Yeah, I think possibly the most interesting move from the strategic front is Piedemont's support Munich to Tyrolia. It makes me think there was a draw proposal there. France did say, look, I'm not doing anything. I'm not the one holding out. They probably were the one holding out. And they said, okay, Germany, come on, work with me. We need to stop this greedy Turk from taking everything. And the way Bill is playing is kind of playing into that. But Germany not falling for that, and obviously manages to hold Munich and Kiel. I think France goes down a center here, but I still think they have an amazing solo shot if they just want to.
Yeah, but at this point, France is going to be at 11 and Turkey is going to be at 10. I mean, I agree that France has the better position, but could Turkey top this board at this stage?
Well, the thing is, France has now. Austria was attempting to throw to them. I don't know if they still are, but they're certainly not happy with the Turk. Italy is now attempting to throw to Turkey, and that fleet could be very important. And yeah, I just think Turkey doesn't have that much potential to grow much more, whereas France has an amazing position to try and solo from.
I would imagine the minute that Turkey moves up to Ukraine, Germany's going to just say, "Screw it, I'm throwing this," right? So.
Yeah, and I think Germany goes down one here, correct? I don't see them picking anything up, and they lose Edinburgh.
Yeah, and I don't know why England takes that, because, that seems very greedy because they don't get the builds. I guess they want to be able to have somewhere to build from later, but it's going to hurt them if France manages to get the solo out of it.
Yeah. All right. Well, for our builds, we see Germany disbands the army in Galicia, which is going to make the Turk position interesting for sure. Turkey builds an army in Caen, a fleet in Smyrna. Italy disbands in Adriatic. France disbands in Tuscany. Yeah, that all makes sense to me. Anything stand out to either of you?
Not particularly. I think the Austrian disband shows that Austria is intending to give Venice to France now, and France can still take Naples. So it's fantastic position for France.
Yeah, I think Bill has definitely irritated his eastern neighbors quite a bit, and they're less irritated with Morgante. That's how you solo. So, curious.
Yeah, but Morgante can't take Naples really because he actually needs that fleet. Mm-hmm. So having that fleet on site is super helpful right now, and unless he's really in the position to get to 18, I don't see him taking that for quite some time.
That's fair.
Agreed. All right. So spring of 2008, Marcus, why don't you talk us through the tactics here?
Okay. Austria attempts to take Venice and appears to have made up with Turkey, at least in that respect. Does attempt to push the German unit against Turkey too, though, which actually the German left their front line really open to France here, and France didn't take advantage of it at all. France is moving into the North Sea. That's going to lead to a better position against England. But they are leaving their backline open for England into English Channel and then potentially into Brest if France can't pick up some builds here. And Turkey just advancing. I really don't like the Turkish move into Ukraine. I think Adam was completely correct. That's exactly what you do if you want to get Germany to throw the game.
I mean, I guess you can make an argument that you got to be there to be able to force Galicia, especially after what just happened. But nonetheless, I would not be happy about that if I'm Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam, anything else stand out besides that move to Ukraine from a strategic standpoint?
No, I mean, I think, France's northern position is looking a little dicier right now. I think that was a missed opportunity to do something more aggressive in Germany. Obviously, I mean, we have the benefit of seeing the orders, but it looks like Sweden did go to Baltic, and so it looks like you're making an attempt to do something, and and that didn't happen. Take a shot at Kiel or Munich.
All right. Fall of '08, what happens?
Okay, I mean, we do see Edinburgh being pushed out here. England makes no attempt to keep it. Obviously, they could have taken the guess between tapping north with London or trying to support Edinburgh out. Didn't do that. They just go round to Wales, which seems a lot worse than going to the English Channel if you're trying to counter the French. Germany does actually hold their line against France, even while Turkey moves into their centers behind them. And Turkey seems to be wrapping up, taking the east, taking Vienna, taking Warsaw. I still don't agree that it's the right thing to do. It seems like he's going for a board top when France can very easily get a solo out of it. But France not taking advantage of that right now. Only pushing it to Edinburgh and nothing else.
Well, maybe.
We don't know the diplomatic situation. I know that there are many people who, were they playing Germany right now, would pretty much respond to the dotting in Warsaw with pretty strongly. So Bill is potentially playing with fire, but he may also know something about the diplomatic situation. I'm sure he knows a lot about the diplomatic situation that we don't, but he may be banking on the German player ultimately deciding not to throw everything his way. Bill may have some ideas of a glorious solo of his own here, and while that's certainly extremely unlikely, his army position is quite good, and the possibility of him lining up stuff on the eastern side of Germany and being able to plow through is not looking completely impossible right now.
Yeah.
How that gets you to 18, I have no idea, but nonetheless, he could still get quite a few dots.
Yeah, and Jonathan's sitting in third place right now, I believe, 5,000 points. I think I know I've not seen Jonathan's name as much. If I recall correctly, this may be his first game, so he may be content with third and not the kind of player who wants to throw that away. So, well,
there are two Jonathans on this board as a heads up. So,
Jonathan Dingus, yes, thank you. All right, so moving on to our builds, 1908, we see a basically replacement French fleet with a southern build in Marseille for the one that was disbanded earlier, army in Paris. Then we've got two more Turkish army builds. Turkey wins games with armies, not fleets, and Bill's gone all in on that theory. We say good game to Jonathan Frank at this point. He disbands both of his armies in Austria. And I think that's it. Anything stand out to either of you?
I feel like France really needs another fleet in the north, and I'm somewhat shocked to see the army in Paris and the fleet Marseille. I do understand the build of fleet Marseille. You're still relying on that Naples fleet to hold the Ionian, and if Turkey did build another fleet and try to shift up a fourth fleet, you want to have it down there. But man, you need another fleet in the north. That English fleet getting behind your lines could really cause a lot of havoc, and I just don't know what you need that extra army for right now. There'll be time if you're making advancement. There'll be time to build another army.
Marcus, anything to add to that?
I mean, I absolutely agree. Even if you were going to send the fleet south, there's no reason not to put it in Brest. It gets to Tunis at the same time. And you kind of want to go north. It makes me think that France's approach here is saying, look at the Turk. The Turk is trying to win this thing. The Turk is the one rejecting the draws. Germany, go attack him, because look, I'm putting the fleet in Marseille. I'm not going north. I'm not going for the solo. But Germany clearly still isn't responding to that. That would explain why the French backed out of Vreux last turn as well. I really think France could just get a solo here by pushing without that kind of negotiation.
Well, let's see if they keep pushing for it, if they're pushing for the draw. Adam, why don't you talk tactics this round?
Sure. Well, France's focus is clearly more against, the English than it is against the Germans right now, and that's really apparent. They're flooding armies down south to lock up these lines, make sure that they have something in Piedmont to keep the Turks out of there, and so forth. And so it looks like whatever they were working on with the Germans was successful diplomatically, right? Nobody supports themselves to Ruhr. Everybody just goes there. And Germany actually does make the play to retake Warsaw. So that is looking very positive for the French. And I think what they're doing probably makes sense. Get the English out of your way, and then you can make your play in the north when you don't have the risk of something getting behind your lines. So, yeah, pretty cool. And I think that the advantage that France has right now, if they can manage to hold Venice, which I'm not sure, and Rome, which I'm not sure they can, but if they could, they don't need Berlin or Munich for 18. So I'm not convinced that they can hold Venice and Rome, though, in the long run.
So Morgante in chat did point out that he intended to build the fleet in Brest. So the fleet in Marseille was a misorder.
Okay.
And I wonder if perhaps the sudden coordination that we're seeing between France and Germany was in some part inspired by the English taking the dot in Eddie. If there is a little bit of emotion that they were able to say, hey, we got a unified opponent here. So, Marcus, what did we miss?
I think actually here we see exactly the danger with the strategy of trying to get the German to turn around, because now the German actually has turned around, but Turkey is doing the smart thing and saying, okay, maybe like if I back out of Warsaw and just give the German the center, they could prop up their own home centers against the French. And if that works, that might end up preventing the Germans, this French solo. Maybe not. Depends a lot on what exactly happens over there, but Turkey certainly has a chance here to show I'm not greedy. I'm just going to sit back and attack the French and show that I'm happy with second place. But Turkey's moves to Armenia and Romania could counter that. I really think Turkey needs to stop aggravating the German.
As a counterpoint, I kind of like Bill's decision here. To me, this is a great way to play Turkey for this turn. We're backing out of Warsaw. We're helping prop up the single person who can slow down my biggest opponent in France, while simultaneously moving more armies into position. It's, to me, a very strategic decision here. In the long game, I'm getting more units in position and slowing my rival down. So I don't hate this at all.
Yeah, I think it's maybe more of a contrast of I'm obviously a very online player, so I look towards the end game as usually being someone preventing someone else from soloing, right? And if France has Italy, they have Naples, they have Venice, they have Rome, I'm fairly sure they can hold them from this position. Aggravating the German is a really bad idea. You've already got second, it's carnage. Yes, I understand you're going for first, but there's no way you're getting first. France just has too much of an expansion route compared to you. And if you attack Germany, you're going to cause the solo and you're going to lose the game. And yeah, positioning on the Romania-Armenia front, maybe that doesn't aggravate the German immediately, but you're preparing to aggravate them. And France is going to win the game if you do that.
I think it's very simple, right? If Germany says, the moment you're in 7 Ukraine, this game is over. The game is over. We're done. We have nothing to talk about at that point. So I think you can have that kind of shotgun negotiation with Turkey and just say, I'm going to make it very easy. You're in a position to attack me in those centers in Russia. Fine. You take those two centers and you can have your 16-18 two-way or whatever you want to call it, right?
All right, moving on. Fall of 1909. Adam, was this you for tactics?
Okay, well, there it is. Bill does continue trying to make his advance. But what's interesting here is that Germany is actually making some aggressive anti-Turkish moves here with the attempt at Galicia and Tyrolia. So I think that's really interesting. And France is just sort of dancing armies around. I think France is not going to build here. So it's hard to see without that extra fleet in the north how they're really going to make much gains just yet, though.
Marcus?
Yeah, I mean, strategically, it's the moves to Ukraine, Sevastopol are so bad. It's just enabling this French solo. France isn't taking advantage of it yet, but they could at any time, and you're just giving them more potential to do that. Be happy with the second place. You're not getting better from the second place. If Turkey takes the board top here, I think it's a huge, huge failure to take advantage of this on the French part. And if France takes advantage of it, I think it's an easy solo.
I don't disagree with that analysis, but I'm secretly hoping that we see Bill pull out the board top and it'll be like, just show us that we're all wrong. So, because I mean, to be fair, he's got a read on the diplomatic situation we don't have. So who knows? All right, winter of 1909, we see Turkey disbanding in black. We see Germany building in Berlin. Those were the only exchange of centers. Go ahead and just press on here. Marcus, why don't you talk to us about the tactics in spring of 1910?
Okay, France still not taking advantage of this. Germany is moving everything away from France, so maybe this was what France was waiting for and has the potential to stab very effectively next turn. The convoy into Livonia, the move into Cilicia, all doing that. Turkey actually backed out of Ukraine again. This kind of adds to the fact you shouldn't have moved into Ukraine in the first place. France's move into the North Sea positions even better for this stab, and I think it's got to be coming at this point.
Yeah, I wonder if it comes in 1910 or maybe it comes next year, because you take London, you support St. Petersburg so that Germany doesn't take it, and then you just plow into things next year, or maybe it happens now. I don't know.
Well, let's find out. What do we see, Marcus?
Why are you not taking We do see the German armies moving back, so the French stab, if it had happened here, wouldn't have actually achieved anything. They do manage to get the extra center in London. They are playing this very slow but slowly making progress, and they do take Naples, so they do go +2 here. They're going to go up to 15. 3 centers needed to win, and I think they can get those centers if they just grind them out. But it's going to be harder than if they had just moved into Romania and not Romania. That would have helped.
That would have won. Yes.
Into and yeah, I feel like France should have taken more of an aggressive approach here. But what they're doing could work potentially in the long run, as long as England doesn't keep that English Channel fleet and just harass them now.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they keep the English Channel fleet?
Yeah.
What do you think about the choice to take out Naples and lose the Ionian Sea? I don't know. I'm trying to look tactically whether that's going to be problematic. I guess maybe not a huge deal.
I think it's a bad decision. I think you could take Naples at any time, but hey,
yeah.
I think they still because they still hold everything because they just move Rome back out into the Tyrrhenian Sea here, and Naples support Puglia, Ion, and Adriatic aren't going to do anything.
It does allow Turkey to move into the Adriatic, though, which now makes Venice more vulnerable. So I don't like it. I would have loved to save Naples until the end and pull that in to win the solo. I don't hate the set of orders. I just don't like it now.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, I'm not sure you need 2 builds. You need 1, but you need the fleet breast. But I don't know if you need a second fleet right now. Maybe 2 fleets.
All right. So with the builds, Morgante puts down 2 fleet breast, fleet Marseille. England takes the less fun option and disbands in English Channel, and that's everything we've got. Continuing to press forward, Adam, why don't you lead us off in spring of 1911?
Sure. Okay, we're going to Albania for some reason. So in the south, Turkey is now going back up into Ukraine and Galicia for some reason. I can understand Galicia. I don't understand Ukraine. Maybe there's a reason for that. I don't know. But otherwise, not a lot of movement. Rome goes back out to the Tyrrhenian Sea. Nothing goes to Adriatic. I would have expected Albania to go to the Adriatic here. I guess Ionian doesn't need a double support right now. In the north, I think the only movement is France supports themselves to Roer and tries to go to Helgoland, which is stopped by Denmark. This is a tactical win for France. It's just a matter of grinding through. But ultimately, it's a tactical win unless they, something happens to their position in the south where they start losing something. Denmark, Sweden, and St. Petersburg are not protectable from the position that Germany has right now. And I suspect even Kiel is probably will be takeable as well.
Yep.
Marcus,
yeah, absolutely. The thing to note here is if Turkey hadn't moved to Munich, France wouldn't have got into Ruhr. It's ultimately a small thing, but
Turkey moved to Munich. I didn't even see that. Why did he do that?
It's just I just want to turn around, bang my head against the screen for a while. What are you doing, Turkey? Why are you going to Ukraine? Why are you aggravating the German? You're just going to lose all of the points that you have. There's no chance of you soloing here. With France in such a strong position around Italy, all you're doing is making sure Germany is going to turn around and let France win this game. And yes, France probably had this game won anyway, but in a big part, that was down to you constantly moving into Ukraine and Sebastopol and making this German defend themselves on your front instead of the front they needed to be.
Yeah, well, I'm curious. Maybe Bill's just playing, hey, I need as many points as I can with I'm doing second place, and I feel like we can stop the solo, but that's playing with fire. Yeah. Is there any situation in which you, as France, accept a draw?
No.
No.
Not
absolutely.
Absolutely. So, all right. Fall of 1911.
Okay, am I tactics here? I think I'm not.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Sure. We see actually Germany continues pushing back against the French, despite the fact that Turkey moves into Warsaw and into Moscow. So maybe I was wrong to criticize the Turk here. They seem to have somehow managed to convince the Germans to stick with them, despite the fact that they're taking all the German centers. I guess maybe it's just that Carnage says, the person with the most centers gets the most points. Germany was stabbed by France earlier on, maybe, kind of, and Germany is saying, okay, if you take my centers, then France won't get the board top, maybe. But I still think France has this thing won in the long run, and this is a painful thing to see. Maneuvering, not a lot happens. France actually loses Norway, which will cost them a unit, but they can take off Picardy, which isn't really doing anything anyway, and just keep trying to grind out this north. We'll see how that goes.
Adam?
I don't have a lot to add. It's fascinating to see what Bill is doing here, and to be a fly on the wall in some of these negotiations would have been very nice.
Yeah, maybe the argument here is, guys, we've got to force the draw. And maybe if Turkey or France starts seeing Turkey getting all the dots instead of France, we're grinding it out. In the meantime, I'm giving those dots. We're going to be able to force the draw here. I don't know. I can't think of any other diplomatic magic, but maybe, I mean, Bill's a charming guy. Maybe there's something to it. All right. So with our builds, oh, that looks like it worked. That looks like where we end. We've got a draw in 1911. So I believe with Carnage scoring, I think they go back to I guess it's going to be this score. This is where we end it, is the 1911 results. Yeah. So Marcus, we'll start with you. Is this the right result for this game?
Oh, it's the right point for Turkey to draw and for Germany to draw and for England to draw. France, I really feel like had the opportunity to solo and they should just grind this out. Maybe it's just a case of we've been playing this for so long, I don't want to play it for much longer. But despite the fact there's 3 fleets in the north, you have 4 in the north. You can use that to push your advantage slowly but surely. There's no stalemate line here. I think I have to take back my criticism of Bill on the last phase, I guess, because this strategy of taking Warsaw and Moscow absolutely worked. It still got him second, but I guess I was misreading the intention of that. It wasn't to aggravate Germany, it was to force France to draw. But yeah, I don't think I draw as France in this scenario. I just grind this out and try and take the win.
Adam?
I'm just looking at the tactical position in the south, and if Turkey moves to the Adriatic, I think that they still have no play on Venice. I think that position really is locked in Italy right now, and I actually don't even think Lyon is needed, and and I think that unit can swing north, but maybe somebody who's better at tactics can comment on this. Skagerrak could be piffed now, but it really just doesn't matter. You rebuild it and you just slide fleets around. If you can pull Lyon back up, you can get it around now, get it up to Barents, get fleets up into Norwegian. It's just a grind, right? But Scandinavia is not going to hold in this position. I'm just trying to think if they got really creative and tried to put Turkey into Finland or something like that. I think even in that situation, it's just a grind out. So it's just a matter of, do you really, have the stamina to play long enough to make that happen?
Yeah, and I think it's important to keep in mind there is a second round to this tournament. This is not the end of the game. And I imagine in 1911, they've been playing a while, and they're probably coming close to the start of the next round. In order for Morgante to solo, I do still think the units are there, but it would be such a slow game. Online, I probably don't go for it, but in a tournament situation where I've got another round about to start, I'm not sure it's worth that grind.
The flip side is, at some point the other players may realize it's inevitable, and you can get them to concede. You can say, "Hey, I'll play all night. That's okay. I got this. You guys want to force me to play it out? That's fine." Or you can just acknowledge that it's there, and that's another tact.
Yeah, and to also I think the devil's advocate to my last point is that in Carnage, if you solo, nobody's catching you. The only way to catch is with another solo. So it
changes the dynamic in the second round big time if there's a solo in the first round, right? Because then people may play a little bit differently, knowing that's their only option to win the tournament.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and move on to round 1, board 4. We will bid Marcus farewell so he can get some much needed rest. Marcus, thank you so much for joining. It was always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's been great.
All right, and let's go bring Siobhan back in. Siobhan, welcome back.
Hello again.
So shall we move on to the next round of games?
Let's do it.
All right. So moving on, we'll go ahead and bring up our fun little transition here. And we are back to round 1, board 3. With this one, we had a very strong Russian position. Saren Kwok has a great Russia. We really liked that position, and I think the question was around Ed Sullivan. Was he going to stick with a wintergreen alliance, or was Saren going to make a move on Italy? So we'll go ahead and get right into it. We'll begin in 1905. Siobhan, why don't you go ahead and lead us off with tactics?
Sounds like a plan. Okay. For now, the wintergreen continues. Italy doesn't do a ton of movement, does get into Western Med, does get into the Aegean. Saren, similarly, a couple of things move, but not too much. It's honestly, this is a turn where people are setting up their units to do more next turn, and we'll see if Tunis finally gets taken in 1905.
Adam?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have a ton to add to that. I mean, it's the West versus the West plus Turkey, I guess, against the East, right? Against the wintergreen, as we're calling it. That's going to get tough for Turkey, and we'll see what Hunter's able to do. But I wonder how much of this is sort of this kind of self-fulfilling prophecy of just going to lock things up, but quickly. The West doesn't want to break because the RI won't break, and the RI won't break because the West won't break, and maybe they kill Turkey and call it a night.
I think you're probably right about that. That seems most logical unless someone does flip. But what I've seen from Saren in the past is she's a pretty strong alliance player. I believe I saw someone commenting earlier that she loves the wintergreen alliance. So
just before we see the 4 moves, bets on whether Tunis gets taken in 1905 or not?
No.
I mean, you'd think it ought to be, but
I see a reasonable chance that there's a 1-to-1 bounce there.
I think it's a 1-to-1 bounce because I don't think Italy actually wants to give up West, and that's how they'd have to guarantee it.
Well, let's find out.
Oh,
darn.
Why would England do that? Well, England, I guess he was thinking that France was going to go to Western Med. Miscommunication.
Yeah, clearly a failure to communicate.
Yeah, and someone in the comments just reminded me that this is also the game where we had 3 different players playing Turkey in the first 3 seasons.
Oh, okay. So who's actually, do we know who?
It is Hunter in the end. He came in, I believe, in spring of 2002. I don't know what the story is behind it. But,
yeah, that's right.
But anyway, fall. So, okay, Tunis gets taken. It was about time. The wintergreen, they take Greece. They lose St. Petersburg. I mean, this is just a shuffling of units and deciding when the draw is going to happen. There do seem to be a few suboptimal moments happening. NAF supporting Spain to West being one of them. But
Adam?
I guess you wonder a little bit about the Italians supporting the French into Marseille, right? That's the only kind of curious thing here.
And I just noticed that France took Belgium from Germany as well.
Yeah.
So they're cutting German out.
They're cutting Germany out, which I guess actually, if that's the case, is maybe, they could have tried to take Sweden. I guess St. Petersburg was guaranteed, and that's taking off the other side. But, well, are they cutting Germany out? Germany is at 3, 4, 5, 6, and has 6 units. Okay, so nobody's playing short.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it is. I don't know if there's coordination between England and France here. I wonder if this is just Ed whispering the devil on the shoulder into Farron's ear, saying, "Hey, we'll get you a dot," and just trying to break things up a little bit. So.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that France takes 2 dots and only has 1 place to build, right?
Yeah,
that's a fair point.
All right, so winner of 1905 builds. France builds an army in Brest, and Germany disbands the army in Gascony. So, in essence, a swap between those two.
And Finland.
got fleet in Naples. Hunter disbands Khan from Turkey. Germany disbands army in Finland, and it looks like JJ builds a fleet in London. Siobhan, anything stand out to you here?
Nothing stands out to me here too much. I think Hunter in Turkey, keep the fleets, but now you got to decide whether you're protecting Khan or Black. And it's only a matter of time before they carve him out. I don't know that he had a better choice per se. France not being able to put down both builds is disappointing, but we'll see where they go.
Yep. Adam, anything to add? All right. So Adam, why don't you lead us off in spring 1906?
That's exciting. Well, there's clearly looks like the Italians. Well, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that looks like a stab.
It is. I mean, he told him he would convoy him to Constantinople, then didn't do that and took Greece instead, walks into Serbia.
Yeah, that looks like a stab. I'm just trying to see how effective it is, given that there's a retreat right into Bulgaria, and I don't think there's any way to take Bulgaria back. I guess that you can take Budapest as well. So you're really taking Greece, Serbia, and Budapest in exchange for Bulgaria. Yeah, that's reasonable, I guess. That's not too bad. And I guess this is the right time to do it when you've just had France stabbing Germany. England is set up to do all kinds of shenanigans potentially against France with that extra fleet going down to the English Channel. So I like the timing of it. I'm not, I can't say whether it's the right move or not, but it's probably, if you're going to do it, this is probably the time to be doing it.
Yeah, I mean, Italy takes Budapest, Serbia, and Greece supports the Turk into Bulgaria, so the Russian doesn't get to keep it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know if it's the right move, but it's certainly the fun move.
It's more entertaining, yeah.
So continuing on, fall 1906.
Yeah. Okay, so they actually, interesting that Russia does it that way. So Russia... Oh, I see. So Russia supports Bulgaria to Serbia while letting the Turks take Bulgaria. Okay, that makes sense. And so this really ends up being a one-dot stab, essentially, right? You're taking Greece and Budapest and losing Bulgaria.
But not to the Russian, at least.
Right, you're losing it to the Turks, who you really had on the fritz until right now. And
yeah, I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying
Turkey's position's looking like okay, maybe we're coming out of the box at this point. So, is that what you wanted to do? Okay, coming
out of the box, allying with Russia,
right?
Yeah,
interesting. Okay. The middle of the board looks like a lot of red arrows, and I can't really entirely tell who's supporting who to what and what to who, but it looked like both the Russians and the Germans were going after Kiel. So interesting that the Germans decided to protect Kiel rather than making it a more aggressive play onto Belgium. Shows that they're annoyed at the French, but not so annoyed that they're willing to sacrifice.
All right, yeah, that's a big turn. So moving on to our builds, we've got Ed in Italy building an army in Venice. Hunter builds an army in Smyrna. Saren has to go down 2, disbands Sev and Moscow, clearly indicating making a deal with Turkey. So we've got a very late game juggernaut going. If you can even call it a juggernaut this late.
You sure, Brian? You sure about that?
No, you are correct. It's not guaranteed. Maybe Russia believes in the juggernaut. So
Russia really wants to believe in the juggernaut. Yes. And kids, if you believe hard enough, those alliances you want so badly will still never come your way.
That's the story of every game that I've played. So. All right, spring of 1907. Siobhan, why don't you take it from here?
Okay, so Saren was so hopeful. We get Smyrna to Armenia, which even in spring of 1907 is a beautiful thing to see, even if Hunter is not a weasel. You know, Saren's going to spend her time trying to punish the Italian for his now, in retrospect, terrible stab. And we get some movement in the west, dotting France for Portugal. That's about it. Everything else is bounces.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting, right? Because the Italian stab on Russia opened the door to all kinds of Western shenanigans. So it should be no surprise that England would move in this way, given where they're at. And you know, I wouldn't be shocked to see, you know, a play at Sweden in the fall, for example, right, to just, you know, solidify that position in the north. So, you know, we'll see. I'm not overly surprised to see the Turks do what they just did because why not?
Yeah, like, what do you have to lose?
Well, I mean, I guess the only question is, do you feel like by doing this, you're potentially making Italy's position too strong, right? But maybe not. The dots that you can take are clearly more obvious if you do this than if you stick with Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so suddenly we've got JJ in England at 5, but positionally it looks like they've got all kinds of opportunities for growth. And then I think the interesting question is going to be, could Ed and Saren make up? Are they going to say, hey, you know what? Oops, I made my attempt. Shame on me. Let's get the band back together. Or is there emotional bad blood between them? I'm real curious to see what happens between the two of them. So fall of 1907. What happened?
No. I mean, I think it's probably not surprising. This is a really hard position to disentangle from. Of course, it's probably who is it played out well for? I don't think it's played out well for Italy. I don't think it's played out well for Russia. But Hunter,
yeah,
well done. So there we go.
And
France,
England as well is getting some benefit out of this. They'll be up 2 at the end.
Great, right? It's a great. Oh, and what happens in Sweden as we suspected, right?
Exactly. No, I think the witches benefit.
Oh, totally. I mean, this is great. England's going to come out of this really well. You know, I mean, Italy does take Spain. France is now in a world of pain. What went wrong in France? Why did Italy get in there? Does England support Italy in? Yeah. Okay. England supported it. Okay.
All right. So from all of those shifts of centers, we see French disband in Marseille, 2 English fleets. We've got in Eddie and in London. Hunter builds another army in Ankara. Saren has 2 more disbands in the center of the board. Anything stand out to either of you here?
Well, I think the question for Turkey is what now? You've got a fleet in Romania, a fleet in the Black Sea, and a fleet in Bulgaria. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you know, how are you going to manage this position? You know, especially since you don't have opportunities to do a lot of movement, given where Russia is sitting right now. Of course, you're going to get some cuts from Italy, but you're not really in a great position to start moving units around and repositioning the fleets into a position, you know, into a way that they can be helpful. So I like what Turkey has done here, and I think he's done a great job with the units that he had. You know, but it's going to take a little bit of time to reposition, I think.
Yeah, especially because the fleet's in the south coast and they can't even support each other. Yeah. All right, Siobhan, why don't you lead us off in 1908?
Oh, is that an NMR from Russia?
Wowzers.
That's painful right here. But it does allow Turkey the opportunity to shift those fleets around, which he would not have been otherwise able to do.
This looks like they're ending the game. I mean, everybody's holding. Look at the position.
Oh yeah, no, this is a couple of people holding out, but everyone's saying no, this isn't going to change.
Yep. Oh no, they're still playing.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, at least this is more interesting to talk about.
Yeah.
This is more interesting in the spring. What can you go back?
Let's go back. Yeah, absolutely. So good. So first of all, good on everyone who put orders in, even if they thought there was going to be a draw.
I mean, I have to wonder if there was some sort of like miscommunication with the deadline, and a number
Really,
of
this is
people.
really strange. This is really weird, right?
Yeah, Brandon, if you're listening, do you think you could get any info for us?
Yeah, it'd be nice to have some intel on why this happened. It's really strange.
It's coordinated holds.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's go to the fall. I guess.
Oh, in the comments, JJ says, just to be clear, everyone agreed to draw and support hold other than Turkey. So one person did not agree, and now they have to continue playing.
Good for you, Hunter. Good for you.
All right. So, in the fall, go ahead, Siobhan.
Okay, let's see what's changing hands here. For the most part, not too much. Russia takes Vienna. France takes Spain, which makes Italy down 2. That's painful here, Ed. And everyone else says, okay, let me start to shift my units around. I'll take a dot off of Russia, says Germany. I mean, we're cruising up to the end game, and so really it's just going to be about trading a few more dots.
Well, what's cool here is that it really seems to be about trading dots, right? I mean, why is England supporting France into Spain, right? I mean, there's no other way to get the dot off of Italy, and so if the idea is get your board leader down by a dot, that's one way you can do it, even though it's sort of contrary to what you've been trying to achieve the past few years.
Yes, but it does mean that England would tie for the board top if it.
No, exactly. No. I think exactly. That's what I mean. It's about trading dots. It's not necessarily about some bigger strategy, perhaps. I don't know.
Well, and with Russia taking Vienna, it actually means that England will take the lead.
So in the comments, we've got a couple players pointing out that they're using the backstabber interface for the draws rather than having the GM adjudicate the draws, which is different than several of the other tournaments that we've done so far. So as a result of that, there is a slight difference in the behavior for when you see the draw results. So that probably explains the situation a little bit.
Yeah.
So, all right. So moving on to winter of 08, we've got Farron building an army in Paris from France. Jackson in Germany is building a fleet in Kiel. Hunter builds an army in Smyrna. Anything stand out?
I think the fact that your biggest power is a 7-center England in the end of 1908 stands out to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that England has only fleets.
Oh my goodness, you're right.
Yeah, that's definitely a balance of power style game. So, all right, spring of 1909. Adam, why don't you take it?
Yeah, sure. So Turkey is getting some position, and maybe miscommunication. They pulled out of Aegean into Khan last turn, which I assume was just an alliance move with Italy, and now Italy moves into the Aegean, but doesn't really follow up in any way that makes sense. So I would imagine that might be a miscommunication over something. Maybe they were supposed to bounce or something like that. What else? Italy's decline does continue, though, as well. I don't know if that's a decline or not. I guess they trade Serbia and Trieste. In the West, what is going on here? England is giving up Sweden in favor of doing something with their fleets. Maybe try to line up around France. Without knowing a little bit more about the negotiation, this is hard to understand. It certainly doesn't look friendly to France, but it also wasn't terribly aggressive either. So I don't quite know what to make of it.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the fact that they could guarantee a supported attack on Brest in the fall, it's not much, but sure.
Can they guarantee Brest? They have Picardy to support.
Tap Picardy with North.
Picardy, that can't be tapped.
Oh, you're right. Sorry, I know this board really well.
You-
You should
you-
listen to me.
President of the North American Diplomacy
Can you
Federation.
do diplomacy sometime, Siobhan?
I've been doing this for over 5 hours. Come on.
All right. So the one thing that kind of stands out to me is Italy moving into Ionian. I wonder if maybe this is a signal that they're making a play on Turkey from this position. I don't know. If I were planning on getting French dots, that's not the direction I'd be moving that fleet.
Aegean and Ionian.
Yeah. So real curious there, combined with the move to Serbia. I don't think that this move to Trieste was agreed on, so I don't know if there's an alliance between the two of them. I think this may just be a solo push against Turkey. So we'll find out. Moving on into the fall. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, so obviously the Turks do not trust the Italians from this position and cover Smyrna. It looks a lot like the Russians and the Turks are now sort of like, okay, we're cool. Actually, nobody's really doing a whole lot.
The Italian takes Marseille.
The Italian takes Marseille, but there's not a whole lot of other things. Again, this looks like everybody will thought, or at least England and perhaps some other powers thought a draw was going to be accepted, and it wasn't, I guess, because I'm told that this game is continuing into round 2 and that we need to stop at the end of 1909. So this certainly is a turn that looks like, there was just some agreed upon position that clearly did not play out in that way.
Yeah, this is the kind of game where everybody's like, oh, I'm voting for the draw. I voted for it. And everybody's blaming the other people for voting down the draw. It's a lot of fun. I love hidden unanimous draws just because it creates this kind of situation.
What's the count? Let's see what the count is. So right now, if it's stopped, we still have Italy on top, which probably I could imagine Turkey and others not being happy with that outcome.
Yeah, so last time we had England at 7, and it looks like they go down to 6. So maybe everybody was saying, hey, we're going to split the 6-6-6 and just...
And then Italy snuck into Marseille.
And then, yeah. So, all right, well...
6-6 would be what a perversion of a result that would be.
Yeah, somebody's like, we can't have that. So we'll go ahead and pause here. We'll wait to see the adjustments. And I am going to go ahead and bring Brandon back in. And I believe I step out here. So bring Brandon in. Brandon, welcome.
It's time to end the broadcast. I was not planning to come back on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I misunderstood.
This is very professionally produced, just so everyone knows in our audience.
Yeah.
So
no, we're done for now. We'll finish this game when we pick up our round 2 coverage at 7:00 Eastern time, which is in just an hour and a half. So let's give our viewers a break. Let's give you guys a break, and we'll see everybody back here in a little bit.
Thanks, guys, and thanks all the viewers.
All right, we'll see you soon.
Thanks.